Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually. Today is Tuesday, May 14th. Mr. Levy and Mr. Wells will be absent for most of the meeting, and Ms. Jenkins will be seated for them, as will Ms. Jones, depending on the application. But they are with us right now for the decisions that we are making. Our first item on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to announce that we have one postponement. That postponement is number 10, the Millbrook Corporation for an outdoor oven at 61 Woodside Drive, an outdoor pizza oven. That item will be postponed. And on this first item, it's 11, that's item number 11114JH LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct an addition to the rear of the existing hotel and restaurant for seasonal outdoor dining. This is at 1114 East Putnam Avenue, and seated on this application are Albin McRae, Jenkins, Levy, and Yeski. And Mr. McRae, I believe you said yesterday you would have a motion on this. Okay.
Okay, it's 1114 East Putnam Avenue, application PLPZ 2023-487. Applicant is requesting approval to construct a rear entrance canopy addition to the building with a seasonal outdoor dining terrace on top per section 613 to 615-17 of the BZRs and the town of Greenwich in sections 22A 90 and 22A 96 of the Connecticut General Statutes on a 2.22 acre lot located in the LB, PRIOZ, and COZ zones. Whereas the required property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 11/28/24 public hearing under file PLPZ 2022-442, and the establishment is approved for 342 seats in total. The commission finds that the health department issued a memo on 2/20/24 indicating approval of the proposed project. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 12/14/23 indicating no action required. ARC issue comments dated 3/20/24 indicating approved is submitted. And the Greenwich Fire Department issued comments on 3/26/24 indicating access to the complete building is not ideal, but issues can be accommodated by department staff. Therefore, a motion to approve the site plan noting the following: prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide to secure all necessary planning and zoning requirements per section 6100 of the BZR, all necessary environmental conditions per section 6100 of the BZR. The application is limited to 28 seats on the new terrace, 27 dining seats, and 1 bar seat in the main dining room were removed from the room. The applicant is requesting seating from April 1st to November 20th. The hours of operation will coincide with daily restaurant operations Monday through Sunday, 12 to 9 p.m. And all previous planning and zoning commission site plan and zoning board of appeals variance conditions shall be continued. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Mary.
I believe it's 25 seats and 3 at the bar with the 28 seats.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
3 at the bar, 25 seats in the room. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, we had reduced that to 1, but Tracy, that's right. All right. Okay. The next question was, okay, and is there any further review that we need from fire at all?
From the information we were provided, it seemed that actually they, in so many words, they would make it work. It wasn't ideal, but they'd make it work.
Okay. All righty. Okay, do I have a second for that? Albin McRae, Jenkins.
Second.
Levy seconded?
Yeah.
Levy has seconded. And Yeski. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, we go to our next item, which is Newfield. Actually, before we do that, I've asked the court reporter to join us and to take a transcript of our next decision. And that will be Newfield Properties LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a 31-unit government-assisted development where 22% of the units, which is equal to 7, would be offered to those making up to 80% of the area median income level for a period of 40 years. The subject parcels are 25 and 27 Oak Ridge in the R6 zone.
Madam Chair, I'm recused.
Yes, ma'am. Seated on this application are Albin, Wells for Mr. McRae, who is also recused, Levy, Jones for Lowe, and Yeski. That's Albin, Wells, Levy, Jones, and Yeski. All righty then. I've drafted this motion several ways so that we can decide. I'd like to quickly try some out on you. The last time we talked, the concern that the commission had was that we only had 1-bedroom apartments in the below market. The possibility was that the applicant go back, it's currently proposed at 3 stories, that the applicant go back to the trust and obtain approval for adding a 1/2 story so that they could have 2-bedroom units in the below market. I know the trust has met subsequent to the applicant having required us to close the item, so we cannot know whether or not there has been any action by the trust on this. So we would have to just hope for the best if we went with that option. So there's the as proposed, which is 31 units with all the the below market being 1-bedroom, and the 3 stories. There is the possibility of sending them back to the trust for a 3.5, or the third option would be to just approve it as a set aside, as a standard set aside with 30% of the units, and with half of that being at 60% of SMI and half of that being at 80% of SMI. Madam Jenkins cannot speak anymore because you are recused and not seated. But Mr. Leroux is able to speak if there was something. So those are the 3 alternatives. Again, we cannot know at this point, since we closed the application already, whether the applicant has had any discussion with the trust. And so we have to just make the decision whether we want the applicant to go back there and ask for the 2 bedrooms, or whether we want to keep it as is, or whether we would want to convert it to a set aside, all of which we can do. Of the people seated, again, Wells, Levy, Jones, Yeski. Do you have any thoughts?
I would suggest, Madam Chair, that we make the motion such that the 2-bedroom options would be more aggressively pursued than they are now.
Okay.
I think that's your option 2.
Yes. Is everybody okay with my giving that a shot? Mr.
Yes,
Yeski?
I was going to say the same thing. Arm beat me to it.
Okay. All right.
I'm confused in how that wouldn't be a 4th story.
We would ask them
so-
to make it 3.5, no more than 3.5, and we would limit
What
it
does
to.
that mean? I don't even understand what 3.5 means.
Well, we
How
would
do you
tell them,
get an apartment in a 1/2 story?
well, that would be, if they can't do it, they can't do it, and they would then go to a set aside. Or they could come back to us and say, we can't do it and we want to do the original. In a 1/2 story, you wouldn't you would put, the building already has 31 apartments on 3 stories. So each full story has 10 apartments. So you could easily put in a half story, you can put 5 apartments.
It's a half story, Peter, horizontally as opposed to vertically. So it doesn't, it's
So
like
there,
half
so in other
the
words,
full
okay,
horizontal width.
Okay,
so
so
what you're really saying is that it's 4 stories, but
It's what-
the coverage of the 4th story is only part of the lot.
yes, is only on
So,
part of the lot. And you,
okay.
and what I was
So-
thinking, why don't we limit the height to the maximum that we allow under 6110, which is 45 feet? Isn't that under 6110? We allow 45 feet, Patrick? Just, you're muted, so you can just nod. So we could allow 45 feet.
I have to double check. I think it might be 47, but
All right.
it's
And we
either
do
45.
45. So we would have only half of the coverage, and that means they could have a terrace with outdoor space, which they're low on. They could have a,
Okay. They're also low on setbacks. They're low on green
know.
space.
I know.
They're low on the on parking. Their imposition on the neighborhood is substantial and significant and detrimental. The implications of such a large project has a ripple effect on the neighborhood. It will affect everybody else's health and well-being, and it's quite disturbing to be looking out for the town and not really having much to say about such an application. I think that the extra half story is a real mistake, as is not having the
More equity.
as is just having only 1 unit. So I can't support such an option.
Is there an option that you would be able to support? Is there a modification that you would be able to support? We did ask them, to remind you, we did ask them early on about the setbacks and the lack of green space in the application. Let me just tell you that it is as proposed, the green area is 18%, where our zoning regulations would require 35. So it is roughly half the green area, as you're pointing out, that our regulations require. But as you and I both know, for 35 years, the state has overridden our zoning regulations if there's a need still for affordable housing. And
Yeah.
setbacks are the issue.
Well,
In addition, I can tell you that there are 31 properties on this street in the tax assessment. And of those, 4 are single-family homes. And in the remaining 27, there are 10 with 3 or more units, and some of them are listed as being between 5 and 10 units. 2 of them are listed, I think it is, as being 5 and 10. Hold on, I brought that.
and
I
they
brought
all
those.
exist within our zoning.
Yeah.
The problem with not following our zoning is the threat of urbanization. Urbanization is the reason in a residential neighborhood is what we're here to navigate, and there's really no nice way to look at this situation. It's a real problem.
And the state's position on that is that as long as our need for as long as we don't have 10% affordable housing, there it is. And that's
Yeah, so everybody else has to suffer. It's an imperfect and bull in a china shop solution to a problem which has not been well defined.
And there are many in the state who see it that way. I heard a good deal of that at an affordable housing meeting being held by New Canaan last night. But at the same time, it is the state law, and they said the same thing. So respecting your position, Mr. Levy, what I'm going to do is give a shot at the motion. I apologize in advance because once again, I've written War and Peace. And okay, little smile, folks. No. All right. So once again, I've written a very long motion, and we'll see where it goes with that. And then we can have some more discussion after it's out there. So in regard to the application of Newfield Properties LLC to construct a 3-story, 31-unit assisted housing, affordable housing development pursuant to Section 830G of the General Statutes on a property totaling 21,780 square feet at 25 and 27 Oak Ridge Street in the R6 zone. As to the current, the commission has expressed concern about the traffic impact on Oak Ridge, but neither the applicant's traffic analysis nor the commission's consultant have found this to rise to a life safety risk. During the past 5 years, there have been 24 motor vehicle collisions on this street, and motor vehicle trips are projected to rise by 68 based on the IT data. The proposed structure would total 32,340 square feet with an FAR of 1.48, a height of 35 feet with 3 stories. The maxima allowed in the R6 zone are 11,979 square feet, an FAR of 0.55, a height of 36 feet and 2 stories. This would be a single building with parking below for 45 plus 2 ADA vehicles. The zoning regulations would require 62 rather than the 45 in this case. The applicant is thus providing 1.45 spaces per unit as compared with a ratio of 2 in the regulations. At present, the properties have 14 parking spaces. The applicant has no plan to replace or continue the parking arrangement for 10 spaces with Enterprise Rent-A-Car located at 15 Edgewood Avenue. The applicant is seeking to remove the on-street parking along the frontage of this project and has not received agreement from Parking Services at this time. Green area is proposed as 18%, whereas the zoning regulations require 35%. The commission regrets the low availability of green areas and recreation spaces. Of the proposed 31 units, 22.5% or 7 would be rent restricted at 80% of area median income or the lower of it for a period of 40 years. All 7 of the below market rate units are proposed as 1 bedroom, whereas 23 of the 24 market rate units have 2 bedrooms. DPW Engineering has approved this application for zoning permit on the 26th of April, noting removal of trees in the town's right-of-way must be approved by the tree warden, and that further discussion with the Highway Division staff prior to highway permitting may also be warranted. The Sewer Department commented on the 26th of April and referred to February 16, 2024 comments and discussions with a representative for the developer and the developer's engineer during a meeting on February 27, 2024, that these properties are part of this application, the properties that are part of this application discharged into the sanitary sewer system that is part of the Horseneck Sewer. The sewer system has existing capacity concerns and has been classified as severely constrained. The sewer division has met and discussed what is entailed in, I'm sorry, I skipped a sentence. They go on to comment, the potential improvements to the system may be required and may be implemented by the developer. DPW may also implement improvements through capital projects, but the timeline associated is highly variable. Severely capacity constrained areas for residential developments that exceed current zoning are required to remove 10 GPD of peak inflow infiltration for every gallon, every GPD of new average daily flow. This factor has been consistently applied to other applications as appropriate in this sewer shed. The sewers division has met and discussed what is entailed in detail with the developer's representative and the developer's engineer. This is outlined in the detailed comments. The sewer division is committed to work with the applicant toward a workable solution. However, the sewer division is also obligated to protect the public health and safety. Any identified repairs or improvements that are reasonable and necessary to protect the sanitary sewer infrastructure in this watershed. In the sewer shed, sorry. The applicant has submitted a signed acknowledgement letter dated February 19th, indicating that they agree to adhere to the sewer division comments and requirements to complete the specified sewer work outlined above to protect health and safety. As there is an engineering solution, the sewer division has no objection to approval for the project, with the requirement of performing the sewer improvements in this sewer shed, and those sewer improvements will be permitted as part of the project and will need to be completed prior to a discharge of sewer flows from the proposed development. The applicant has provided signed acknowledgement and agreement to these comments. The fire marshal commented on 124 that Aquarian's will serve letter indicates that water demands will be met, that although there will be fluctuations in pressure during peak and off-peak times of the day. It appears that the fire department will have adequate access to the structure for firefighting purposes. On February 13th, Conservation expressed concerns about the amount of impervious surface, rock removal, tree loss, the placement of the solar panels, and the need for strong soil and erosion controls. The housing specialist indicated on March 15th that several items remain outstanding in the affordability plan. 5 existing trees are being removed. There is a tree on the eastern rear property line that appears to be partially on the abutting property at 62 Prospect. The applicant must secure permission to remove this tree if it does cross the property line. Therefore, whereas the commission finds that the health and public safety needs that have been identified for the community do not outweigh the need for affordable housing. However, the commission finds the overall below market rate proportion of 22.5% of the project and the proposed bedroom mix of the units of solely 1-bedroom units, where the predominant unit type in the project is 2-bedroom, does not meet the town's affordability and inclusion goals. Specifically, the proposal fails to address the below market unit needs of families. The commission further notes that discussions with Connecticut DOH indicate the bedroom mix of the proposal appears to be inconsistent with that department's policies. Therefore, be it resolved that this application is approved with the following modification. The applicant shall return to the Affordable Housing Trust to request an endorsement for a proposal that includes at least some 2 bedrooms in the below market units. The revised plans may seek additional height up to 45 feet with an increase in units of up to 35 in total, but with at least 7 units as opportunity units. I think my math is wrong there. And the total floor area of the building not to exceed 40,000. Pat, you need to check my math because I think I meant to say a higher number. Should the applicant fail to obtain such endorsement, the application shall be revised to a statutorily compliant 830G set aside with 30% of the units below market, half of those at 60% of SMI, and half at 80% of SMI. Plans for the revised structure shall be submitted for all relevant department reviews. In addition, as conditions of approval, DPW, sewer, and engineering are to sign off on all the revised plans. Approval from parking services must be obtained for the removal of on-street parking, and this must be completed prior to zoning permit. Sewer improvements shall be in place prior to any outflow from the facility. Soil and erosion controls are to be in place prior to construction start and pursuant to the comments of the Conservation Department. The applicant shall obtain permission for the tree removal and shall address all other outstanding staff or departmental comments. Patrick?
Yes, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have is, is the intention of the motion to be 20% of the total, the maximum total, which that 7 would be 20% of 35,
Yep.
or are you looking
Yeah,
to
so
keep the
let's
same number of
clarify.
units?
I was trying to get to 20% and of at least 20% of the total, and that
Okay.
this would have at least 3 units that would be
2 bedrooms?
2-bedroom in the below market.
Okay, I don't know if I heard that in the motion. I heard you say some, so is the motion 3 minimum?
I think the motion should be, yeah, I have at least 2-bedroom in there.
Okay. I wrote down
Why
some.
no, I have the proposal that includes at least 2-bedroom.
Okay.
Is what I meant to say. But here's the thing, why don't we say 2 or 3? How about that, you guys, with a minimum of 20% below market? Okay, do I have Mr. Levy?
Okay, so, but you said something about 50% of one and 50% of the other, so it's not, it's.
No, that would
it's,
be if the trust doesn't agree. So what I'm saying is if the trust doesn't agree to supporting it with 2-bedroom units in it, that their other option is to make a set aside, which is 15,
Okay,
which is 30% with 50 and 50. 50% at 60
Okay.
and 50% at 80. And then for you, I just want to make sure the comment I read about the commission continues to be concerned about the lack. I think you're right that we should go on record every time that we're concerned about the lack of green space and open areas in the 830G applications. That may not.
as well as the 40 years.
Oh, and as
It
well
should
as
be
the
in
40 years.
perpetuity.
Okay.
It should be
Why
in
don't we
perpetuity.
add that as the applicant is also requested to consider extending the 40-year. The applicant is also requested to consider extending the 40-year to a longer period. And then they can
Otherwise,
make
it's
the
a
choice.
sleight of hand.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
a sleight of hand, and it's really not fair to impose that on municipalities when the math works out that because of the 40 years, you never catch up. You keep on losing that qualifying housing.
It's interesting. Other towns have the same concern, Mr. Levy. I heard that concern elsewhere. So again, the commission in this motion, in the modifications, the applicant, we're not requiring it, but the commission also requests that the applicant consider extending the 40-year affordability period to longer.
Do we say perpetuity? Instead of longer, just say to
Okay.
perpetuity? Why
To
not?
perpetuity.
Why not?
Yeah,
Right.
but he might be agreeable to 50 or 60, but he can come back with that and tell us. And I think that's it. Okay. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. And
Madam
now
Chair,
to-
I'm sorry, did we say the number of floors in the building, or did we just say maximum height?
you know, it's interesting, the applicant, I should say maximum, I'm not seeing it. Why don't, I meant 3.5, so let me read this again. The applicant shall return to the Affordable Housing Trust to request an endorsement for a proposal that includes at least 2 to 3 bedroom, 2-bedroom below market units. The revised plan may seek additional height up to 45 feet with an increase in units up to 35, where at least 7 units are opportunity units. The total area, floor area of the building shall not exceed 40,000 gross square feet, and stories shall not exceed 3.5. All right. Okay. And just in case, could somebody resecond that? Wells?
Second.
All righty. Now, on that, Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
You don't have to vote twice. Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Nay.
and Albin is aye. So that is a 4-1 vote. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the work. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
All right.
have a good evening, everybody.
All right, Arn,
Yeah,
go back
I'm signing
to,
off as well.
okay, bye-bye.
Driving.
Safe
Okay.
travels.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right, okay, so now we move on to the next application, which is the town, we're gonna open, Mr. Basili, now we're opening the public hearing. So we're gonna combine items 2 and 3 in opening the public hearing. Is Bill Kelly representing the applicant? All right,
Madam Chair, he is the head of the building committee.
well, I never know because Central Middle had their architect do most of the presenting, so.
Right.
Lisa Yates should be in the list. That should be the architect's office.
Yeah, she doesn't have her hand up. Mr. Kelly, you need to accept the invitation to join the meeting. See if I do better with Ms. Yates. Okay.
Mr. Macri, I don't see Miss Yates in here.
I got her in,
Oh, you did? Oh, that's why. Okay.
yeah. All right, and I'm still working on Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly? He has his hand up. There he is. Yay, okay. Hello, Ms. Yates.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Kelly. I'm the chairman of the Julian Curtis Building Committee, and we've been tasked with the alterations of Julian Curtis School to make it ADA accessible. I'm here with Lisa Yates, our architect, and she will present the nuts and bolts of the presentation. I just want to introduce the committee and the architect and briefly describe what we're doing. First, in order to somebody to get to school, we're providing an accessible space close to the ramp that will be in the front of the building. Once they get inside the school, we're dealing with a new front door and a new security system inside, which we're working with other entities of the town. We're also doing an elevator so that the children can get from one location to another. That elevator will run from the basement up to the second floor. That's basically the scope of the project, and I'll leave all the details to Lisa. and I can answer any questions that you do have.
Mr. Kelly and Ms. Yates, yesterday the commission did not have very many questions on this application. We noted that all the zoning data for the property remains the same, except that the green area is very slightly reduced.
That's
Uh,
correct.
And the parking space is revised to include one ADA, and that the 12-inch elevator overrun technically adds a little bit of cubic footage. A
Technically,
nano of
yes.
technically, yeah. it's
Less
like-
than 81
Yeah.
cubic feet.
And that everything else has been addressed by staff. All the other staff comments have been addressed. The only issue that came up was that of the landscaping, where they wanted to get rid of the Japanese
That's
and
correct.
go to native. And in addition, I believe somebody had offered to put additional planting. Where was that?
So in response to the staff review, we
Yes.
reached out to our landscape architect, and he's provided us with some alternatives. For the Japanese cedar, we can switch to Atlantic white cedar. For the soft touch Japanese holly, we can switch to a winterberry. Those are both natives. And we can offer this as a condition of the approval and work it out with the staff.
Okay, I think that would generally, so you would replace the Japanese cedar with
Atlantic white cedar,
Atlantic white, and what was the second one?
winterberry, which is
Instead of,
it's in the holly family. It replaces soft touch Japanese holly.
all right, and then, did I hear incorrectly that you were also gonna have some additional shrubs along the ramps, along the accessibility ramps?
So that's not a change from the original application.
Okay, all right, I misheard that. Does anybody on the commission have any other questions or comments on these two applications? No, I think you guys are in good shape.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hope you didn't give up your whole night for us. Does anybody object to closing both of these applications at this time?
No.
So seeing no objection, we hereby close both the municipal improvement and the final site plan and special permit applications. But we will wait till the end of the night to make the decisions, and we'll let you know. You don't have to hang out with us forever and ever. So I think staff you've got
That's
a
very-
representative here.
That's
Thank you.
very nice. Thank you very much.
It is very kind. Thank you very much.
Thank
Might
you
not
very
be able
much
to
to both.
resist dipping it at 10:30 to listen, but
Oh, it might be later. Just,
See how
you've
you're
got
doing.
someone from the building committee here. He can text you and let you know.
yes, thank you.
All right,
Good.
thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
very much.
Bye,
Appreciate
folks.
it.
All right, and so we go on with the public hearing. Is Mr. DeAndrea here? Wait, we have Claire, here's Len. All right, Claire Kilgallen has her hand up, but would she be part of the DeAndrea application? I
No.
forgot to get public comment. Ms. Kilgallen.
Hi, Claire Kilgallen, just speaking as a resident of the town. Wanted to just lend my support for this long-awaited project. Appreciate all the hard work of the committee, and glad to see that this great building with its old bones is going to be brought up to ADA standards. So thank you very much, and I look
Thank
forward
you.
to the approvals.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kilgallen. Thank you for coming. Oh,
More comment, Madam Chair.
more comment, yep. Madam Cowie. Ms. Cowie. Hello there. Unmute and go for it.
Sorry, it's been a long day. As you can see, my hair is on the top of my head. Steph Cowie, 99 Londonderry Drive, Greenwich, Connecticut. I am in complete, obviously, support with our work on the First Selectman Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. We are so happy that this is like a jump off, thank goodness, of the school that even has, as Claire said, great bones and needs some adjustments to be ADA compliant. So we are in full support. And if there's anything we can do, we are happy to jump in at any time. So thank you for your work and we appreciate your time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Cowie. The only thing I wanted to tell you was that if you can hold this thought until 2029, when we work on the next POCD, we need a
Yes.
stronger section just on accessibility for people of all ages, sizes, the whole, as I looked at the POCD over the weekend, I thought, we
It's
really need to,
lacking.
I think it could be beefier. Yeah.
And
We
we'd be happy
mention
to
it.
work on that.
Yeah.
That would be great. I know our committee, I
Yeah.
mean, we have such a great,
Yeah.
I would say, array of different people who have different demographics that they serve. And I
Mhm.
think it would be really wonderful. It would be a great project for us to work on for sure.
We talked to Alan Gunsberg and your committee at the time.
Okay.
But as I looked at the language, I thought, well, we could do even more with it.
Yes.
The Greenwich for all ages and abilities.
Yes. We'll be happy to do that.
That's the wording that's the headline, all ages and abilities.
I love it. So we always say temporarily able, like
There you go.
that's right.
Yeah.
It's good. You never know. You never know when.
You never
You
know.
never know.
I know that.
So
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, bye.
oh, thank you. Sorry, I was on my iPad running around waiting for
No,
one
no,
meeting to
and
another.
my bad, because I didn't get the public comment. So we will reclose this application now. All right, now moving on, Mr. DeAndrea, I'm assuming you're in agreement to combining your two applications?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So the first one is CoCon LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone part of a property located at 6 Neal Lane from the R7 to the LB. The second application is for a final site plan and special permit to construct a 1,744 square foot two-story addition to the rear of the existing building, which would have a two-bay garage on the lower level and office space on the upper level. And again, that's at 6 Neal Lane. Seated on this application will be Ms. Jenkins on both of these applications will be Ms. Jenkins or Mr. Levy. And with that, Mr. DeAndrea, if you would kindly proceed.
Thank you very much. And while they are two separate applications and we do combine them, there will be an overlap back and forth.
Yeah.
Which I hope
Well,
you
that's why I
appreciate.
like to combine them because
Yes.
we always overlap. It's very hard to talk about how something's zoned when and not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
And I don't mind interrupting if that's a bad word. I didn't intend it that way, but I don't mind you
Okay.
asking questions in between to clarify anything that
Okay.
I might say. So for the record, which is an expression that I don't like, but everybody says it. So for the record, I represent CoCon LLC, which is the owner of the property. It's located on Neal Lane at number 6. The members of the LLC are myself and my brother Len, who is my partner in our firm, Rocco B. DeAndrea Inc. And for that bit of information, we have records that date back to 1890. Not that that has much to do with this application this evening, but I thank Tracy for a nice summary of how the zone came about here in this neighborhood. But currently, it is comprised of 44,163 square feet in the R7 zone and only 6,889 in the LB zone. When this property was developed with this current building, the building was literally wedged into the zoning setbacks, and that is part of the reason why it has the odd or unique shape. Part of the R7 zone currently serves the parking area for our employees. It also occasionally accommodates those people that come to the doctor's offices at 1171 East Putnam because there are many doctors and not enough parking spaces. We have been a cooperative neighbor. Approximately 20,000 of that R7 zone is devoted to the parking and the access. So less than half of that R7 zone. And the remainder of that R7 zone is dedicated to open space. Now, the purpose of the application, as noted in your opening remarks, is to request approval of the zone change to LB. And that change would allow us to construct a small addition to our building and also to conform the parking on our property which has existed since the late sixties. And that would now make that parking in the LB zone conforming. Oh, that was my fault. As part of our proposal, we have also proposed to set aside a conservation easement within the current R7 zone. We are proposing to dedicate 22,390 square feet of the existing R7 zone to a conservation easement that would provide for maintaining the area in a natural state of perpetuity, undeveloped as it currently exists. There would be some cleaning over the years. We have noted large tires at the back of the property. We have not ventured in to get them out yet, but there are things like that. I don't know who the beeping is. It may be.
Because if anybody has their phone close to their computer, you need to move it away.
It's
'Cause
okay.
It's not me, but you never know.
We have submitted a document, an easement document. I apologize for the confusion yesterday. I inadvertently submitted in haste a copy of an easement, which was a draft used as an example for the attorney to create. Since that time, we have taken the easement document and edited it even further. I did provide Tracy with a copy of the updated easement document, which does the same thing as the conservation easements that you would apply for a subdivision. But the purpose of it is to maintain in perpetuity, no construction, maintain vegetation, support the natural environment. So if you were to approve the zone change, we would submit the document formally for review by your staff and the law department. And ultimately, if approved, we would file it along with a map on the land records and the easement document.
Mr. DeAndrea, would you want the zone change done prior to the final site plan, or do you want to keep them together?
One is contingent upon the other. So certainly
Right.
the zone change would be the first step in the final approval, but
Okay, so just asking because we could do that, that's not ARC, that's not dependent on anything, so we could do that.
right.
But
Well, the LB zone, whether or not you approve the site plan, truthfully would accommodate the current uses on the property.
that's what I was thinking.
Yes, so I don't think it matters much, but the intent is to request the approval for the conversion to LB to accommodate the addition and the creation of the conservation easement. I don't know that I need to go into it, but I probably should for the record. Is that our proposal is consistent with section 104A of the building zone regulations, because in our opinion, the LB zone is intended to provide a variety of business needs beyond the immediate neighborhood due to its central location and the fact that it is less dependent on the pedestrian traffic or storefront exposure. We are an engineering and land surveying and planning services firm. We have serviced countless developments in Greenwich and surrounding communities, and those services are not dependent on pedestrian traffic. Therefore, in addition to the rear of the building to accommodate existing employees would not change the character of the neighborhood or increase traffic. Our location on Neil Lane, a one-way street leading from East Putnam Avenue to the interchange at exit 5 on Neil Lane is ideally located in a central location as identified in our criteria for the LB zone. So we do hope, of course, that you agree that on the appropriateness of the zone change and the proposal to protect the contiguous natural resources through the conservation easement. And if I could segue then right into the application for the site plan, we have proposed under the site plan to construct a modest addition to the westerly side of our existing building. Currently, the building appears to be one story from the front on the northerly side. Excuse me. It's hard to decide what you want to call. Let's call it the easterly side is Neil Lane and the northerly side is the residential neighborhood. But part of our proposal is to also conform to the ADA criteria. Currently, we do have a step on the sidewalk in the front. And we don't have a parking space inside at the lower level garage. So under our current plan, we are proposing 2 spaces, one of which is ADA accessible in the garage, and another ADA space at the front of the building, which is on the northeastern corner. The addition that we are proposing would increase the footprint by only a slightly more than 1,000 square feet. And the resultant change in the total floor area on the property is only 1,740 square feet. We have currently a proposal to pave the rear parking lot. Currently, there's a combination of millings, crushed stone, pavement, literally a mixture that needs to be consistent.
Okay, I'm ready to interrupt.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
so on the parking lot, let's start there. On the parking lot, since you're going to be redoing it, you know,
Yes.
our new landscape regulations ask that you put the trees into the parking lot. You good
Yes.
with that? Okay.
Yes, what
Next thing.
what I did after our briefing yesterday.
Yeah.
I reevaluated some of the trees that we had thought might have to be impacted by the parking. You did point out incorrectly that we do have a couple of extra spaces based on our needs. There is a tree in the corner, southwest corner of our parking lot that I had marked for removal just in case, but I believe we can save that one. I did propose a narrow island 6 feet wide along the southerly boundary up against the medical building. That would be another appropriate location for a tree. And then
Well,
along
it's
the
every,
north side-
it's, Mr. DeAndrea, but
Yes.
it's every 10.
but-
Our
but
landscape
I believe it was
regulations-
within the series of 8. If you want to say 10, that's fine. I thought it was 8. The way I
Isn't it
was reading
10?
it. But
Am I remembering it wrong, Nick, Patrick,
Mhm.
Tracy?
Yes,
Am I
10.
remem- 10.
Every 10.
So every 10
Okay.
trees, tree, every 10 spaces, tree, 10 spaces, tree. It's not a ratio, it's how it's laid out.
Right, so you
Okay.
would think that in the middle of 10 spaces, 1 tree would be the appropriate solution, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I did. So I proposed that we have
Okay.
a tree there. And then saving another tree at the southwest corner. And then along the north side, we
Yep.
have several groves of trees. And where they might have been impacted, now I'm going to make sure that they stay. So in that situation, I think we have it covered. One of the things about the trees and the location on the neighboring property of the medical office, they have a tree up against the curb, and it's been there since we designed it, and is thriving and healthy. So I think something like that can be affected. We did the same thing in the Riverside Shopping Center. We put the trees in the middle of parking lots with a diamond-shaped protection, and that also works. So I'm sure we can configure something to our mutual satisfaction. The parking lot is designed to drain in the same manner that it does now, except that we've provided a border planting strip. One of them is a rain garden, and the other one is a buffer planting strip designed by Matt Pop of Environmental Land
so-
Solutions.
I'm sorry, Nick, I know you have your hand up, but on the rain garden, as I understand, when you do the details of the rain garden, it's wetlands that's going to sign off on that because that was one of their conditions.
Yes, that's correct.
Okie dokie. Now, Nick,
Mr. DeAndrea, with the tree placement, as an alternate solution, possibly, as we said, over parked, you have parking space 34, 35 in the middle of the site.
Yes,
You might consider that as an island for tree planting. Instead of those 2 spaces, just create a curbed area. You could actually even use it as a depression to collect more rainwater to feed whatever gets planted there. That way you have trees in the middle of the sea of asphalt, not so much on the edges and, kind of squeezing it into buffer areas. It's right in the middle.
I will certainly take that under consideration. It might be preferable to leave the parking along the side unimpeded because maintenance is a problem for everybody.
Mhm.
And when you have the trees in the island, so if the edges can be straight, then what often happens is we have to clear the property before the guys get in. And
Yeah.
therefore it's it. So the
But our
center island
intent-
might be
our in-
more,
our
More work.
intent was to have islands of trees because of that's how you offset heat island.
right.
and
And we
Nick-
do have
Nick
trees
is
on the
referring
adjacent
to that.
property. So we can
Yeah.
work together on
Yeah.
that and find a good solution.
So I got another weird question to ask you. I don't remember when you said it at a hearing, but you mentioned that your existing building is very poorly insulated and that the wind comes through the front. I
Well,
mean, it just struck me because you made a comment. Are
Right.
you thinking once you've done the addition, might you also be rebuilding? Would you be doing that to rebuild the front?
Yeah.
But no objection, but would you then?
Absolutely.
Okay,
So,
that's what, I mean, it seemed like a logical thing to do, get your employees into the new area temporarily so you could fix the front.
right. So
Okay.
the issue is that we want to work our way from front to the back and simultaneously, but the main thing is, quite honestly, when this building was constructed by my late father, in mid 1960s, money was and always is an issue in construction, but the panels along the front are basically an 1/8 of an inch steel. And by this time, there's not much steel left. So yes, we have to definitely attend to that. Mr. Rudy Rydberg, who I believe is on watching, make sure I don't make any misrepresentations of his fine design.
Good
He has
move,
developed
Mr.
a
Rydberg.
beautiful plan for the front, well
Okay.
insulated, and we intend to implement that, of course.
And you didn't want to do it as 2 phases of one application?
Explain that again, I'm sorry.
Why not come in with one application with 2 phases?
We are bursting at the seams. If we're gonna
No,
do
I
it,
was
we're
just,
gonna do it at
doesn't,
once.
it's an extra week of
Meaning-
approval?
me-
Just
meaning,
come, why didn't
don't
you just
understand
come
that.
to us and say, hey, we're gonna do the addition, then we're gonna do the front, approve the whole thing, and we'll do it in phases?
Well, that's okay. If we have 3 years to construct it, do we not?
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, get the whole approval now, you never have to see us again.
No, we're definitely requesting a complete approval if you're so inclined to grant it.
But we
and
haven't
that-
seen the front yet.
Yeah, we have, it's
Oh,
going to
it's there,
ARC
But
tomorrow
the,
or next week.
but this is only for the addition in the
Well,
back.
no, the plans that we submitted cover the entire building.
Okay, but all
Yeah.
you're asking in your approval in the posting is for an addition to the rear of the building. That's all that's posted.
Okay,
But the front of the building
Not
is just a facade
posted.
renovation.
No, it's not just facade, because they have to do the whole, he's got a problem with this, with how it's built, and he's gonna take off the whole front. So it isn't just he's renovating, he's demolishing it. So why wouldn't we post the whole thing? This is only posted as an addition to the rear of the building.
I
Nothing
wasn't aware,
else.
I wasn't aware of that fine point.
Yeah, and it's the posting that's essential on this. So whatever's in the application materials, I'm like, wow, that's really cool. Okay, but it's not posted. So maybe we just word it differently, Tracy? We could word it differently when you come back from ARC for
Yes.
the next time we post it, so that we can approve your entire project.
Well, I definitely appreciate that insight because I wasn't aware of that, but if it's in my narrative incorrectly, then certainly I appreciate
It
that.
isn't your
notice.
narrative, it's however it got posted. What I'm
Okay,
looking at is that the actual agenda and what's been
Yes.
told to the public, which is the only way we can make a decision. So if we change that, then you can get the whole thing.
all right, that's what we would certainly appreciate having done. So to that end, yes, we do intend to complete the renovation of the building, including the upgrading of the infrastructure and energy efficiency within the building.
Okay.
I might admit that when this building was constructed, there was no insulation, it's concrete block. Since that time, we've insulated the ceiling, we put in a new roof, and we've insulated the walls to a great extent. But we have to complete that
I want to know how you
Effort.
do that, how you did that, because I live in one of those. It's got no
It's not easy.
insulation. Yeah,
so
so,
in me-
go ahead. So now,
The-
Mr.
the-
DeAndrea, with the good news. As I understand, when you do some of what you did with wetlands in 2019, it's them you go back to. It's them you go back to with the rain garden. And you've got a buffer. Do they have to review? So as I remember, they do review your buffer, everything you do that is wetland buffering and adjacent, you're going to go back to their staff.
Right, to staff, yes, that's correct. So
Okay, and have the sign off on the as get that sign off from them.
Yes.
Okay,
The process of the Wetlands Agency is that you, after going through P and Z, sewer and everybody else, you go back with your final construction plans, your detailed landscape plans, and your bond to cover whether it was 20 or 25% of the retail value of the planting. So we're going to do all that as
Okay.
part of the final sign off. So,
jumping back to the parking.
yes,
When you went to wetlands and at present you have 41 spaces, correct?
currently on our plans that you have been reviewing, we have, and remember,
37.
we have to count them a little bit differently, but we had provided 37 spaces, which included 2 in the garage. And then we also had a handicap van and a handicap space. So
Right.
that brought us up to a total of 39.
Right. Now, at present, it says you have 41. It says existing is 41. So you are eliminating 4 spaces?
No, I don't know where that number came from, but on our plan, I believe. And the problem, of course, is that we respond along the way to comments that come about. So we had let me just see what we
Well, hold on, because
have documented.
all right, so
As of yesterday, subsequent to the briefing, I considered how we can eliminate 2 spaces. So that would
Okay.
have brought us down to 35 regular and 2 ADA spaces. So at this point, based on comments received yesterday, that would bring us down to 37 total.
okay, and that is, and whatever you are at now, you would reduce the 37 total, and that is consistent with what you filed with wetlands, because I'm looking at the minutes from your wetlands meeting right now.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
So we're good
so-
on parking, we're good on the wetlands return just to staff.
And the
is-
easement document has been revised and submitted for review. I don't know if it can be sent down to the law department at this point, or if we have to do something more
Tracy?
before then.
We can certainly send it to law now, that's fine.
So,
Because you're gonna go to ARC on the 3rd of June.
yes,
We can send the easement to law. You would, well, we would change the posting so it has your whole project.
right. I appreciate
And
that.
then I'm coming back to, you're good with IW, yeah,
Our
you're-
permit at the Wetlands Agency is good until
yeah, we know that.
2033,
yeah.
yes.
Yep, I had this, I freaked out when I saw the date. Then you have a landscape plan, which really has to fit first with what the wetlands requirements are and then with our regulations.
Right,
You're doing the language for the easement area, and we'll
Mhm.
send that for review. You're okay with sewer,
yes,
and you've signed the letter.
I did.
And does anybody have anything else on this? Mr. Yeski, no, he's smiling, he's good. Mr. Lowe is looking serious. Okay, nope. Everybody seems to be good. Mr. McRae, okay, no other comments on this application. I think we send you forth. I had one question, which was, is there anything else that people dumped? I got nervous about that. I think the conservation people feel like the dumping was minimum, the trash is minimal in the wetland. I guess you'll discover it as you work in
There's
there, right?
It was mentioned, like when we did the wetlands, we noted there's a tire on the edge. It's a big tire. It's across the way. I gotta use a machine to get there. We don't have a machine right now. But that's one. And we're constantly picking up some trash and garbage from the liquor store dumpster. So we're trying to be prudent and clean, but it's a challenge. I was out trying to stay ahead of the Japanese knotweed, and I came across a set of barbells. They're not mine. But anyway,
Wow, yeah.
midnight auto is very difficult sometimes. One well, I don't have to go into more anecdotes.
Yeah,
but you
I
have no-
know. Apparently you had the same discussion 5 years ago at Wetlands, that you
Right.
guys had a discussion about how hard it is to stop people from dumping, and we've certainly learned that
Right.
with all the schools we've worked on.
Yep.
It seems that anything that was a vacant site in town is subject to that. Is there any way you can fence it off?
Oh,
without-
we don't like fences.
Okay. I mean, I know Wetlands doesn't, but Wetlands might find that more acceptable than having people dumping trash.
No, the edges are fine now. I keep pretty good watch. See, the problem is I basically live here, so I'm always looking out the window, you know.
All
Anyway.
right, okay. We're not supposed to feel sorry for him.
No, I know.
I believe that we could just turn to public comment then. Mr.
Yes,
DeAndrea.
please.
Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak? Susan Foster. And then if anybody else wishes to speak on this application at 6 Neil Lane, please raise your virtual hand. Ms. Foster, if you would go ahead.
I'm unmuted, right? Or no?
Yep, you're unmuted. You're all set.
Nope, you
Now you-
remuted.
Oh, okay, here I am. I'm back. Sorry about that. I just
Yeah,
want to say,
Tony does that too. Mr. DeAndrea does that all the time too. We're
yeah,
used to
oh,
it.
good. He has company then. Tony, it looks great. I just want to say the RA board met last night, and so we hadn't had a chance to review the plans or anything like that. But 2 other board members are sitting in and listening, so if they want to chime in individually, they know they can. But just me personally, I just want to say I love that your parking lot's going to have these trees. I know it's a requirement, but it's nice to see it happening. And the rain garden and the wetlands getting cleaned up. Love the 2 handicap parking spots coming in, and I think it's exciting for you to be able to put the addition on and fix the wind blowing through your building. So-
You're not kidding.
Hopefully next time you're up, I'll have something from what the whole board says, but
Thank
this is
you.
just me individually, but congratulations for going forward with your project.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Foster. All right. Any other comment from the public? No. All right, Mr. DeAndrea.
Thank you very much.
Before you leave, do you want us to close and vote on the rezone, or do you want us to wait until we have I think it might be better if we wait.
I agree.
Okay.
And I think
right.
doing it all together is appropriate.
Yep.
More appropriate.
All right.
Appreciate it. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the input.
Thank you. Okie dokie. Our next applicant, and that's, let me see, that is, I'm not seeing SC minor. There they are. All right. And is Tim Buster with you, Ms. Orsi? No.
No,
All right.
I should
All
have Robert Sandolo as well as Brett Staffieri.
All right. And all right, and Mr. Busler, I'm assuming you're a member of the public who wishes to speak on this application, and we will call on you at the appropriate time. Okay. All right, so you're ready to give a presentation. Ms. Orsi, I saw you sent something in at 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. In my case, you will have to fill us in because I was not able to review it. I was pretty slammed for time. So I know you responded to our comments on the briefing, and I guess this is what you're going to do now. So go ahead. Let me just announce this first. Catherine and Brett Staffieri for a final re-subdivision to redivide 40 Ridgeview Avenue, which is 79,104 square feet, and 0 Ridgeview Avenue, which is 13,068 feet, so that it has 2 lots. Both of them would conform with the RA1 zoning, and they would each have about 50, well, one has 5,319 square feet of conservation easement. The other has 5,680. The addresses again are 40 and 0 Ridgeview Avenue in the RA1. Seated on this application are Albin, Macri, Jenkins for Levy, Lowe, and Yeski. Go ahead, ma'am.
And before Rachel starts, just wanted to say hello to everyone. I'm Brett
Hello.
Staffieri, and I understand this is a little bit more complicated than the usual application, so I
No,
appreciate all the time that everyone's put into this. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you,
All
Madam
right.
Chair. For the record, Rachel Orsi from SE Minor. I'm joined by Robert Sandolo, with the project engineer, also from SE Minor. And as you've just heard, Brett Staffieri, who is the homeowner of this property. We have sent in these presentation materials, and then the other document that was recently submitted today was an updated language for the conservation easement, because I know that there were a few questions proposed yesterday at the briefing in regard to making sure that the conservation easement includes language not only for maintaining the area, but also that should the area unfortunately not be taken care of, that there are ways that the town can enforce that it is. So for the presentation materials, just wanted to go through a quick summary of the items that we have addressed. We've been working quite diligently since the last time we saw you, which was all the way back in the beginning of March. That was when this application was originally opened, and now it is mid-May, and we're hoping, we're looking to close tonight, or we have to close tonight. So on the next slide of the presentation materials, we tried to give a clear representation visually of how the subdivision is going to work in terms of lot lines. So we are going from 2 lots existing, which are 40 Ridgeview Avenue and 0 Ridgeview Avenue, and we're effectively less words, it's a lot line revision, but the lots are being filed as a re-subdivision into 2 fully developable zoning lots. And those meet the zoning regulations, and we have provided the associated materials. Since the first meeting, we have acknowledged the sewer comments. We have received approval from DPW. We've prepared a restoration plan associated with the proposed conservation easement. And we have also revised the site plan per comments received not only from the commission, but also from the various departments. And then the next slide.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. The purple and the yellow. I'm confused.
Okay, so on the top picture, the 40 Ridgeview is shown via the purple. That is the current 40 Ridgeview lot, and the 0
see.
Ridgeview is the yellow sliver.
Okay.
That property line in between them is actually where the stone wall currently lies, because 0 Ridgeview was broken off from the property to
Gotcha.
the north.
Yeah.
So what we're proposing for the subdivision takes that lot line that splits them and just reorients it, so that way there is a fronting lot, and then there is a rear lot with an access way.
And I see the one curb cut. Is there a second curb cut here?
Correct, and we will go into the curb cuts. We
see.
have some
Okay.
comments for that. I know there was questions in regards to DPW and drainage. We have received the memo stating that approved for subdivision via DPW and the town engineer. And we believe that with the proposed stormwater management that we have on this application, that we hope to address a lot of the concerns that were brought up via neighbors and those in the neighborhood that were concerned about flooding. But I will pass it off to Rob if you would like to explain kind of the process that we have entailed with Mr. Paredes.
Actually, Mr. Sandolo,
Yes.
The questions that we have outstanding that we raised at the briefing yesterday, I think we finally, does anybody still have, let me put it this way, Commission, do you still want to hear more about the drainage? I know we had a little concern because the neighbors are worried about it being wet, but indeed we concurred yesterday that drainage has signed off. Mr. McRae, go ahead.
I think actually it's specific, the design to the 100-year storm.
Yeah.
That kind of resolves everything. It's above and beyond what just our standard or the town standard is. So any kind of significant storm would be accommodated by the drainage that's being proposed if the subdivision goes through or they actually develop the subdivision.
Okay, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, my question yesterday is how did we get, and we were going to go back to DPW, how did we get from a comment that says it looks pretty serious about flooding to being approved? What happened? That's dated 5/10, and now today we're saying 100-year storm. What actually changed? Was it a misinterpretation from DPW originally, or what?
If I could, Rob Sandolo.
Yes,
for the
Mr.
record.
Sandolo.
I think if I remember correctly, on the first comment memo from DPW dated March 1st, it was actually an acknowledgement that our design was controlling peak flow rates and volumes up to the 100-year storm. And that was intentional because we are aware of the flooding concerns in the Echo Lane neighborhood. And so that was an intentional design parameter. So we designed for the 100-year storm, and thank you, Commissioner McRae, for that summary. We are going above and beyond with that intent. Exactly.
Okay.
But wait a minute,
If
wait a
I
minute.
may just
Okay,
add to
Wait,
that.
Mr. Yeski, wait, everybody talk one at a time and Mr. Yeski goes first.
Okay, I understand the 100-year storm, but on May 10th, DPW is saying this is not endorsed. They don't accept it due to potential, to read it here, runoff will overload the existing downstream drainage. What happened between the 10th and today? If the 100-year storm was already in it, what changed from May 10th?
So I can comment a little bit on the timeline. So when we originally submitted our application back in February, when we came to the first meeting, we actually had just received the DPW comments the Friday before. We had then supplied revised materials to address the DPW comments, and we hadn't received any revised memo from DPW up until May 7th. We just received those comments, and then we very quickly turned around and had meetings and multiple conversations with the town engineer. We were able to turn around and produce revised plans by the 9th. We got those submitted, and then we were able to get the 10th, so on last Friday, the revised memo that said approved for subdivision. I know there may have been some confusion. I'm not sure specifically which part of the memo that you're referring to, but I know Friday.
Well, look at the staff report, and it's dated May 10th. And when you go down through the issues, the very first issue is drainage design, dated to May 10th. And DPW says it's not endorsed, they're not endorsing, and that they anticipate additional runoff in the development of the subdivision, which will overload the existing downstream drainage facility. And I'm just trying to understand, that's what they said on the 10th. We were going back and asking what changed that it's approved now. And I didn't see any emails. I went through all my mail. I don't know, that maybe someone could point to me the other email. But I'm just trying to understand from our DPW what changed between the 10th and today.
So as far as our application materials, nothing had changed. I'm not sure if that comment in the staff report may have been in regard to perhaps one of the first DPW comment letters. I'm trying to pull that up quickly to verify, but in terms of our plans, we received the approval memo. I know 2 actually had come out on Friday, one in the morning that specifically said, see comments below, and they were in regards to the drainage easements. And then there was another letter sent out that afternoon that said, approved for subdivision, but still maintain the same comments in regard to the easements. I think the only difference in those memos is that the town engineer recognized that comments below might be interpreted as being outstanding, but really he was granting approval for subdivision via DPW. But I will look to see quickly if I can pull up what the original DPW memo was in regard to that specific comment.
Okay,
Mr. Sandolo, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and if I could add, I believe that earlier memo wasn't signed, whereas the one that says approved for subdivision is signed by Mr. Paredes.
yeah,
So
I
it may-
don't know how else to express this. I get that. What I don't understand is what actually changed. What did you propose that DPW changed its mind? And I thought we were gonna go
Nothing.
back to DPW, but this just sounds like a pretty severe statement, and then it's approved. It obviously generates a question, well, what's different in the plan from May 10th? I don't know what
Right.
else to say.
No, I understand. Between those two memos, nothing changed on our end.
Well, then again, maybe we need to go back to DPW. I think we were gonna try to do that yesterday. I went through all my emails. Did anybody else see an email?
No, Mr. Yeski, we did not get a clarification on what changed on the plans to change the comment from DPW. I will just note that the two comments that came out last Friday, the intent of both of them was to say that they had no issues with the commission acting on the subdivision from a drainage standpoint. But I understand your point about the comment list being altered and what prompted that. But which I don't have an answer for you. I thought perhaps the applicant may have done something that they could point to, but perhaps they don't know either.
The between the 7th, I believe, and the 10th, the main outstanding issues from DPW is that they wanted to see draft easements, need draft easement map as well as language for the driveway and drainage that goes across the two lots. So we did provide that in that time window. And that, from what I understand, that's what got us the approved for subdivision memo from DPW.
But an easement wouldn't change the drainage comment. Easement is a legal document. I'm just trying to understand what happened on the, because drainage is a big issue here, and initially it
Right.
was, this is not acceptable, and then it became acceptable. Would love to know what was changed, or maybe it's a misunderstanding, I don't know.
Mr. Yeski, I actually just went back to the original comment letter we received dated March 1st and tried to find that specific phrase that's called out in the staff report. And I wasn't able to find that called out in that staff report, or sorry, in the DPW comment letter. And I also looked up the memo via the presentation right here that we received email from staff, again, for that specific phrase called out, and wasn't able to find it. So I'm not sure if that phrase may have somehow made it into the staff report, but I do not believe that it, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure we addressed it with the town engineer. But I also share the curiosity of how it ended up in the staff report.
I believe that
Okay, well,
some
we're
of the
all curious.
confusion is coming from the very first comment on the March 1st memo that makes the statement that there's a known flooding concern of the west branch of the Brothers Brook, and that it notes that we are designing for the 100-year storm, and future iterations of the project should continue to do so. And we have.
Well, I don't know, something doesn't feel right. I get the 100-year storm, I get this comment. Basic question is what, if the 100-year storm was proposed all the way back in February or March, why are they writing this comment in May? So I don't know what to do about that. Chair lady, do you have any suggestions?
No, I'm gonna go back and look through the documentation once again, but I'm All we know right now is that we have the sign off.
Yeah, and just curious why they've, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's just a
glitch.
misunderstanding.
Okay, so then Mr. Lowe, you would be next.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I could interrupt, because I did find an email now from staff. This was on the 10th. Mr. Paredes notes that he removed a few comments that were resolved with the information in the drainage design, and it meets or exceeds the standards of the drainage manual for peak flow attenuation as it was requested to design up to and including the 100-year storm, because the flood prone downstream areas versus the minimum requirement of a 25-year. The pipe bend can be discussed with highway and it will not change the hydrology of the area. So I'm going to put it in the record if it wasn't already again, but that came in, looks like in the afternoon. Sorry, after work, 5:30 on that date. So,
Well, obviously we have approval now. I was just curious, and someday maybe I'll find out. Thank you.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe Patrick has clarified this, but this wasn't an issue of something happening between the 7th and the 10th. It was something that's going on the 10th. And now, if I understand this correctly, we had a concern expressed on the 10th, sometime before the end of the day. And then Mr. Paredes seemingly has cleared up the issue that was expressed on that very same day, later in the day. Does that coincide with everyone else's thinking?
I think so. I think we have a change late in the day and that we didn't really understand that flow.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I think Mr. McRae had his hand up. Did you take it back up?
No, I put it down. I'm just looking at everything that Mr. Paredes signed the approved for subdivision memo at 3 o'clock on the 10th. So that's the last thing that we have.
Okay. All right, so we can move away from drainage and continue.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. So in terms of conservation area, I know there's a question again brought up though in regard to the idea of an open space parcel. This lot, there are the two lots combined, do not unfortunately have enough area to split off an open space parcel and still maintain enough zoning lot area to meet the regulations, hence the proposal of the conservation easement area. And as mentioned previously, there has been an update to the conservation easement language to run in perpetuity with the land, with both lots, as well as allowing Town of Greenwich to take any and all necessary action to assure proper compliance with the conservation easement. Additionally, we received conservation comments earlier today, I believe, and we had some correspondence back and forth with Ms. Evans from Conservation in regard to her comments. We are open to discussing iterations of the restoration plan, which had aimed to revegetate the area within the conservation easement area that currently it has development such as the cottage and the driveway. We believe that this area on site effectively will provide an area not only for screening between the two lots, but also to the neighbor to the south. And it'll also guarantee that an area on site will be preserved in perpetuity and hopefully doesn't it'll guarantee, sorry, that it will never be developed. And then along with the comments heard yesterday at the briefing, we're also the area of the stone wall that will have to be removed due to the position of the driveway will be repurposed as a demarcation feature around this conservation easement area. And then also, as mentioned previously, the stone wall actually previously, or it represented the lot line between 40 Ridgeview and the neighbor to the north, but that lot has now been, this portion has been split off and effectively represents lot lines that will no longer be there. So we figured it would be in the best interest to repurpose those stones in preserving the conservation area on this site.
Question?
Yes, Mr. Lowe.
You use the word repurposed. Are you talking about breaking down and dismantling the stone wall that has been there for decades? And is it 100 years? I don't know how long it's been there.
So the stone wall, if you see on the sketch on the screen, the red line extending, kind of going horizontally, is the area of the stone wall that will be affected by the new driveway and by the grading. So instead of just abandoning the stones altogether, the idea is to repurpose those stones into a demarcation around the conservation easement.
Okay, so you are dismantling it and rebuilding it in a different location. Is that correct?
Correct, but
No.
only a portion of it. So the front portion that's closer to the road, closer to Ridgeview Avenue, will be maintained. And is just specifically in regard to the development proposed with the subdivision here. That just that portion of the wall that's highlighted red.
This occasions questions about this second curb cut and new driveway, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end of that.
Correct, is what I said. But I said this reconfiguration and dismantling of this wall is caused by the creation of a new curb cut and new driveway. Is that correct?
Correct, due to the grading on the site required for the new driveway.
Okay, and I believe you alluded earlier in this brief presentation so far that you were going to get to the driveway later in this presentation. Is it appropriate now to explain the second curb cut and new driveway?
I believe so. I can look to see if we have a slide specifically that shows the driveway formations. I'm not sure because I know the one that's seen right now doesn't effectively or visually greatly see the proposed drive. So let me look quickly.
Ms. Arcee, while you're doing that, I think this actually repurposing the stones of the stone wall actually is a novel idea. We should be remembering this because the stone wall now is a demarcation of the property line. So now that's being dismantled and now is going to be the demarcation of a conservation zone. So 100 years from now, maybe the stones get repurposed as something else. But I think this is kind of a novel idea. We're maintaining the stones on the site. It's just doing something else because the particular property line which it demarcates is gone. So very kind of a novel idea. I think we should remember this for the next time we're taking a look at something similar to it.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. And Mr. Lowe, to answer your question, the next slide, we can explore driveways if you will bear with me.
Before we go on to the next slide, can we remain on the conservation
yep.
issue a moment, please? It looks to me like that's a good 1/3 of the length of the existing stone wall. And it also appears to me, and again, this isn't the clearest thing on my screen right now, at least a portion of that is because of the development circle in your front lot. Is that correct? About a third of.
I can answer that.
Yes, please.
So I'll say the left side of the red line, is that what you're referring to? Is that right?
Well, I'm just trying to visualize why it's necessary that such a long, I guess I had anticipated
okay.
that there would be a disturbance of some portion of a 100-year-old stone wall for purposes of
I
the
understand your
driveway
question
to the
now.
back lot. But that looks like a third of the depth of the lot. So I'm trying to understand why it has to be that extensive.
Thank you. I understand your question now. Thank you. So
Thank you.
the proposed driveway, which starts at the northern side or the top side of this sketch here and runs
Mhm.
up the access way.
Got it?
The stretch of driveway along the access way is, there's a slope associated with that, basically. So we are having to regrade some portion of the original Zero Ridge View, that triangular piece, to create an appropriate slope for the new driveway. And so the regrading basically occurs up to the end of that red line.
Okay. So, and there's no way to adjust the grading for purposes of maintaining more of the wall? Is that what I'm hearing?
We may be able to tighten it up a little bit, but essentially there's going to be some amount of regrading required to create the new driveway. Yes.
Okay. Unlike my fellow commissioner, I'm less comfortable with the idea of repurposing. The point is, it's been there for 100 years. It's a colonial stone wall that's been there, semi-colonial stone wall. I also have to say the sound of the conservation easement changes is very comforting, but I only got a copy of the document at noon today and I have not had a chance to review it. So again, it sounds like we're moving in the right direction, but getting a lot of materials like this on a night when we have 14 items on an agenda, it's a little bit difficult for me to give you meaningful comments on that.
Can appreciate that, and we feel the same. Honestly, we unfortunately this is a must close for us, and we would have liked to go over this stuff sooner, but we were unable to get onto an agenda, unfortunately.
I see. So all the comments that we made the last time you were before us, it is because of not being able to get to an agenda. I mean, the last time you were before us, we made all these comments about the stone wall, the number of curb cuts, the location of the open open area, of the open space, of the easement that you're proposing. We gave you that feedback the last time and you did not respond to any of it. And this is because you could not get on an agenda?
Well,
No,
we did make some
I'm
changes.
sorry, you were on the agenda in March. It's May.
Right.
Yeah,
Sure.
and we
So
gave you that feedback. The record, I mean, you can listen to the recording. We have it, as you know, in the staff report that we raised all these issues with you. That we had wanted you to look at 2 curb cuts, that we had to eliminate the second curb cut. In I think the first set of conservation comments about the location of the open space was in, hold on a second, I made a note here, was in January?
February 28th.
February 28th.
February 28th. They commented on the location of the open space. So these questions have come up. So it's that you couldn't get on an agenda. It would have been good if you had looked at them since March.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes, of course.
we do have some more items to discuss in our presentation,
Okay,
and we're hoping
great.
to satisfy a lot of the comments. We understand that there's been quite a amount of time in between the meetings, and I know we were trying to work with all the
Got it.
interdepartmental while addressing commission neighbor concerns.
Oh, so you did reach out to the neighbors, because that wasn't clear. Did you
We-
reach out
yes.
to the neighbors?
I know we had, so specifically SC Miners, a firm has not received specific
Oh, no, but that
any-
wasn't what I was asking you, if you'd received anything. At the last time we met with you in March, we had asked you to reach out to the neighbors. Were you able to do that?
Well, I think majority of the neighbors' concerns were regarding flooding. So we
I see.
addressed
So
the
that's
flooding
why you
concern
did the
with
100. Mhm.
right.
And we had just received an updated comment letter from DPW if they had a positive reaction to the updated materials just on 5/7. But if there weren't any other comments for conservation, the next slide, I think.
Well, I have a comment here. I'm not sure I heard an answer to the question. It sounds as though you said you did not reach out to the neighbors. And the reason, the rationale for not doing so is because you're assuming that you took care of all of their issues with this 100-year storm drainage issue. And is that correct? So
More or
Somewhat,
less,
I know
yes.
we had heard of their flooding concerns at the last meeting, had prepared revised materials to address flooding concerns and had them provided them to DPW. And the time did not find it appropriate to reach out to neighbors and give them details until we had heard back from the town engineer to see if he had approved of those plans.
Okay, I would also hope that because of the consistent, strong concern on the part of our conservation department about this proposed development, you know, dealing with a large wooded and steep site and how this all fits in, maybe you're about to address it. So I'll let you go ahead. Thank you.
And may I make a quick comment? Just because I take a different perspective here. This is my first time through this, which may be evident. And perhaps my last, but from my
We're
vantage,
not that bad, Mr. Staffieri.
no, I'm enjoying this, and in all seriousness, it's very impressive and interesting to see you guys see what's kind of behind the scenes in the town, and I mean that. But with respect to the scheduling, all I know is that from my vantage point, there's been a flurry of back and forth, at least between me and SE Minor, and then tangentially between SE Minor and what I understood to be, you know, various departments and input. So it's surprising to me to hear that there's perhaps thinking that there was a lull or a period of time where there wasn't any action taken. If I look at my calendar and my invoices, unfortunately, it's been quite active. So for what it's worth, I believe that we were being as responsive as we could be, or at least I intended to. So if that didn't make it through, then apologies.
Okay, meanwhile, thank you. I'm glad that they've kept you engaged and been corresponding with you. Ms. Jones, you had your hand up and you put it down because you probably got tired of holding it up there.
No, thank you. I just wanted to, while we're on this slide, clarify that red section is the only section of that stone wall that you are proposing to remove. Am I correct in reading it that way? Okay.
Exactly.
So is there anything sort of in the future that protects? I mean, if, for example, these are two separate lots and part of the stone wall is in the front lot, there's nothing to protect this old wall from being removed by whoever might purchase that property and develop it in the future, is there?
We are not proposing anything in our materials specifically in regard to preserving the rest of the stone wall. The hope is that whoever the future homeowner is of that front lot understands what removing the rest of it would do in terms of conservation value. But that would be up to the future owner of lot 1.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So where we were was you were getting questions about, so there are 2 driveway cuts, the 2 curb cuts. You are you're impacting the stone wall and you're going to repurpose the stone wall. You are keeping the easements, the conservation easements, where they serve a privacy, where they help for privacy. If you want to go ahead now, because
thank you. Yeah, so when we were looking at the potential subdivision or the subdivision of these lots, the southern portion of the site, where the curb cut for lot 1 is located, we explored having a shared curb cut per the comments from the commission, so that way the rear lot would access the same curb cut via the south. Unfortunately, the topography on the site did not allow for a driveway to be located in that portion that would access the rear lot. But the presentation that you see, or the slide that you see before you, just goes through a couple points that, or changes that we made from the first time we were here to listen to, and that we listened to comments from the commission, which asked for the shared curb cut, which we found to be not feasible in that bottom portion of the site. And then it also relocated the driveway for the rear lot entirely within the access way. So that way it would provide for less easements necessary. I know when we were originally looking at the site plan feasibility of this lot, that was the first thought. First look was, how can we locate the driveway within the access way? Our first thought isn't, let's see how many easements we can get on these lots. But we originally had decided against locating the driveway within that northern portion of the site due to the amount of grading that would be necessary, especially within close proximity of the stone walls. So that's why the original plan had come in with the sort of curvature that it did, which also was able to utilize the existing curb cut on site. So the slide before you just kind of goes through a few points to compare the two different plans that we had based off the original submission, and then compared to the revised submission utilizing the comments and concerns that were raised. So the first plan was able to, as I said, utilize the curb cut. It allowed for more favorable driveway slope for access to the rear lot. It also allowed for additional permeable pavement to be located on the driveway for the rear lot. And then it, as stated, it required less grading within that sort of triangular area up top. Compared to the plan, the revised plan that we brought, and I would like to state that both of these plans meet regulations and that both of them meet regulations. But the second kind of cut at it that we have here, which is currently proposed, was able to relocate the driveway entirely within that access way, requiring less easements to be prepared between the two lots. It also removed the driveway from being in front of that lot one, which I know would be a concern in regard to safety, but it also provides a little bit more value, I believe, for the front lot to not have a driveway right in front of your house that is for the lot behind you. But as stated, this cut of it does require more grading due to the topography, and this also provides for a safer egress from the property, which we had considered, but it was echoed by Mr. Staffieri when he mentioned that his current curb cut, where it is located, is at, it's not directly perpendicular to the Ridgebrook, which is the corner street right across from his lot. So unfortunately, it creates some safety concern when they're pulling out of their existing curb cut as to whether or not those traveling on Ridgeview are turning onto Ridgebrook or vice versa. So allowing for that curb cut to be further north actually provides for a safer turning for both the resident of the rear lot on this property, but also those traveling on the street that might see somebody coming out of this drive.
Something to also note is that this relocated curb cut allows for us to keep a larger portion of the existing stone wall along Ridgeview Avenue, whereas utilizing the existing curb cut and turning north and then east would have required to remove more portions of the existing stone wall.
All right. Mr. Lowe, did you have a comment you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was listening carefully and I'm watching the dancing cursor and trying to makes sense, relate the text and the narrative to these two sketches. And I don't know who's controlling the cursor, if you could bring it over to the original locus to the left there. And would you put the cursor right at where the original location of the curb cut is? Right there, right? And so is this where it is now?
Correct. That's how Mr. Staffieri accesses his property through the back. So the driveway kind of curves to the south.
So it would appear, I don't know what the actual distance is because I don't see the scale. I can't read it. The way you got it shown here, it doesn't look like it's much of a distance over to that portion of this, what is essentially to me a flag lot, to get over to that driveway that runs along the top of this sketch here. I mean, that looks like it's less, just on the surface here, it looks like it's less, it's taking up less space and hard top than creating a new curb cut. And notwithstanding all the reasons on the right side of the screen for the rationale or what you view as favorable for that, but is there some appreciable change in slope in that short area, moving south to north on your screen to, yeah, right there. So from where the entry is, the driveway, put the cursor down there to now go up to the top where you just were. Is there some appreciable or dramatic slope change there in the topography?
I can comment on that because I have been driving it for 13 years. The answer is no. A benefit of running that distance would be it's an extra switchback to get up a little bit more elevation, so it helps with the rest of the grade. But whether we're the new curb cut to the north does tend to be a superior position. We've been thinking that for 13 years before we own this property. So if there's some way to, even if we did a shared driveway, if that started to the north, that would be ideal. We're open-minded and happy to work with other permutations, but that is a better location to the north. And that's part of the thought that went into this.
So, and Mr. Lowe too, I guess to continue on what Mr. Staffieri is saying, and I guess Rob chime in terms of site plan, but there are regulations in terms of how steep the driveway can be, especially the closer you get to the road or the closer you get to the curb cut. So in order to maintain the proper slope, the original plan allowed basically the feathering out of the topography to curve into that existing curb cut. But when we locate it on the new plan, just straight down the access way, there isn't as much room to, the slope doesn't allow for that much feathering. So then the grading has to be drawn out further, creating that more disturbance area, or sorry, more
excuse
grading.
me, I'm not, I'm maybe a little thick on this, but I think the owner just said, when I asked about the appreciable change in elevation or grade on the depiction on the left, I thought he said there was not much of an appreciable increase. Is that correct?
If I may, I think I can clarify
Yeah,
things.
thank you, Rob.
So from the existing curb cut in the original site plan, we were utilizing the existing curb cut right in the middle of the existing lot. The proposed driveway to the rear lot turned north, which is up on the page, before turning east along the accessway. The stretch from the existing curb cut to the accessway is approximately 100 feet. In that stretch, we were able to make up approximately 5 to 6 feet of grade, which then allowed for a less steep driveway running west to east along the access way. Now that we're losing that switchback, we're still able to get a driveway that meets standards fully in the access way, but there are portions of it that are steeper than they would have been if we kept the switchback leading to the existing curb cut. So the existing grade along that switchback is running north-south is there's not much grade change, but we would have been creating a 5 to 6 foot grade change to create a desirable driveway slope, a safe driveway slope. And we still have that with the revised driveway. It's just a bit steeper in some parts, and that's why we have some more grading that's leading to a bit more removal of the stone wall.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins.
I may be misreading this. The proposed house at the front, that looks like it has a driveway area at the front of that. Is there any reason why the driveway can't simply Y off the beginning of the existing curb cut to go to that property and then continue on to get to the back property?
I think that is exactly what Mr. Staffieri was alluding to, is that it is possible or potentially feasible to use the northernmost curb cut from the new access way and Y off of that, as you said, and go directly to that front parking court of lot 1. That we can look at that, and may be feasible.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to, this is so small. The existing curb cut is the one that's in the middle of the property line?
Correct.
Okay, because you've got the house right there, short driveway, short.
Can you put your cursor on it so we're all clear about what
yeah,
you're talking
down.
about?
And I'm sorry, the other, I'm looking at the one on the left. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I mean, if that's the driveway, it seems to me getting from that curb cut to a
I see.
driveway area for the front house, what is it, 20 feet? And then continue with the existing driveway back where it
Right.
exists. I'm troubled by it because I can't picture why.
The
why
issue
that-
with going to the proposed front parking court of lot 1 from the middle curb cut is elevation change. So it's not enough distance to have a gentle enough slope from Ridgeview Avenue to that parking court.
Okay, understood. That's a very useful piece of information. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, shall we proceed?
Okay. And then lastly, I know there was a question in regard to the FAR, which I believe the calculations were prepared in the application materials. But just to hopefully ease any additional concern, the FAR of the rear lot after subdivision, if looking at the finished area on the property, will result in a 0.114 FAR.
And did you provide staff with all these calculations? Because the comment yesterday was that the data wasn't submitted.
So we submitted the FAR number,
I
and
see, and not the calculations okay, I see, so
Yeah.
you just didn't submit everything that was required,
Uh,
okay.
uh, Madam Chair, just for the record, so this application represents a building that would be within 10% of the max. For those, we do need a detailed
Right.
inventory of the building, because that's what the compliance is based on. So it almost, that space needs to be done. I don't think the tax card, while it is a useful reference, is gonna get to the finished number because, again, we're within 0.02% of the max here.
Okay. All right, okay, so we would have needed those calculations. Okay, so what's next, Ms. Orsi?
that was the end of the presentation.
Good.
Here.
Let's go to public comment then. We have some people from the public who wish to comment. Could you take down your slideshow, please? Thank you. Okey doke. So we've had these people all put their hands up early on, so I felt like we should get to them and then we'll talk. Okay, Mr. Bustler, you would be first. Go ahead. Try to keep your comments short, folks. Followed by Mr. Gibbons. And then Tom Michaud. And then somebody, Gordon, and you'll need to identify yourself when you come in. Mr. Bustler, you will need to unmute. Yep. There you go.
I'm with you. All right. Thank you. I made it. I've been here for 2 hours and I'm waiting.
Hey, come on. We're going to be here for another 5
I
and they will
know.
pay
I
us.
say
Go
that
ahead.
because I very much appreciate your service to this. I'm sorry my friend Peter Levy had to drop off, but thank you all for doing this. I want to give I want to start with the 4 most important words I've witnessed in 2 hours. And I want to say thank you, Dennis Yeski. Mr. Yeski seems to be the only person who truly gets it.
Don't tell him that.
There is no disrespect to the others, but Dennis has sort of got his eye on the ball here. A lot, these projects there's a lot of nibbling on the edges. There's a lot of concern about the moving of rocks. I mean, goodness gracious. The effect that this subdivision and a new build right on the curb on Ridgeview will have is the same effect it will have to the neighborhood that permitting a large project up at the top at the intersection of Parsonage and Ridgeview, that allowing a pool house to be overbuilt and the adjoining property to this one, it all has the same effect. You might as well take those rocks out of the wall, walk them 100 yards downhill to the Ridgeview Bridge and just drop them right there to create a bigger bottleneck, because that's what this project does. It's very interesting to me to hear how much dancing around the issues of what has been done with the stormwater drainage report. Has that been reviewed by DPW? Oh, SE Minor would love to have you say yes. Oh, it has. But no, it has not. It has not been signed off. Stormwater drainage report. These things get fabricated at this stage of the game. They get never reviewed. The property development gets done. No one comes back to the stormwater drainage. Why is this important? Because we're about to rebuild the North Street Bridge on account of increased drainage coming downhill. When this neighborhood was flooded from Hurricane Ida, it was because of water coming down Ridgeview. And the grade on this property, if anyone goes out and takes a look at it, is severe. This is steeper than the grade of Ridgeview itself. It is coming right down there to create flooding, which is what damaged many homes on Ridgebrook and Echo Lane, which are just 200 yards away and 50 feet beneath Mr. Staffieri's house. I don't have any problem with the neighbor improving the value of their property or with development. What I have a problem with is the DPW and the town completely neglecting surface water infrastructure. If this project is to be thoughtfully considered, it should be considered in conjunction with improvements. Lots of reports in the file I read about approval for sewer hookup. Nothing about improvements to surface water drainage to move the water that comes down the Staffieri's Hills across now 2 homes with more road and more impervious areas into the road. Nothing additional is going to carry that water beyond the North Street Bridge, which is going to be rebuilt within the next year, and stymie this whole neighborhood. So my request to you is do not be bamboozled, commissioners. The neighbors have not been spoken to by our neighbor, Mr. Staffieri. We have not been contacted by SE Minor. They have not submitted a surface water drainage plan. It has not been reviewed by DPW. It certainly has not been approved. And don't be hoodwinked by suggestions that stones from an historic wall are going to be repurposed into an outdoor barbecue. Don't be bamboozled by this one. Be thoughtful about the drainage concerns of a neighborhood which has been flooded, which will be continue to be flooded, and needs additional attention before the North Street Bridge project goes forward to rebuilding and condemning this neighborhood to becoming a wetland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bustler. Mr. Gibbons is next, and then Tom Michaud.
Appropriate
Thank
for
you,
me
Mr.
to
Bustler.
comment at this point, or shall I wait until the end?
You should wait till the end.
Okay.
Hi, Jay Gibbons.
Hi.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Appreciate your time you've done with this. I'll echo Tim in that we were never contacted by SE Minor. In fact, after our last meeting, and in fact, I learned about this meeting just by happenstance. So that was kind of disappointing that a lot of us made a number of comments and we were not we were not approached. I think what you're hearing here is that the topography of this property is pretty severe, and so there's a lot of machinations that has to happen to make it work. The driveway has to sort of go a certain way, and who knows about the flooding. I am concerned about grading. As I expressed to you last time, the grading was increased on the house to the north of me on 52 Ridgeview. The grading looks like it's going to have to increase here. So where we used to be sort of a high point, we're not going to be, a bathtub between two higher properties. That concerns me. I just think, there is an old 100-year-old woods here that, now there's not going to be any privacy buffer between us and this driveway. I just think there's a lot to be concerned about. And certainly Tim Bustler raised a lot of questions about drainage down below. You would think the town would have to improve it before approving this property. I think that's it. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibbons. And I'll free you to be normal again. Okay. Mr. Michaud, if you would unmute. And then the last person is Gordon. When you come in, you'll have to tell us your name. Hello, Mr. Michaud. I hope you're not driving.
I'm not driving, Margarita. Thank you for having me join you. I am out of town, and I appreciate the chance to participate virtually. And my comments are on my behalf as well as my wife, Emily, who is driving. And we've lived downhill from this property for 19 years. We live at 45 Ridgeview Avenue. I want to be succinct with my comments because I know you've been on this for a while, but water and drainage is the key issue. I worked closely with my neighbors, with the town, when we installed curbing on Ridgeview Avenue, as well as extending the sewers. I can tell you water management was an enormous issue before any of us even heard about this application. And that's why we're so focused on it. And we are extraordinarily nervous being the downhill neighbor. I can tell you, we 100% oppose this new design on the driveway. This driveway will become a water chute going directly from this property right at our living room. And also the cars coming down this hill, the headlights, we could not build a barrier tall enough to stop the headlights from coming into our bedrooms and directly into our house with this new driveway design. And we 100% oppose that driveway design. Our preference is that's the wrong place for a house. It's going to pressure more on the water. This headlight and this redesign of the driveway was not, that should have produced a knock on our door from SE Minor or our neighbor to talk to us about it. But I can tell you there was a little dancing around whether or not they talked to us. The only notifications we've gotten have been from the town itself. And also they have been very, very professional in how they respond when we email. So we appreciate that, but we've gotten zero from this neighbor. I'll leave it there, but thank you very much for the opportunity to join the meeting and to speak.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Michaud,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Michaud, I have a question. You're at 45 Ridgeview?
We're down, we're where the driveway is going to be coming right into those headlights be coming right into our house, correct? The new one, the new cut.
Right. Okay. So you're the house behind the stone wall and all the evergreens. 45.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I'll tell you, we all have active water management plans in our houses. We are constantly working to manage water. And like I said, before this was even contemplated, we were on red alert managing I saw you during that hurricane that Tim mentioned earlier.
Mhm.
There were cars trapped and emergency vehicles coming to rescue people in front of my house. So I can tell you that can happen.
We know. Thank you very much.
May I
Thank you.
say a few things now, unless there are no other public
No,
comments?
No, sir, we had one other speaker. I don't know what
Oh, I'm
happened.
sorry. I'm sorry.
And then you may, Mr. Stafiri. Gordon, there you go. Okay, I tried to promote you. Let's do that again. Thank you again, Mr. Michaud.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, in comes Gordon. I don't know, he came in and fell out, but we're good now. All right, you're all set. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
If
hi,
you
my
would
name is
kindly, Gordon, and spell your last name for the court reporter. Hi,
Williams, Williams.
I think you can handle that. All
Yeah,
right,
all right,
thank you,
great.
sir.
I apologize, y'all. I'm out of town, but this is an important issue for me. I echo the words of the three previous speakers. I've lived in Greenwich for over 20 years. It's always been a community, and I've raised my 3 children here. And if you'll notice, my home is directly across from where the existing driveway comes down. And I can tell you that having lived here for 20 years, I see the water shoot down there. I'm the one who initiated putting in the curbs on I and the others, but putting the curbs in on Ridge View, because that water, we attempted to control the water to then take a right on Ridge Brook and go into the storm drain 50 yards to the right of my driveway. I will tell you, since the last 2 projects have been approved, there is a noticeable difference in the moisture of my yard. If you look at our property, we have 2 very large hemlock trees to the left of our driveway that now have standing water. I've lived there for 20 plus years, and I've never had standing water in the Pachysandra. And you can send anyone out to my property and you will see where that standing water has burned out the Pachysandra. And I echo the previous 3 speakers' words. I was thought this was always a community. Never once has the proposer of this project knocked on my door, and you can throw a rock underhand from the end of his driveway to my garage. It's extremely disappointing. And to say the least, I think they have gone above and beyond. I don't want to necessarily use the word deceive, but certainly not inform the community of their plans. And I echo also with that little pool house that's being built up the road. If you drive down Ridgeview any day of the week, there's 5 construction trucks there, and that's a tiny project compared to what's proposed. And if you do the bridge work coupled with 30 contractors on Ridgeview, good luck rerouting traffic.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. All right. Then, Mr. Staffieri, you are on if you would.
Before Mr. Staffieri, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the Department of Public Works Engineering Division approved the drainage plan.
Yeah.
On 5/10 at 2:50 p.m. It's signed. It's actually part of our application things.
So the problem is, Nick, that there was one that wasn't signed.
But we have
and
one that is, and
we
that's
have
the
one
bottom
that
line.
is, but the problem is that I think a lot of people only saw the one that wasn't. Okay, so that's where there's been confusion.
Okay. And I think the
remember-
confusion is
yeah.
reading the detail of it, that all of them had said that the drainage reports were acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was actually, while going through all the other presentation, I went through all the materials that we had received.
Mm-hmm.
The comments about the drainage being, unacceptable, I could not find whatsoever. Going
Mhm.
back to all the files that I've kept. I'm not too
Okay,
sure
and
where
were
it
you
came
able
from.
to look at that email that Patrick offered to send in which those comments are? Because that's what he said at the end of that discussion that I haven't opened my computer, but Patrick said he was sending us an email in which those comments appear, because people were saying the same thing you're saying. All right.
Nothing in my
Okay.
email.
All right. So then, Mr. Are you done, Mr. McRae? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
Okie dokie. Now, Mr. Staffieri, you keep trying to talk and people step on you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Well, thank you all. And first and foremost, my sincere apologies to my neighbors. This is very surprising to us. We thought that for 13 years, we had been very good neighbors in many ways, including substantially improving our house and property. We've put a lot of money and time into it. That includes a brand new driveway and drainage system several years ago. So for neighbors to think that we are anything but good neighbors, it's disappointing to me personally, and very surprising. So no excuses there other than to say apologies for being not what we thought we were. With respect to outreach, again, I'm guilty of thinking that I was just following standard protocol here and going through the motions with SE Minor and the town, and that this was the public forum. And shame on me for making that assumption and for not being more proactive in knocking on neighbors' doors and in some public outreach. So I know I can't make up for that, but hopefully we can have a productive conversation now and at least retrace some of those steps. As it relates to the central issue, and I agree with Mr. Bustler, no disrespect to concerns about the stone wall and other, but it does seem like those are relatively peripheral, and that the flooding and drainage issue is by far the most significant concern here by neighbors. And it was very difficult to see what happened to all the neighbors a few years ago. I was fortunate, perhaps because I'm at the top of the hill, not to suffer directly from any of the flooding, at least not in the significant way that you all did. I have plenty of friends in that neighborhood. We have plenty of friends in that neighborhood. And it was horrible to see you all displaced from your homes and dumpsters in the yards for what seemed to be up to a year in some cases. That's horrible. And I understand that there's been at least some degree of engagement by the town to correct what I believe is old drainage systems that aren't sufficient. But of course, surrounding terrain is a contributing factor to all of that. And I'm very well aware of that. As it relates to our project, I'm not an engineer. I'm a wannabe engineer for what it's worth. My understanding is that at the moment, and historically, the standard for drainage has been to engineer to support a 25-year storm. And that recently, including for 52 Ridgeview perhaps, but definitely for us, that standard that's been imposed is to provide engineering sufficient to withstand a 100-year storm. So as it has been explained to me many times, and I've asked the question many times, whatever we do here would be an improvement on drainage from what we currently have in place. Now, I do want to reference, because this caught me a little bit off guard, one of the other comments that Mr. Bustler made, which is that DPW, and please correct me if I'm misstating, I don't want to misstate anyone, DPW did not really ever review the report. That would be surprising to me, and I would put it to the committee, should I assume in all of this that DPW has reviewed the report in depth before signing off on it? Because if the answer to that is yes, then I feel that what we are proposing is in fact an improvement on drainage. If there's doubt that DPW has actually reviewed the report, I would be very surprised, but that comment, I'd be remiss to not have had my antenna go up on that. So I'm under the assumption that all the committees, including DPW, have performed their duties and reviewed the report in depth. And that, again, just to beat a dead horse, that what we are proposing here, bringing everything up to the standard of a 100-year storm, is an improvement to the concerns that all of my neighbors have. That's all I've got.
Okay. Anybody got anything else? All right. Uh, okay, and we had raised some other concerns and, SE Minor has at the previous meeting and also yesterday at the briefing, and SE Minor has responded to those concerns we've raised. I'm sorry, Mr. Buzzler, we only let the public speak once. If you have Patrick's email, you can send him a comment. My apologies. Okay, so does the commission have any other comment on this application? No, all right. And again, just to recap, we had asked that you consider eliminating the driveway, the second driveway cut, relocating the easement. There's also this question of the planting plan and the comments from conservation and also the fact that there was some confusion about the flooding and the drainage, and you have responded to those and you wish to close now? And close it as a final?
Can I make one comment?
Yes, sir.
And we also asked them, I'm going to harken back to this, to reach out to the neighbors. And I feel as though, I mean, I'm not sure the applicant addressed this, but it seems like some of the neighbors who spoke tonight, the neighbors that spoke tonight, felt very strongly that no one from SE Minor, no one from representing the applicant had reached out to them. And that was something that was left open the last time we discussed this. I think there are a lot of open issues here still. So that's all I was going to say right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. So anything else, Mr. Yeski?
Patrick, are you there?
Yes, he's there.
Patrick, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
When DPW approves a drainage plan based on the drainage manual, how far off the property do they look?
They look down, so it's always downstream neighbors. They essentially break a property up into areas of concern. So there's micro typography in an area. And so they are making sure that you are not only are you not transmitting water to downstream wholesale, but in certain vicinities and those micro typographies, you can't take your water on your site and move it from one to another. So, let's say you had a hill in the middle, you can't move the water that's running to the south to the hill on the north and running to the north.
No, I understand that, but in this case, they've also done this using a 100-year storm, right?
Right.
And so they're going downstream to look at the drainage.
Yes.
Right? And I'm still mystified how within minutes we have one comment. And Nick, I don't know whether you were referring to it, but in the staff report, item 1, there's a pretty serious comment. And then apparently later in the day, an email that I didn't see says it's okay. That's a bit mysterious. Particularly given a 100-year storm, and they've already known about that. So you're telling me that they've approved a 100-year storm downstream, and it's okay in terms of the neighbors and maybe some public infrastructure also, bridge, that sort of thing. Is that my interpretation of that okay?
Well, I can't speak to the infrastructure part because I don't know. They generally will be looking at their current stormwater, if they have a storm system in the road, and if the capacity for this, whatever additional increase is being added, if there is adequate capacity. I don't want to say that they've looked at this in relationship to the bridge, although it is highly likely because the bridge is slated for repair, that it's, or I should say replacement, that they're aware of the downstream neighbors more so than they would be in another vicinity in town, because there's an immediate, project going on in the vicinity. I'll just add to this, Dennis, and I don't know if you're going this way, so apologies if it's not your point. The proposal is for the drainage of the additional house on the lot, on the second lot that they're proposing. It is a hypothetical. and it is based on the square footages of impervious being added and the site work proposed as hypothetical. There will be another review when real plans come in for construction. So this is just at this level of impervious, it can work. The execution and the next review will be the more complete picture about what can and cannot happen, because there may be limits as to how much surface area can be added to the site, etc.
And the second house, if built, that's the one in the front, right? Closer to the
Correct.
street? Yeah.
Right. The existing house is a known commodity. If that house changes, there will be subsequent reviews to that, but it is as is right now and taken into account as an existing condition.
Got it. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might just add one
Yes,
final,
of course.
final
Your
comment.
closing statement,
My
of course.
We appreciate the commission's time on this and echo that we wish there was more time in regard to this application to fully vet out all of the comments raised. In terms of conservation, we had correspondence with Beth today, and we are proposing the demarcation feature, as well as Mr. Staffieri has said that he is comfortable with adding additional plants to the restoration plan to fully develop, to fully plant out that area. Additionally, as heard, even the revised plan shows 2 curb cuts, but Mr. Staffieri actually mentioned the exploring the feasibility of having a shared curb cut via the northern portion of the site. So that is something that would be explored. And then as the horse has gone through a lot this time, DPW has been hopefully satisfied, and as they were designed through the 100-year to really try to curb any sort of concern in terms of drainage for this proposed development. But as Mr. Lowe just mentioned, this is hypothetical development for that front lot. Hopefully we have shown that the subdivision plan on this site is possible via the regulations. And hopefully when the front lot is developed, they will of course need to meet all regulations from all departments.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everybody. So does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Again, this is a must close and must decide, so. Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Alrighty, okay, we'll move on to the next thing. Thanks for all the time. The next application is also SE Minor.
I am not aware. I'm sorry. I got to get back to
Well,
my.
let me get Mr. Barkai and he can tell us who his people are.
I believe you're correct, Madam Chair. I believe this is SE Minor again.
All right, okay.
Different representative, however. No, same.
Yes, it's SE Minor. Good evening.
Okay, but where is he? Okay, so there's Abby and so
Yeah,
Ms.
can you hear me?
Orsi, you're back. I can hear you, but Mr. Barkai, yes, okay. You didn't have your camera on, so I couldn't tell it was you. All right,
Oh,
got it.
okay.
No worries. All right. All right, so do you have anybody else with you, Ms. Orsi? Okay, so it's you. Go right ahead.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. Rachel Orsi from SE Minor. I listening to the briefing yesterday. Understand that there weren't any additional comments or concern raised, although I do know an email went out from Marisa saying that Planning and Zoning had performed a site inspection and that Mr. Barkai was in compliance and no site development had been occurring. And actually the areas on site that had been previously disturbed are seeding and grass is growing. And I think At this point, if the commission has any other questions or comments, we are asking for approval for the site plan special permit application.
Hold on, I'm catching up. Does anybody have any questions or comments while I catch up?
But should we ask the applicant to address the alleged increase in the impervious surfaces and
Go
the
ahead,
potential, pardon?
go ahead.
Yeah.
Ask away.
Yeah, the potential for changing the existing drainage patterns. Along with that is the site disturbance and removal of the conservation refers to as vegetative cover, pushing runoff onto neighboring properties. If the applicant could address that, that would be great.
Sure, I know there was a couple questions in there, but so hopefully I addressed them, but the proposed development will meet the regulations as proposed or as they are held. And I know there was some question about impervious area. Would you mind just repeating that for me?
There appears to be an increase in the impervious, which will result in stormwater runoff and potentially change the existing drainage patterns. We have some, I believe this is the application. I'm not looking at it, that had the photographs. Didn't we, somebody jump in? Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the conditions that we would make on this were a couple of things. Marisa went out there, or staff went out there today, and apparently the work on site has been removed, has been stopped, I mean, but it was still suggested by staff that the S&E needs to go into place thoroughly in the beginning. There was also a question about a deep permit for the amount of disturbance. Did we get that answered?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe well, definitely over 5 acres would require a deep permit. I believe that the 1 acre
Oh,
threshold
that's
is the register.
changed. That's changed. Did you read the most recent set of guidelines? That may be what it is.
Yes, but I don't believe they need a permit. I believe they need there's a standard, then that's what the registration's about.
Why
this
don't
is a
we just
48
say that they meet the most, I think the condition would be
Right.
applicant must meet the most recent set of the soil and erosion control guidelines, which was issued, when did I send you that? 2024, January 2024, something like that?
It was
I think it's
turn of the year,
2024.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so because I think that the sizes of the properties changed. So that and so Mr. Lowe was raising the concern, you apparently do have silt fencing up now, but that this be completely in place and be inspected. I think Mr. McRae is good at noting those things, that this be completely in place before any start of work again, and that it be inspected by staff. And then there was a question that Ms. Jenkins raised yesterday about the arborvitae and the planting plan.
Yeah, I believe the proposal is to have 3 maple trees and 72 evergreens, 45 of which are arborvitae. I'm not the landscape expert that Peter Levy is, but I do know from his comments that arborvitae, there are better evergreens that are more resistant. Arborvitae tend to fail at a greater rate than other equivalent evergreen screening. In addition, by the way, you're going to have every happy deer in the neighborhood helping you cut them back. So the desire would be, speaking on my own behalf and for Mr. Levy, that consideration of alternate more native types of screening evergreens be considered rather than arborvitae. 45 is a lot of a single tree with faults. So that was the reason for my comment on the landscaping. And Margarita, I think has decided to walk away from my comment. The other question I have is probably something more informational than anything.
Somebody rang the doorbell and I normally don't stop, but I had to.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
You're back. Now, I commented on the landscape. The other question was something which was in the conservation comments about a large amount of fill, but I had never seen any a number associated with that or intent with respect to the fill on the property. If I missed it, please feel free to point me in the right direction on that. It was something new that I saw there. And that comment actually was back in March, and I just noticed it in the most recent reading. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Regarding the amount of cut and fill, I think if we require the applicant to comply with the most recent guidelines from DEEP on S&E.
Okay.
I believe, based on my reading of them, that will address the concerns that have been raised. Patrick, what we're going to have to do, here's the snag. I mean, it's not in our regs, but I think, it's state trumps, right?
Well, I don't think the permitting has changed. I think the guidelines have changed. So
Correct.
Right.
What we're asking is that the applicant comply with the guidelines issued by the state, and I think we're fully enabled to do that.
Certainly. I mean, it is an erosion control
All right.
strategy, which we control.
So, and then what we're going to have to do, once, Ms. Orsi, you're going to have to look at those new guidelines, because I think you're not an engineer, correct? I'm sorry, somebody's talking in your background. I asked you if you were an engineer.
Personally, I'm not, but the engineers in our firm that prepared the site
Right.
plans would be familiar.
Okay, so you're going to have to make sure that they've read it and that there's compliance. And we would condition that because I believe that that's what all the concerns that have been raised. And then our point with the landscaping, Mary, would this work for you? What you're raising with the arborvitae is if you go to the purposes of our landscape regulations, the use of arborvitae doesn't meet the purposes of our regulation. And what I would just suggest is that the landscape plan be revised and reviewed by our staff. For sign it, which is what we normally do, because that can be done.
That would be fine.
Now, we can have them come back to do that, or we could, up to you. I'm looking at this. It's only a must open in the end of June. So they have time to come back with a revised landscape plan. And to look at
if there's no other issues, could we have staff do it?
Well, sure, Mr. McRae, if you'd like to approve this SE minor application.
But Nick, I think we also have the issue about the DEEP registration and the new requirements as well.
And that's the thing is we
So
don't
we're
know
gonna-
what was being raised by DPW, and I don't know.
If I may, I think we received a revised DPW comment letter.
That's
had
what I was
actually-
wondering.
it
Somebody said they
removed
had
that-
seen it.
Well, so
Yeah.
it was included, I believe, in an initial comment letter, but we had received a revised comment letter that had taken that comment out. So it was no longer being requested by Mr. Paredes. I'm not sure if it was to
Yeah.
understand that clarification between the amount of disturbance, but I know we have seen previously, or we've for the new regulations, if it's over an acre, I believe it might be just a registration to CT Deep, which is a pretty simple process compared to, for example, if it's over 5 acres of development, it's more of a permit. But in terms of this project for DPW, that comment in terms of in regard to DEEP has been removed on the most recent comment letter received.
So in that case, what we're left with is the landscape comments, and we do often condition that they meet with staff, they remove the arborvitae. And then what we would still add, Ms. Orsi, because this issue is very important in the state right now, is that you demonstrate compliance with the new DEEP guidelines that were issued in 2024 for S&E.
Understood.
All right. Do we have any other comments from the commission? No. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on the application at 26 Meadowcroft Lane? Members of the public, 26 Meadowcroft Lane. Seeing none. Mr. McRae seems to be inclined to close. Does anybody object to closing at this time? And I forgot to say that seated is the regulars, except that it's Jenkins for Levy. All right, okay. This application is hereby closed then.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now you're gone? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Okay. So moving right along. Our next application is oh, no, I'm not supposed to do that. I got to wait till he comes in. There he is. Okay, Mr. Hegney, I assume you can hear. Our next application is number 8, Hodge Rock LLC for a final site plan and special permit to renovate the dwelling with certain modifications at 17 Hemlock Drive. This is, again, Ms. Jenkins will be seated for Mr. Levy. Please proceed, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is commonly called Hemlock Castle on Hemlock Drive. It was built in 1902, large stone structure. In the mid-80s, the commission saw fit to put this in a historic overlay. At the time, large houses weren't as sought after as they are now. And the thought was, with an historic overlay, you could break it up into 3 condominiums, which I don't know if it was ever done, but the current owner has purchased it as a single family house and will use it as a single family house. After our pre-app discussion, we went back to the Historic District Commission. The alterations to the house were approved in July of 23 by HDC, and the commission wanted us to go ahead and review the landscape plan. We have a very detailed landscape plan that was submitted to them that they unanimously approved last week. 2 of the changes that we are making that were made as part of this application is there were 2 garages constructed in 1985, and those are proposed to be removed, and a tennis court that was added in 1998, and that also is going to be removed. Prior plan that you had seen included 2 areas for a sports court. Thanks, Pat. We can go to the next page. And that was going to be behind the house in the lawn area. The green is a meadow. This current plan that is on the screen now removes the sports court and leaves that area mostly graded about the way it is now, just some slight grading. Installing the sports court would have involved some significant grading and some additional retaining walls. That has now been eliminated from this plan. So there is not nearly as much grading as was proposed with those sports courts in place. It also allows for 1,200 square feet more of meadow area, which is that green area, and eliminates all that cutting. The 45-inch beech tree that was mentioned as part of the comments yesterday at the briefing is all the way over on the right. It has a large, it's above the light green area on the upper right-hand side, right there. And that really is a signature part, an important feature of the design of the landscape that the owner wants to enhance. And so we'll make every effort to ensure that that is protected. There are some 95 trees which are proposed to be added as part of this plan, and 184 shrubs. I know there was a question that came up with on the sedimentation erosion controls. You also had that in your last application. We do on sheet 3 or 4 from Mr. DeAndrea's plans include a detailed sedimentation erosion control plan. I did ask Mr. DeAndrea if that was going to abide by the new regulation that's been adopted. He says he believes it does, but he has reviewed it, but not in depth yet for that particular new regulation, state regulation. We are complying with all of the restrictions which were placed in 1986 and then amended in 1997. Bottom line is they're looking to restore the home, remove recent additions that have been made in the garages and tennis courts, and are including a very robust and detailed landscape plan to enhance what's there. Justin Quinn, our landscape architect, James Doyle Associates, is here if you have any particular questions on the landscape plan.
Okay, well, let's go through some of the staff comments before we get there. So, first of all, we had a problem in the last in a couple of applications ago where there was some information missing. So, staff comments that the limits of the parcels 2R, B, and D are not well defined on the survey, and that we may need to have these better defined. It's kind of done with people not responding to the requirements. Sorry to take it out on you, Mr. Hegney. Would you
that's quite all right, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. Would you be able to give us that? And
Yes.
Mr. LaRoe or Ms. Kolakowski, would this be something that could be given after action, or should we make sure that we understand all the parcels prior to action?
I think if it's the only issue, Madam Chair, it could be
Okay.
a point of clarification for
Let's move on then. Landscape lighting. It's unclear if landscape lighting is part of the design. Would the applicant should clarify?
Justin, if you could respond to that.
We have not yet developed a landscape lighting plan.
Oh, yes, well,
When we do develop a landscape lighting plan, which we will, we can submit it to you for approval.
Yeah, so we have new regulations, and I think you may have submitted originally before them. But we sure would like to have you be consistent with the new regulations, sir, which is basically we are going more dark sky.
Sure.
And Nick, this is your baby. Do you have any comments on the landscape lighting? I know you're interested
No,
in it.
I think it's just actually understanding that you have it's a historic building. The landscape, HDC is concerned about the landscape. I think you've done a pretty good job just to make sure that it's actually not overkill and you're lighting every blade of grass. Appropriate lighting would be the best bet, pathway lighting, that kind of thing. You definitely avoid the uplighting because that's contrary to the regulation. And low levels of things, and then actually consider turning them off at a certain time. Having lights on, landscape lighting on all night long is kind of drives everybody crazy.
Mr. Macri, we agree with that, and our office typically is less is more when it comes to landscape lighting.
Great.
So
Good
we
to
can
hear.
certainly make sure we
Great.
Have a lighting plan that is in line with that.
All righty, so moving on then, this really to staff, grading alterations are proposed across the site, but the grading plan is missing cut and fill numbers. So that it is difficult to know what the cut and fill extent is, and there is a recommendation that this be added to the plans. the numbers are difficult to read on the grading plan. The commission may request an enlargement of areas where retaining walls are proposed to clarify the heights. And we should also ask for a grade plane study to confirm zoning compliance with 6134. Patrick, why are you making a face?
Sorry, Madam Chair, that was me trying to stifle a sneeze.
Oh, that was very cute then.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so your compliance, the grade plane, so staff is asking for a grade plane study to confirm zoning compliance with 6134. Then Mr. Hegney, grading is shown in the deed restricted parcel, and that may need to be pulled back. You should clarify how proposed development impacts the declaration of restriction. I would suggest you revise your grading plan.
We will revise the grading plan that Mr. DeAndrea had included because taking the sports courts out substantially changes the grading in that northwest corner of the property, and the rest of the grading, I'll let Justin comment on it, but I think is more to work with the grades that are there rather than affecting anything in a significant way.
Yes,
Okay.
that's true. By removing the pickleball courts, where we originally had a significant amount of cut with a sunken sports court, we no longer have that. So the grade is more or less what is there on that upper lawn area.
Okay.
And to the extent of modifying the grade, are you talking about all the way to the east of the property on the easement? Or that, where are you talking about potentially pulling back the grading?
I think north of the formal gardens, Justin.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Third driveway. The proposed construction entrance looks to add a third driveway to the property. Has Highway Department reviewed the sight lines for that driveway?
That is the maintenance driveway that has been used since this plan was approved by the commission back in the 80s. It is the maintenance driveway that's used to get to the back of the property.
But now you got a construction project in, so maybe it's a good idea to look at that. Then let's go to conservation. Again, conservation is asking for the cut and fill analysis.
I don't think conservation Madam Chair, I don't think the conservation staff had the benefit of the most recent landscape plan that we reviewed with HDC.
So I think we need to make sure that all of our T's are crossed. The applicant should explain how the proposed updated plan will impact, but they're looking at the updated plan, impacts the declaration of restrictions.
It does not. I specifically went through and read those, and actually, I know there were some comments that the staff received today about whether the reflecting pool that's part of the formal gardens was a actual swimming pool. One of the neighbors was concerned about that, and turns out that in 1997, the regulation or the restriction that the neighbor was referring to was amended to say that except upon approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission granting a site plan, no swimming pool was permitted. This is not a swimming pool. It is a reflecting pool that is 18 to 23 inches deep. My young grandson would consider it a swimming pool, but his older brother would not.
Let's, Mr. Hegney, let's go to number 4. Do you have the conservation plans in front of you?
Conservation comments?
Yeah, comments. I feel I'm reading this. They've got the beach. We covered the beach. The use of parcel X is restricted to access for maintenance equipment only. This is the comment that you made.
Right.
And again, does that meet the intent? I think if you're going to use it temporarily as a construction entrance, you should probably get at least some associated approval to do that. She is not happy with the planting plan, and this looks like she hasn't seen the new one. Likes the meadow, native shrub species she wants. In terms of light noise, Are you still removing the hemlocks?
Justin, if you could,
The
answer
hemlocks
that
in
one.
what area? No, we're not.
Uh,
We're
provi-
removing the bamboo.
This says the plan calls to remove established hemlock trees that are providing buffer in terms of light, noise, and wildlife enhancements.
No,
Um,
we're not. That's
all right,
not
I
part of our
think
plan.
they haven't seen your new plan. It would be good if they saw
That's
it.
true.
You gave us the missing data. I think we're just not quite there, Mr. Hegney.
I'm wondering whether this is something that could be reviewed by staff as part of our zoning permit sign off, rather than clogging the commission's agenda
Oh,
with
the commission
what
does
I-
not mind being clogged, trust me.
Oh,
Sorry. We like to do our job.
wait,
You
wait.
know that.
wait till that meeting on the 29th.
Yeah. 7. Yeah, and everybody's asking for your S&E plan, which we don't know is consistent with the guidelines also from March.
Well, we
And then
submitted this February, or Mr. Giandria did it in February.
Yeah, but
Um,
it's a good idea to look at it. And then because I don't know how Deep works with that, if they can mandate that you do stuff anyway, they're just sending guidelines, so it doesn't really matter when they did them. And the
We were
lighting
just,
details.
did we do just the previous one that the S&E that just has to be in conformance with the
Yeah, we could
current
just
deed?
do in conformance, but we also have some missing information here. And the other thing is conservation hasn't seen the latest set of plans. And so that's the question. We're missing some information. Conservation hasn't seen the latest set of plans. None of this is huge, I grant that. But do we want to begin to say, oh, that's okay, you don't have to share stuff with conservation, even if it's not huge? I mean, where do we want to go with this? I'm open. I know they're not huge issues, but do we make sure that conservation is in the loop?
Well, I
as
think-
part of it.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I was
McRae.
kind of asking the commission that.
So of the 7 issues, we just talked about the lighting. We talked about the erosion control plans, planning plan that's details. I'm kind of missing that because that landscape plan is extensive.
No, I know they haven't seen it, Nick. That's what we're saying. They never
Okay.
sent it to conservation. So normally on something like this, conservation gets a chance to comment
Right.
on the landscape plan.
There was a concern on the beech tree, but that's been addressed.
But again,
Um,
they're looking at an old set of planning plans. So my take is let's ask for them to go and just finish this, do it right. But again,
If
if
I-
you guys disagree, I'm fine. If you all feel that, we can change our standards for issues that we don't think are particularly minor. Did that sound a little bit cranky? Yeah.
It's
So,
very early in the evening for cranky, Madam Chair.
yeah,
Um,
I'll work on it, Mr. Hegney. So, up to you all. I would rather have this be finished and done. Does anybody object to that?
No,
I think it can go ahead, but that's just me. It's up to everybody else.
Well, we
Madam
gotta-
Chair, if we could have one of the whereases or conditions that the revised plan be approved and reviewed by conservation staff. That is something the commission does, and it's something that it often occurs as part of the zoning permit sign off.
Yeah, but we
I
normally
think that
do
would
it.
work here.
We normally do that when we're asking you to make changes, and then we say, could you go back and talk to conservation because we want you to make these changes. We don't normally say, hey, well, you have a new landscape plan and you never showed it to conservation, and you haven't talked to them about all these concerns they're raising because you've updated your plans. So we'll just approve it without their comments. That's what I'm uncomfortable with, because we do have a great group of people over there and they give us great input.
And if there is an issue that we cannot resolve with them,
Mhm.
then we would have to come back to you with a revised plan. But I'm confident that the plan that
I'll tell you what.
Justin and his staff have put together will be more than acceptable to the conservation staff.
Okay, Mary, rescue me.
Yeah, it just seems to me that they're coming in and saying they're doing less. And
Mhm.
oh, no, and now we're not doing the sports courts and you don't need to worry about the grading and stuff. So if all we're talking about is landscaping, I kind of agree with Nick on this.
Okay, and then there's just the documents that they're missing. Staff, any comments? I'm, I'd rather get things done right, but if you guys think you can work this and are comfortable with it,
I may have missed something. Did we have any sort of quantification of this grading reduction due to the elimination of the?
no, there's no cut and fill numbers. They haven't given us any numbers on that. That's one of the questions that has been raised.
Right.
Justin, if you could speak to that, because we did talk about that this afternoon and you had some thoughts on it.
So initially, Deandra's office performed a cut fill analysis on the property, and it was suggesting that there was a considerable amount of export from the site, and that was approximately 2,500 cubic yards. However, because we are no longer having the sunken sports court, the majority of that cut and export goes away and it remains on site. So the actual cut fill is close to being equal. And, I do not know the exact calculation, but it's closer to an equal cut fill.
Patrick, Tracy. Incomplete application. Is it incomplete enough that it's a concern for us? Or do we cut it slack?
I mean, I think if the professional is saying that the reduction from the plan is being presented, we could certainly verify that at a later date if the commission is inclined to let that go forward.
Well, we're mixed. I think we really need some advice because I'm of one opinion and I think Nick's of another. And I think Nick and Mary we're split right now. Exactly. We're 2 and 2. So we need a little help with, is it okay that it's incomplete?
I just think it's not, I don't think it's incomplete so much as being unquantified at this point. So
that's incomplete, but
I think
okay, where I went to school, if you didn't put numbers in and you didn't have the answers on the test questions, then it was incomplete.
I understand. I think the applicant is making a representation, though, that there is a significant reduction or a reduction. I think we can take that and then quantify that as we would do.
May I just say one thing? One of the reasons why we don't have that number before you tonight is because we are actually responding to one of the major concerns for this application. And we did so, very recently. So we're responding to all of the neighbors' concerns about removal of the sports court. And therefore, because of that, we don't have the exact number, but we certainly are completely willing to work with staff and give them those numbers.
Okay. Okay. So low.
Yeah. So even with pardon the analogy, but even with a gun to one's head, one couldn't give us a range of percentage in terms of that. And we're not, I'm just trying to get a ballpark.
Justin, if you could give Mr. Lowe a ballpark on the cut.
So initially, the cut diagram represented a cut of roughly 3,500 cubic yards. And we believe that if there's an export on the site, it's probably below 500 cubic yards or close to equal, but I don't know that without doing the cut fill diagram.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're kind of split, but Patrick says they can work with it. We're going to ask him, conservation has to review the revised landscape plan. The The details have to be provided. Sorry, I just switched pages on my iPad. The detail has, all of conservation's comments have to be addressed. The details that are missing from the application have to be submitted. You've got HDC, you've got everybody else. And the only zoning data that's missing is your parcel lines. And that's what, anybody got anything else?
Mr. Hagee, just real question, quick question. The access drive is existing out to Hemlock Drive.
As only a maintenance drive.
Correct.
Maintenance
Okay.
access.
I don't see where it comes out, but the road that's being put in there is temporary for the construction. Is that correct? And when it's done, it'll be restored back to whatever state it's in now?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That actually pops out in between the two other houses that are over there, correct? Somewhere?
It does. Yes. It's between those are the two lots that were cut off or subdivided off in the 80s and sold
Okay.
off for separate development.
Oh, there it is. I see it now. Oh. I'm looking at Street View. You drive right past it if you didn't know it was there. Okay, great. Thank you.
Did you see, you're looking at that maintenance drive.
Yeah, and it's
So it's supposed to be
nothing.
used. Yes, but the question is, when you're doing construction vehicles and you're bringing dirt in and out and you've got really big vehicles for construction, are you going to have a problem with sightlines? And should we just condition that then that they verify those, that they get use of that driveway, of that access verified by DPW?
If you think it's important, I think actually
Well,
seeing
yeah, I
it,
think,
the
I think it's important to keep people alive. Yes.
that's
I was thinking that.
at that portion of it, it's basically a bend in both directions away from it. But I think actually the sight lines can, want the sight lines on there, that's fine. I think it'll be probably
Mhm.
more than enough.
Yeah, I think the bottom line, no, what I want is for them to have signed off because staff raised it as a concern. And we hear so many concerns about road safety right now that for us to ignore a staff concern in this regard would not be a good idea. Mary, you've had your hand up patiently for some time.
I think I'm ambivalent now because I don't see any disagreement, but I am seeing more holes in the Swiss cheese with this one. We've got lighting and fill, and now Nick's question about, so it sounds to me like it's just kind of do the crossword, fill in the blanks, come back. And we don't seem to have a disagreement. We just have a lack of information.
I think that was where Mr. Yeski was leaning. Mr. LaRoe?
This is for Mr. Hegney. The access road, is that used now for
Maintenance.
the lawn people, or is that just like the
Mhm.
occasional service for whatever mechanical or sprinklers are back
No,
there?
no, that's what's used by the landscaping firm that comes in to do the lawn maintenance and shrubbery clipping and all that. That's used by them at least weekly.
Okay, that's
Not
I
more
just
often.
wanted to clarify that wasn't like a seasonal thing. That is definitely a whatever, most weeks of the year somebody's driving back there.
Yes, yeah,
All right.
that's what's been used since the 80s.
Thank you.
So how bad is our agenda on the 30th or the 29th, I should say?
I think I have
think this
6
will be
on at
a-
this point.
Well,
This will be a short conversation, I hope. So
Yeah.
whether this is there or not, I
Mhm.
don't think it's going to add much to the length
Yeah.
of the meeting. But
Okay. All right. And, okay, so, Mary's seated. So, Mr. Lowe, where do you come out?
What is your direct question?
Do you want to leave it open or do you want to close it?
I'm affected by what I've heard, both from the applicant and fellow commissioners. I think we should leave it open.
Okay. All right. All right. So we will do that, Mr. Hegney, and Mr. LaRoe will do what he can to accommodate you in the next meeting. This was, after all, only a must open tonight. I know we had some that weren't must opens till June, but There you are, and we'll put you, can you put him on early in the agenda, or, oh, he's on 6 times anyway, just put them all together in a big clump.
I'll be there.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. So this application will be continued.
Thank you.
Did we ask for
Right.
public comment? I
Thank
think
you.
I forgot. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on 26 Meadowcroft? I may have asked that already. Hunger is getting to me. 17 Hemlock. Anybody wish to comment on 17 Hemlock? No. All right. So this application will be continued then. Thanks, everybody.
Right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye. It has been suggested to me that this would be a good time for a dinner break, but if somebody wants to continue with one more, that's because we have still 1, 2, 3, 4 applications ahead of us, plus the discussion items.
What would be the next one?
The next one is Soft Life, the medical use.
I suggest break now, but you already know that.
I did not give you away.
I gave myself away.
All right. I mean, it makes the rest of the night longer, but is that okay?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
I'm okay to keep
change the-
going, but I will defer to
It's not going
Mike.
to change the length of the meeting if the break is exactly the same.
God, I don't know, Lo, when you travel, I always miss you. Okay, so let's take a dinner break, and we have exactly 20 minutes. We'll see you at 7:30.
Thank you.
Our next application is number 9, the Soft Life LLC, for a final site plan and special permit to request a change of use from retail bank to medical spa. And once again, the regulars are seated, except that Jenkins is seated for Levy. Mr. Haslam, if you would kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, members of the commission. With me tonight is Kristen Updike, who's the principal in Soft Life, and also Tom Torelli, who is the representative of the building owner. Based on some of the briefing comments yesterday, I thought it'd be important to maybe have Tom on board tonight to answer some of the questions about the overall use of the plaza. And then Kristen was going to talk a little bit about her business model and what she anticipates the day-to-day will look like at this location with her treatments. I had met with Tracy and Pat back in March to talk about the various uses that Kristen had proposed, the treatments that she proposes to offer her clients at this location. And we went through the various treatments. Basically, it boils down to if a treatment requires a licensed medical professional, then it would fall under medical spa. If it doesn't, then it could be just a personal services establishment. So we went through, there were 7 uses that Kristen had proposed. 5 of them do not require a license, and therefore she could operate as a personal service establishment. And Pat indicated that that could be handled administratively, changing from the non-conforming bank use to a conforming permitted use as a personal service establishment. If she wanted to do 2 other uses that required a medical license, that would be a medical spa, and that would require coming to the commission for site plan and special permit approval. In addition, the medical spa is not permitted in this zone. It's use group 4. So that if we were going to come before the commission as we're doing, we would have to come under 6-141, that we were changing from a legally non-conforming bank use to the medical spa use. So that was the concept. And Tracy also indicated that if just one of the uses required license, then all of the uses would be considered to be medical spa. So that kind of got us thinking about how we proceed with the applications. And again, I got more advice from Pat. And what was suggested that we apply for administrative site plan approval for the 5 uses that don't require a license, which we've done, and that we subsequently, or at the same time, apply for the site plan special permit under medical spa, and which is what's before you tonight. Unfortunately, I rather thought, and actually Pat thought so too, as I get the old emails, that we would be approved by now under the administrative so that Kristen could actually open her doors. But that hasn't happened. It's taking longer now to get to administrative approval than it used to. And so we've kind of run into each other on this application. But
So
basically,
I'm confused. I'm sorry. This was bothering me yesterday too, Mr. Heslin. So just run me by this again. So what Tracy and Pat told you was if there's one thing that's medical and requires the commission, then the whole thing does.
that was,
So therefore, since you have that one thing, the whole thing does. So why would you continue to do the admin? I couldn't figure that out yesterday and it kept troubling me after the meeting. So can you explain that to me one more time?
well, if you were to decide tonight, for instance, that this is a medical spa and that you allow the under 6-141, you allow Kristen to substitute her practice for the bank's non-conforming use, then we're great, we're golden. And I don't think we need to have the administrative approval because you would treat it as
Okay.
a medical spa. All
right.
the uses would fall under that, and she would have all the permissions she needed. If you decide tonight that we don't meet the standards of 6-141, then she would proceed under the administrative, not do the two uses that or treatments that require a medical license. So that would, it was kind of hedging our bets a bit, but I really did think that the administrative would be approved before we had to come in front of the commission. So we'd have that at least in our back pocket.
Okay, but the way I see it, it's the moment you have that, oh, so you would just not do the medical, you're saying, so
Correct.
I think it's better process would have been come into us for the medical. And if that didn't work, then you would go just for the non-medical for admin. But the way you did it, it's like, as soon as they told you, anyway, it's from a theory point of view, it would have, from a zoning theory point of view, it would have been better to say, hey, the medical makes it that way, so we have to go to the commission, but if they kick us out, then we file the admin.
Well, we
But
really felt
okay,
that by
it's
doing,
done. It's done.
simultaneously that, and
Yeah, yeah,
hopefully get
okay.
the administrative approval.
All right. Now,
And staff
so
seems to agree.
you heard issues, a lot of the discussion yesterday, and we didn't say this to the end, is grounded in the fact that we know that retail is shifting and changing. And that the kinds of, I think that's the right word, hands-on, or in this case, maybe syringe on, service. Okay, you at least smiled. You can come to my meetings anytime. That is an indication. Yoga, Pilates, make meaning, make modern, all these kinds of things are replacing bricks and mortar traditional retail because you can't do those virtually. So we know that, and we know that to make that transition and stay alive and stay vibrant for the town, we have to hear all these things out and see how they would impact. That then comes to the parking for the place, because what we've got to make sure is that her business thrives and everybody else's continues to thrive as well. So that was our main hang up. And we remembered that when the restaurant expanded, when OG Social expanded, we went through the whole thing, and I think we did the same thing with the Pilates. Is it okay? What time are they going to come? Is there going to be enough parking? Because once you're full in that lot, there's really nowhere else to go. And so those are our main concerns. I don't personally have a concern with, I'm not having too much trouble with the 141 issue. Because it doesn't seem like it's a more industrial, egregious. In fact, I would guess that people, when they're going to a bank, there's a lot more trips. The parking demand overall may be the same, but there's more trips because I bet people stay longer with Ms. Updike. Okay, Ms. Updike, you have your hand up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just wanted to lay that out there.
No, thank you so much, Madam Commissioner. And yes, I just wanted to speak just to give a high level of an understanding as to what my spa is about. And again, thank you for everyone's time tonight. I am Kristen Updike, founder of Soft Life. SUMA is a longevity and wellness center. So our focus is bringing these best-in-class and science-based modalities to help our community live longer and healthier lives. While we do fall under the classification of medical spa in terms of zoning purposes, I just wanted to emphasize that the services I'm offering are not focused on cosmetic appearance, but it's more about improving our clients' life and health span. And so of those services, and I don't need to get into details of all of them, but at a high level, there's hyperbaric oxygen therapy, red light therapy, and Emsculpt. These are very high level expensive services that have a longer purchase consideration process. These services each require an hour to 2.5 hours. So there won't be a lot of turnover. This will be something that 99% of our clients will book in advance. This is not kind of a walk-in type of thing. If you're going to spend $1,000 to have a hyperbaric treatment, that's something that you're going to have planned ahead for and booked ahead for. So I just wanted to give you a better sense, because I feel like medical spa, you think of Botox and laser hair removal and those types of things. So I just wanted to explain a little bit more about our angle.
So your angle is also people come in, and an appointment is going to take an hour.
It's going to take anywhere between 45 minutes to 2.5 hours each appointment.
Okay. And that's really what one of the things we were trying to get the sense for. The parking turnover would be lower than for a bank or most retail operations. It would resemble more of a restaurant. And yet, as you're representing it, the hours don't compete. And that was one of the things, all right, with the restaurant, because the restaurant is at night and your hours are going to be earlier.
Yes.
All right. And as I remember, the last time we did, I've got to read the decisions on this, Mr. Haslam. We actually shifted people's hours around a little bit, so we knew the parking lot would be pretty much okay on one of those applications. And that's possible. I think right now it seems to work, but that's what we're looking for, is what's the total demand on the site and when are people's peak hours? And that's what we did with the Pilates place. Okay, Mr. Haslam, back over to you unless the commission has questions.
No, I just want to say that Kristen tells me that they'll be treating at most 3 or 4 patients at a time, and that the hours you'll see that we submitted are similar to the bank hours. Monday through Friday, they're exactly the same, and Saturday just slightly different than what the bank had. I did submit all the hours of all the current uses at this location. Core Pilates is no longer there. And Tom Torelli can talk to the number of seats that Sweet Boutique has and the issue of the office space upstairs. But my understanding from him is that the office use upstairs, although I did not make the representation that was related to the restaurant, that was a prior application, is just office use, and it's basically 9 to 5, very low level use. So I really think the impact here will be minimal.
Okay, so the office is 9 to 5. And do you know how many of all the spaces you have, do you know what? I didn't see that set of uses that got sent back in from the last application. I didn't get a chance to look at that last night because I had another meeting last night.
No, so I submitted all the uses and
okay.
Right, and the hours of the uses too. And Tom, I see is on board here, so he can maybe discuss the overall.
Oh, there he is.
Yep. Tom, do you want to speak to a little bit of this issue?
And just unmute Mr. Torelli. If you don't want to turn on your camera, that's fine.
I'm sorry, Chip. Do you want me to speak to what?
Just
the
parking.
parking.
How the parking lot functions, the uses that are currently there, the general hours that they keep. I did submit those hours to the commission, but not everybody maybe had a chance to take a look at that. But basically how it functions and your role in that.
Well, I think it functions as a strip center should function. In theory, it functions in practice. We have a tenant that's roughly half of the retail space that serves dinner almost exclusively. They're open for lunch, but there's rarely anyone there. Then you have a dry cleaner that's open from 8 a.m. in the morning till 5 at night. And I'd say they probably see a third of their visits in the morning, a third of their visits between 10 and 11, and a third of their visits around 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock when people get off the train. The hairdresser, was, I think, I'm told she has 4 seats, but when she moved in, she had 2.
Yeah, but we understand she has 4 now. So
I'm not aware of that.
we've been getting different things, but we'll need to check on that. Okay, so Old Greenwich Social, they open at 11. And then, but they don't really get their business till dinner.
They really don't. So we really have never had a problem in the parking lot because of this varied use. The Quindico, the construction company, it's basically two people and a part-time person. And the two people that own the company, one of them is almost exclusively on site
Right.
during the day. Comes in about 7 o'clock in the morning and he's out by 8 o'clock. So as I said, in practicality, it's been, when I've been there during the day, it's rarely more than 50% full parking lot.
I noticed
Okay.
too that Old Grand Social Club, its hours actually on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, they don't open until 4. It's only Thursday, Friday, and Saturday that they open at 11, according to their website. And
Okay, I was looking at something that I thought it was every day, but maybe I had read it too quickly. Let me scroll back.
I went on the
Okay.
website, that's going to say it. But even then, as Tom said, there's very little lunch traffic. It's really in the evenings.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I was reading the wrong line. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Um,
So there's not a lot. That's the biggest tenant, and that's the one that's the biggest generator of traffic and parking requirements. The rest are fairly benign, and as Kristen indicated, the number of people that she's going to have at any given time, and it's mostly during the day, and it's the same hours that the bank kept. Other than it's a little bit different on Saturdays, but not much. So there really shouldn't be any competition for the parking spaces that's caused by her proposed use.
okay, but let me narrow it down. So let me flip to how you were doing this. Really, the question for us is, as you're proposing it, are you there are 2 nonconformities that you're
Well,
asking? Mr. Lowe or somebody? Yeah, okay. There are
Oh.
2 nonconformities you're asking us really to address. One is the parking nonconformity and the other is the use nonconformity itself of the bank.
The parking nonconformity is an overall situation that relates to
Right.
the plaza.
But
It's not
as we
unique to
have,
particular-
as we've done applications for the site in the past, we've looked at the overall site and said, is this use increasing? Is the proposal increasing the overall nonconformity? And then your other question is of the parking. And then your other question is this medical greater nonconformity than your retail bank, which would not be allowed on the ground floor?
Can I respond to those first?
Yeah, so actually, let me just give, in case you don't do the history, for the newer commission members. The reason we do, and I'm not picking on you and Noel, because I think most of us may not know this, but once upon a time, we had jillions of bank applications in Greenwich. Just tons, all over the place. And people began to get very uncomfortable. And the take was that having a lot of banks on the ground floor impeded retail continuity, damaged retail continuity. So we wrote a regulation, was like 2005 or so, 6 maybe, I don't remember. Chip, do you remember?
That's the top of my head, but it
But
sounds
it's
about right.
something like
2010.
that.
Yep.
2010?
I believe it's
Okay.
2010. Chairman.
We wrote a regulation that forbade bank uses on the ground floor. Needless to say, the banks stopped making applications anyway. At some point, they were saturated anyway. It was only in certain places. That's the reason that banks aren't allowed. So the real impact of a bank was that it impedes that pedestrian retail continuity, which in a strip mall, and Mr. Torelli would probably be the first to say it, it's a destination. So if you're going to this little place, you're going because you're going to one of the places there. You're not strolling down Sound Beach and you turn in right there. So that's just something to think about. That was why they were taken out, just to give you background. So that meant that all the banks that were on the ground floor became a nonconformity. Now, I don't know how to look at your use, Ms. Updike. You would only have 1 medical professional? Or would you have 2, did you say?
1 medical professional, correct?
Okay. All right, because here it says you have 2 people on staff, but 1 is the medical.
Correct.
So I throw it out to you guys. The next question is, in this zone, which is LBR2, is it consistent with the uses in the zone, which are supposed to be more local and neighborhood oriented than the LB zone? Madam Jenkins, having given you all that zoning theory.
Yes, I'll take all I can get, Madam Chair. It looks like you have 5 treatment rooms. So if you have one medical professional and presumably one non-medical professional, you could theoretically have 7 people in the premises at one time?
At the max, yes. In regards to the treatment length, that's what really reduces the staff requirement. Because most of these treatments you're going in for 2 hours. So someone comes in, they're put onto the red light therapy bed and they're there for 2 hours or hyperbaric. So that's why our bed and the number of like potential treatment rooms doesn't align to a typical like medical spa requirement. Because again, these are people that have like thought long and hard that they want to invest in a hyperbaric chamber treatment therapy. They're coming in, they're in that actual therapy room for 2 hours. And that doesn't even include the setup before and after to actually get them in the chamber. So there's very low turnover in that. And in regards to the medical, the only thing that makes us medical is actually the potentially IV infusions. And these other treatments like the hyperbaric, while it can be used to treat lots of medical conditions, it's not of a medical grade that requires a medical professional.
So theoretically, you could actually not have any medical professionals at any particular time, or?
What it would reduce is 2 different things. It would reduce our ability to have the IV infusions, because that's obviously medical. And there is part of the MSculpt, one of the potential treatment options is MSculpt, by the way, is like a non-invasive therapy that helps build and maintain muscle in 9 different body parts, which is especially helpful to the aging population and the disabled. But one of the treatments that MSculpt offers is a red light therapy type of microneedling that's very different than what we think of traditional microneedling. And it does need to be overseen by not a doctor, but by someone that is a RN or higher.
Thank you.
Yes.
The bank required 13 spaces, 13 parking spaces. The med spa would also require about 13 spaces if you have 2 medicals.
I think actually the calculation is that, and again, I took Pat's lead on this when I was having discussions with him back in March, that we should calculate the parking requirement at the greater of either the medical professional standard or based on 1 per 150 square feet of space. If you do the calculations with the 1 medical professional be 6.5 spaces.
Yeah.
With the calculation of the square footage, it would be rounded up to 10 spaces. And that was the same that the bank would have required at 1,925 square feet. So
Yeah.
whether it's the personal service establishment, the bank, or the medical spa, based on what Pat advised me, they would all require the same amount of spaces. So it's a wash on basically what was required by the bank and what would be required by us. But
So
as a practical matter, it sounds, like I think you would agree, that there's going to be a lot less traffic and transient traffic for this proposed use than there was for the bank.
And the in and out. On the other hand, the bank was probably not utilizing, I mean, how many people, you probably didn't have 6 people in there all at one time when it was there.
Back when it was first opened more than 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah, probably
I
back
think
then.
we've all
Yeah.
seen that diminish over time.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is, I think I want to point out is the fact that the difference between the personal service establishment and those treatments and the medical spa is only that you need to have for the medical spa treatments a licensed professional there. That's the only thing. So that really doesn't change the parking demand. It doesn't change the aesthetics, the outside as far as what this pedestrian traffic looks like, et cetera. It's basically a wash. It's only a question of, does a person have a piece of paper that allows them to oversee a treatment, and that would cause it to kick into being a medical spa rather than a permitted personal service establishment. So there's really not much difference between the two as a practical matter, and certainly as it relates to parking.
Okay, and most important to Ms. Updike would be if she's got 5 to 7 people in there, plus the 2 professionals, she's gonna want a parking space for everybody, because that's what we worry about, is to make sure that it's viable for the business is viable, because she's gotta buy equipment, fix the place up, and it's gotta be viable, because if someone says, I tried to come to my appointment, but there was no parking. So,
Right.
okay, so now tell me about the sequence of this, because I was having trouble with it yesterday. If we are being asked to do the change of use, even though it's posted as a final site plan for us?
Well, no, so I think that what you could do was, I think the notice is the same. We indicated that we were coming before you as a medical spa today. I also indicated, obviously, in the narrative that we had an admin application pending with staff. I think you could find that this is a medical spa that is permitted under 6-141 as being not more non-conforming than the former bank use, and approve it, in which case I think that could render the administrative application moot, because she
Mhm.
now has the
Agree.
underlying approvals that she needs for the personal service establishment uses, as well as the medical spa. And I think that takes care of it all, basically. I think that's
No exterior alterations?
other than signage, right, Kristen? Am I right?
So that has to go to ARC.
For the signage.
All right, so then, even though this is posted as a final site plan and special permit, again, we would only be moving the change of use. It's the same question I asked before, because the final site plan that you have would not come to us. Or am I missing something?
I think you can treat this, it's before you as a final site plan.
Patrick just unmuted. You know what I'm trying to ask, like.
No, Madam Chair. So the application, whether it's admin or to the commission, it's always a site plan application. It's just whether it goes to the board or the commission or through staff. So it's the same. I
Asking-
understand what you're saying. There's no work going on, but
No, I'm asking a different question.
Okay,
What I'm
go ahead.
saying is, if restaurant A moves out and restaurant B comes in, we don't even see the site plan. So the only question before us is a change of use.
Correct, because the use going in is not one of the listed uses in the zone, right?
So
that
therefore, this should be before us as only a change of use.
we don't have a change of use application, so that would be it would be the special permit application and site plan application under 141.
But the only thing we're acting on is a change of use.
Right, but we don't allow a special
Okay.
permit without a site
All right.
plan app, so it's all
Okay. Makes no
they're
sense,
all-
but
they chain off each other.
I know, okay. Ms. Updike, did you want to add something? You're
Sorry,
muted,
I
okay.
wanted to add one more comment. I also just wanted to note that this is, while not retail, a very much community-based service offering. I've lived in the community myself for 9 years. My other employee also lives down the road. I live within walking distance of the space. So this will very much be a community business that we're bringing.
Okay. Probably good, because some people are gonna want you to come to their house, I'm sure. Commission, I'm kind of questioned out. I think I have my arms around what the issue is in front of us. Do people have more questions or need more information? And we have a floor plan, but I haven't seen it because it came this morning or something.
Yes, actually, I think, Tracy, if you can share it.
Yeah, but okay.
It's just it's pretty basic floor plan. And
Yeah.
actually, it's not on the checklist for this kind of a application, but we did provide one yesterday,
Okay.
or it's created yesterday.
Okay, so staff, by the way's comment to us is that applicant is required to submit floor plans. I don't know why. Mr. Haslam, why do you think you aren't required to?
I take that back if I'm mistaken in that regard, but here
Okay.
it is.
Yeah, our staff report says that they are required. The CEO comments are not expected, but you know, he's a slacker, our CEO right now.
Just
Okay.
for the follow-up to the whole site plan special permit, under 6-141, we're required to file for site plan special permit with the commission. So it is all one big ball that's in front of you right now. As I said,
Perfect. Okay, you got my brain. That was the last piece I was missing. I didn't go through. Okay, so 6-141 requires that anyway, and that's why it's filed that way. I'm good now. Okay, got it. I hadn't looked at six. I have a very hard time reading 6-141. I struggle with it every time. Okay. You would not go to ARC. Okay, floor plan, folks, here it is. Do you want to?
I'm happy to walk through it, or if anyone has any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Yeski, you have your hand up.
I do, and it's good you have the floor plan, and I understand the medical professional needs a license, but could you just give a little more context to how many employees are you going to have on the site at any one time?
We'll have 2 employees on the site. Again, this is really by appointment only. So this is not where people are just walking in off the street and deciding to, you know, pay for a $500 hyperbaric treatment. And you also, when you set someone up in the red light therapy room or the hyperbaric, there's no oversight. Same with the M-Sculpt. So it's a very different business model than a typical medical spa. I can walk through in more detail what each of these treatments are, just to give you a little more context.
I would like that because
we're about as clueless as you think we are.
No worries. No, I'm happy to walk through it. So, hyperbaric oxygen therapy is used to treat a myriad of conditions and improve overall health. It helps reduce inflammation and it increases oxygen levels in the body. You might have heard of it if you've ever gone skiing. It's a typical use for people suffering from altitude sickness, but it has many other therapies. Again, SUMA, our mission is to really help increase longevity and help people live longer and healthier lives.
may I ask a question?
Yes.
Does that entail someone being placed in a chamber and kind of isn't that like isn't there a chamber involved and you increase the pressure, or am I missing that?
So this is a walk-in room that is, again, this is not medical grade, provides a lot of similar therapies, but they will be able to walk into a 2-person chamber. They can sit down, relax, watch Netflix. They're able to exit the chamber. This is different than, you know, if you went to a surgeon's office post-surgery and you're locked in chamber and there's someone hovering over you for the, 90 minutes that you're in it. So it is
is that the difference between 1.5 and 2.0? 2.0, you are locked in kind of a chamber of some sort?
Correct. There's more differences than that, but yes, it has a lot to do with the level of oxygen therapy that you're getting.
And M-Sculpt is what?
M-Sculpt is, it's a non-invasive therapy. What it does is it has different electromagnetic pads that you put on different parts of your body, and it helps build and maintain muscle. So this is really helpful for someone that maybe has been through surgery, or maybe someone who is older and isn't able to do the squats that they want to do to strengthen their legs. Someone who is recovering in different ways, or someone who just wants to build more core strength. It also can help with incontinence and other things. So it has a multitude of potential treatment options. It's the parent company to this provider. It's called BTL. And through BTL is this M-Sculpt equipment that has been widely studied, and it's been out for about 9 years now. And it's
cryotherapy is
we actually are not offering cryotherapy.
Pardon me?
We're not offering cryotherapy.
Oh, it's in the report. Okay. And red light therapy is?
Red light therapy, it's a non-invasive, scientifically proven treatment used to restore and repair at the cellular level. It also helps reduce inflammation. Again, it really just lines up with all our offering about improving wellness, lifespan, and overall health.
And all the ones that don't require the medical, you make an appointment, people come in, they get hooked in for 2 hours and they do one of those therapies.
Correct.
Except for the IV and the 2.0. Got it. All right. I don't know, just I'm amazed it's only 2 people. But that's the business plan. Got it.
Yeah, it's just due to like how long the treatments are, and the way we're going to be staffing and taking appointments. You know, we want to evoke the environment of calmness, and, you know, we're not looking to have a bustling medical facility. This isn't meant to be a place you're hopping in to get Botox and fillers. This is a very different type of spa with different modalities.
But you will, I'm looking at the floor plan, you're gonna have a receptionist plus the 2 treatment people.
We do have the receptionist desk there. It felt, quite frankly, odd to not have that there.
Yeah,
That
people
will
have
not-
to check in. I mean, and, but just going back, it doesn't impact, right, the parking requirements? Because am I misremembering? It's 1 space per professional.
Correct. So I
So
myself.
the accessory doesn't count.
The Madam Chair, for
We're not
medical-
letting you take a parking space, Miss Updike.
No worries.
medical-
I live on Shore Road and will easily like the walk there every day. I'm
Right.
always trying to get my steps in. But also
Yeah.
I am trained to perform the M-Sculpt treatments as a non-medical professional. I've gone through the training. So I will be multifaceted in my services there. I can greet people, but then also go and directly set them up for their treatment.
Yeah, my experience of Greenwich is it's a good idea to have receptionists. Mr. Yeski, you still have your hand up, and then Patrick, you
Nope.
wanted to say, okay.
No, I got
Patrick.
I took it down.
So 1 per professional and the receptionist doesn't count. Patrick, did you want to say something? I'm sorry. I
Yeah, so
interrupted you.
the definition for or the requirement for parking for medical professionals, the idea of staff is built into that idea. That's why it's 6.25 is what we say the number is, because there is a 20% of the total number of doctors
Got
that
it.
we attribute to that. So it is thought of in the schedule, but it's not, you know, unfortunately it's not a whole percent in this instance, but it eventually would be if we had more medical.
So Tracy, if we're thinking about that, it's something to really consider, because the moment you have 2 professionals, like at the dentist or something, they have a receptionist. Just mentioning it since someone's thinking about parking requirements. So what else from the commission, and what are we missing on this application?
We're
Hey.
good with we're good with the parking analysis the way it is.
Well, the only thing that we have to decide about the parking, and we gave this a spin yesterday, is do you create a greater parking nonconformity on the site? Because it is non-conforming as to parking, right? Do you create a nonconformity with this use? And the way they're saying it is no. We could spend more time because we did an in-depth analysis. I mean, we could take a look at what we did in 2018, if you guys did that. I have not had a chance to look at it since the briefing.
I'd like to approach it from 2 ways, if you possibly.
Sure.
Sure. One is the fact that I'm looking at it just of the use that it's displacing under the regulations. We actually, at Patrick's advice, rather than going with the medical professional at 6.5, we went with a greater number, which was 10, which is equivalent to the bank use or the personal establishment use, which is the latter being permitted as of right. So that was, I think we're well within what's reasonable for that, but I also think that you can exercise your discretion, and based on what Kristen's described to you as her practice, that she is not going to create a significant parking issue for this plaza, particularly given our hours, given the number of employees, the length of time that people are there getting the treatments, et cetera. I liken it to, I see a acupuncturist occasionally, and it's only he and his wife who run the practice, and he's the acupuncturist, and she's basically the assistant, receptionist, et cetera. He has 5 treatment rooms where there are people there all the time, but he spends about 5 to 10 minutes or so with each patient, setting them up, and then he lets you have your piece for an hour or so while you're getting your treatment, and it seems to function very well. I think that's probably something to what Kristen does, if I'm not mistaken, Kristen, which really cuts back on the need for excessive staffing or overlapping of patients coming in and or transient traffic, et cetera. So hopefully you can exercise your discretion, both applying the regulations as they are, also common sense as to the use as she's explained it to you.
Well, the way 6141 is written, it is that it is no more negatively impactful on the neighborhood. And I'm just going to ask the commission this. My take on that is I would do a pretty fair gamble that people who live in Old Greenwich are getting these treatments anyway, and they're going somewhere else to get them. So you are doing something that is routine treatment, as Ms. Updike said, is really a local thing. For a lot of these people, it is like going to the hairdresser. Is kind of how I'm seeing it. This is something that people do. And they do, and they're driving to downtown Greenwich. There's one on Elm Street, for example. There's that other one we approved on West. They have slightly different services. One of them, I think, is more oriented to Botox and fillers, which I think you do less of, from what I'm understanding. I mean, I'm a neophyte. Miss
Sorry, just to clarify, no Botox and fillers.
No fillers. Very different kind of thing, but it's the same that people are going for these services. So I would say to you that this is almost, that we could consider this almost, well, that's a question for you, Ms. Updike. How often do people do this? So I want to do my hyperbaric, whatever. How often would I do it?
So hyperbaric, people can come once a month. M-Sculpt, depending on the body area that you're treating, you can come once a week for a period of 6 weeks. Red light therapy, you can do as often as twice a week. So they're not super frequent. M-Sculpt, especially after you do your series, you need to pause for 3 months. So it's more spaced out. It is I wouldn't say it's as widely adapted as Botox and fillers, right? That's been around forever. When I talk about my business plan, people are like, hyperbaric, M-Sculpt, what is that? So
we were very courteous. We didn't tell you. We didn't tell you, we had no clue. Okay, so again, coming back to the purposes of the LBR zone is to protect and encourage neighborhood-oriented retail development. That's the question under you, being put before you. Is that subject to that? Patrick. You have your hand up, that's why.
I do, but I still have not learned where my new buttons are now that they updated my thing here. But at the risk of sounding like I'm agreeing with myself, I think the part of the discussion I had with Mr. Haslam was this is a retail zone, as you were discussing, Madam Chair, and for the space that this is going into, what would the demand be and under the current zoning for the retail use to go back in? So I think there's the part of the reason why the strategy was suggested was if this tenant, after a significant number of years, decides to move out and a retail tenant moves in, are we pigeoning, or are we narrowing the scope for that use,
No.
assuming the regulations don't change, to go to an as of right use or not? And I think so having it either meet the as of right use or be less than the non-conforming use going out, I think was my intent when suggesting it to the applicant.
Darn, somebody should make you a town planner and not a CEO.
I've been begging for somebody to find me, Madam Chair, but
Okay,
I'd just like to reiterate that the difference between the permitted use with the personal service establishment and the med spa is just the fact that somebody has a license to perform one of the treatments that would
Yeah.
not otherwise be provided. That's the sole difference.
and it's a blurry line. We're learning that over time, because I don't know if you guys remember way back when we first approved the first med spa, they had to have medicals, and now I believe it's a licensed someone who does it's not as much requirement. Commissioners, any more questions on this? Mary Jenkins?
Yeah, I guess the only question I would have then, are these treatments covered by medical insurance?
No, they're not.
Thank you.
No, when you start hyperoxygenating yourself, the doctors, the insurance companies.
No, it's Greenwich. Come on.
Sorry. Okay.
It's Greenwich.
All right. So then does anybody wish to comment from the public? Please raise your virtual hand on this application. It's called the Soft Life. You've heard it described, 146 Sound Beach Avenue. Okay, no comments. Do you guys feel like we have all the information that is required and that we could close this application at this time, or do you want to leave it open?
And close it.
Okay, Mr. McRae?
I think we can close this.
Okie dokie. Mr. Lowe too. All right. So, Mr. Hansen, any parting shots? Don't hyperventilate.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why. I just I'll get over it. Okay. So, any closing statements, sir?
No, I just want to indicate that I think if you do end up approving the application tonight, then it makes sense, and I'll recommend it to Kristen that she draw the other administrative application. And it just, I appreciate you taking the time to look at it in its totality this evening.
Would you be okay with still asking that the part that's administrative get full review?
I don't think it's necessary. Madam
It's
Chair.
not necessary, but it's
tonight.
just, I have not, because there were pieces, and by the way, did you provide the sewer letter?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't have the date on that one. I see that it's
Yes,
not.
we have it.
Okay, okay.
5/13/24.
All right. So I would like you to just our town planner to just, or whoever's working on it with you to take a look-see and make sure everything's okay, because we are doing this quickly. And
Yes, well, why don't we leave it this way? I will meet with Pat to make sure that we can withdraw the administrative application within the context of the zoning regulations and the commission's intent. And if we can't, we'll have to go forward with that in some, but it seems.
On you'll
it-
cover it with any other outstanding site.
Department issues or whatever.
Yeah,
It just seems
okay.
like a redundancy though to me, because as Tracy said from the beginning, if you have one use that falls under the medical spa use, then they all fall and you come in together. You've reviewed it tonight in detail, I think. I think Kristen's explained her practice well, and I would hope that this would just take care of the matter and resolve it fully. But I'd be happy to meet with Pat to see if there's any open issues.
Perfect. And no other comments from the commission. We will then close this application at this time.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye, folks. Bye-bye.
Back soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right. There is Mr. Tessie, is he with Fred DeCaro?
I believe so, Madam Chair. Either him or Mr. Bristol.
All right. Well. All right. Thought I moved Chip, but he didn't. He's still there. Okay. Hello, Mr. Tessie.
Yeah,
Okay, so our next application is number 11, as number 10 has been postponed. Fred A. DeCaro for a final re-subdivision to revise lot lines of 0, 1, and 3 Sweetbriar Lane, whereby one increases, well, we're going to let you talk about that. So this is in the R12 zone at those addresses listed. Go ahead, Mr. Tessie. I believe you are fully informed on where this stands.
Yes, I did observe the staff briefing
Mhm.
and the discussion yesterday of the commission members. I realize you don't want to spend, at least the chair, Madam Chair, you don't want to spend much time on this. But the application is relatively simple. Our client owns the 3 continuous properties on Sweetbriar Lane on the west side. And what client would like to do is combine the 3 lots. One is a rear lot, you know, the middle lot, such that there would be 3 lots with houses on the street. Overall, it makes a lot of sense, particularly from an environmental standpoint, to do that, because there is an existing house on the on one, I believe it's one, I'm sorry, stop over. This is on 3 Sweetbriar in the middle, and that house is virtually all in the 100-foot setback from the water from the water of the Mianus Pond. So what we're able to do, therefore, is take this building out of that area. We'll be able to do ultimately a basically a conservation type of landscape plan along all 3 of the rears of those properties, which the client very much believes that's in order. So we're going to get the benefit of a further protection for the environment, if you will, the Mianus Pond, and we'll have three lots in an area where, for the most part, they are not with rear lots, but with street side houses. There are some nonconformities already in the neighborhood, according to, I believe it's the north, where in terms of frontage. So there is some consistency. So what we do need is 1 variance for each lot. So technically 3 variances, all of the same nature, which would be a reduction in the frontage to 73 feet for each of the lots from the, I believe it's the required 80 feet in the R12 zone. No other variances would be needed, would meet lot configuration and have room for our front, rear, and both side yards. So I understand the commission conversation yesterday related to converting this to a preliminary application to a preliminary, or providing the commission, if needed, with an extension, and you just hold this open, this application open while we proceed to the Board of Appeals to seek and hopefully obtain the 3 variances.
So I got to thinking about something after the meet. I'm sorry, Nick has his hand up. Go ahead, Nick.
I think what we just discussed, Mr. Tessie just, put together pretty much succinctly.
Mhm.
It was a conversion to a preliminary because we really can't do anything until ZBA renders an opinion on this.
Right.
So, rather than getting into the weeds of everything, to see if Mr. Tessie would convert to a preliminary, and then we probably could do something with it tonight to get him to ZBA.
But I got a question for Mr. Tessie.
Yes.
Are we, if we convert it to a preliminary, we would then say you would need a variance when you return for final.
Yes.
If ZBA finds no hardship, I'm just playing it out, you would have to relay out these lots.
No,
which-
then we'll just,
Well, let me finish my sentence.
I
Would
know,
that
I'm
be
just gonna
okay?
say, I was bound and determined not to
No.
interrupt you today.
Yeah, what did you do? I'm just thinking, if we left this open and you didn't have luck with ZBA, you could come back and revise your proposal without refiling. I'm just suggesting that as a possibility.
And I appreciate that. The problem is that if we don't obtain the variance, I'm not sure what we would come back to you with.
Well,
because it really defeats the purpose. We can't get, no, the only
you
thing.
can't get 3 lots you have to
You know,
create
if
the
they said for
division.
some reason, look, we'd rather, there was another option we did play with, so I should point that out. Whether it comes up with the board or not, I don't know. We could make one of the lots
Mhm.
conforming, one of them conforming, and still get, get just 2 variances, but there would be greater variances and there would be thinner lots. So it made sense to have conformity and seek to 73 feet of frontage for each lot. But there is that possibility, I'll grant you, but I don't think it's gonna work. So
But
what it
you have,
really means is that you're probably, good news for you is you probably won't see me again, this application. If we don't get the variances from the board.
I just thought it gave you more flexibility, but if you
No, I
think,
appreciate it. I
Yeah.
appreciate, no, I appreciate it. And ordinarily I'd say it meant something, but the only other point was that to leave it open, which is, I said, I'm agnostic, is that then you don't have to write, you have to close it and write, staff has to write an opinion, has to write a decision letter. So you
Right.
avoid having to write a decision letter if you, wherever. that's-
right, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you would
Because
then
I've done it both
withdraw.
ways over the years. So if you-
Yes, and that's what I said to Pat yesterday. I said, we've done it both ways. We haven't always changed it to preliminary and made a move to final so that they could go. And that's why you filed it that way as you did as a final. When I realized it was you, I said, he knew that he has to go to ZBA.
Yeah, we did. What we thought would happen was that you'd leave it open.
Okay, so why don't we do that? I mean, we can leave it open. We don't have to write a decision letter. And if you get creative, you can redo it. If you have a thought on how to do it,
Yeah.
you could redo it.
Yeah, it's
because-
possible, you're right, it's possible the Board of Appeals comes up with an idea that I didn't think of, Chris didn't think of, so it's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, so, so you guys, all we're saying to him is, you've got, how much is your total land again? It is.
Total land is way, well over the minimum.
Yeah,
The
no, I
issue
know
is
you've
not the
got,
size, the issue is not
Right.
size, it's
so you've
frontage.
got this big piece of, these 3 pieces of property that total, I'm not seeing the total here, but,
Yeah. So I
it's 1232.
can total
And
them up, yeah.
14 is 32 y 10, 32, 46,000 square feet. roughly?
It's
Yeah,
32
40
plus 4, that's about 1,500, yes, about 46,000.
So you've got 46,000 square feet, which you're trying to divide into 3 lots,
Well, it's 3 lots now, but in a different configuration.
into a
with rear
different
lot.
configuration.
Yeah,
And,
no,
as
we're
you,
not looking to squeeze anything, a 4th lot in there with a variance, we're just,
so, okay, all right,
I
so,
think it's better planning.
Okay.
And environmentally better, as I pointed out.
environmentally better to have,
For the protection of the Mianus Pond, talking about getting a house out of the 100-foot upland review area, which the conservation director, old director of wetlands too, Beth Evans has been pretty consistent that where you can not infringe on the 100-foot upland review area in a development, she is very pleased.
yes, that's why I was really surprised with, earlier one tonight. Okay. And so we'll do that. Let me see if there's any public comment on this application from Fred DeCaro at 0, 1, and 3 Sweetbriar Lane. This is Fred DeCaro. I assume Mr. DeCaro is listening, but I guess he's okay with
Yes.
this option. 0, 1, and 3 Sweetbriar Lane. All righty. So, we will, is the commission agreed? We will continue this application?
Yep.
And then
Thank you.
if,
We'll
sorry,
work out
Mary?
with staff if we need.
hold on a
any-
second, Mary?
Now, do we need an extension, Madam Chair?
Stole my
Thank
thunder.
you. Yep, there you go. They must decide. So you are promising on a stack of Bibles to give us an extension? Thank you, Mary.
Absolutely, we're giving you the extension. We'll send over
Can
a
you get
writing.
that in blood, please, Mr. LaRoe? Okay.
May I have to go to a med spa to get it, I think. You'll get it.
Yeah, well, you need that hyperbaric.
I'll do anything. I'll do anything to stop this
She kept
agent. So
explaining and I still don't understand it. Okay, all right.
thank you so
Okay,
much, all of you.
we're
Have
assured
a
an
good evening.
extension and we're good. All right. We saved a decision letter. All right, and
Works.
next up is Mr. Haslam again, right?
I'm recused, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Seated on this well, I'll wait till everybody's in. I'm moving you out, Mr. Tessie.
Just the top of his head.
He does that all the time. I don't know why we always see the
I
top
know.
of it. All right. Is staff?
I'm
So
trying
it's
to move
Bianca.
Mr. Haslam back in.
Yeah, I got him. Or I guess you got him. I had tried. We probably went faster on Mr. Tessie. That was not par for the course. All right. Mr. Haslam, any objection to combining the two applications?
No, no.
All right, Mr. Basili, we're going to combine applications 12 and 13, and we will keep the public hearing open until after we finish 13. Number 12 is Nimbus Realty LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a 120 unit assisted housing development where 40% of the units would be restricted to 80% of the area median income at, it's now 13 parcels, right? With 13 parcels that are being combined on Benedict Court and Benedict Place.
It still ends up as being 12.
It's still 12 parcels. Okay. 12 parcels.
So
That's
I'm sorry.
okay. So that's number 12. Hold on a second, Mr. Haslam. The number 13 is a final subdivision to merge these 12 parcels on Benedict Court and Benedict Place. And I remind everybody that this is a must decide. Both of these one's a must close, the other's a must decide. And seated on this application are Albin, Macri, Jones for Levy, Lowe, and Diesky. And hello, everybody. And do you want to go to when last we met? Do you want to do that, or do you want to make an intro?
I think that I just can respond to the briefing session from
Sure.
yesterday, because I think you pretty much indicated that there are only two open issues from your perspective, at least as of yesterday. And the first was the ARC and whether we'd be willing to, even though we're not required to, go to ARC for some input. And David Kubik, our architect who's on, looked at Mr. Macrai's suggestions, and he's willing to go through those tonight and respond to them. Or I should say to you that we're willing to voluntarily go to ARC to have a dialogue.
What guys?
And obviously we wouldn't want that to be a condition, but we would give you our
No.
word that we would do that.
Yeah, we can't condition it. You know, we can't
Right.
make you do that under the law. Mr. Wharton was aware. Mr. Macri, I leave it to you. What would you rather do? Do you want to go through your suggestions, or do you want them to take them to ARC when they go to ARC? And you're muted.
Let's do it right now.
Okay. Mr. Kubik is on first. So we did have an issue. You alluded it to a second ago. We had an issue that came up today from 19 West Elm, wrote a letter. So we'll get to that. I'm sure you guys can address it.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I just need to be able to share my screen. It says disabled.
Yeah. No
We have
share.
trust issues here in the town.
Yeah. We actually disobey a fair amount. It's because we got
Okay.
Zoom bombed a million years ago, and you know it takes a while for those scars to heal in a bureaucracy.
Totally understand. Thanks again for the comments. We did have a look at these and prepared a couple of responses. Just wanted to say I appreciate them, understand exactly where you're coming from with this, and many of the topics you raised we actually already had explored during design ourselves. So let's go through these 4 topics. The first one being that connecting corridor and the suggestion that maybe it could be transparent or mostly glass. We did definitely look at that. That's something architecturally that I think was something that was of interest, or at least something to consider. We shied away from it for kind of one or two principal reasons. That is a corridor, and by code, we have to have the lights on 24 hours a day. So what we were worried about, and I went and took this picture, this is actually across the street, when you kind of create these all glass connectors, you know, at night, they're very bright. And we were worried about two things. One, we have neighboring apartment windows that are right next to us. So there's also a privacy concern as you're walking through that corridor, you're kind of looking into someone's living room and bedroom. And also that light could be kind of glaring if you're in that apartment. And also for 19 West Elm, they're looking kind of down Benedict Court. I would think we wouldn't want to have this very, very bright thing at night. So I think it's better to keep it more residential in character and make it feel like it's punched windows. And this is an example on West Elm Street, where there too, it's kind of two building volumes with a connector. And a lot of times in these kind of pre-war, mid-century apartment buildings, you know, they just look like recessed courtyards, but the residential kind of punched window language sort of still continues. So we tried to strike a balance, and in our elevations, you'll see there's a generous window, but it's in the middle of the hallway. So again, you don't have privacy concerns to these neighboring apartments. And then also just trying not to make it too big so it didn't become this kind of big lit up thing at night. One of the other comments was about continuing one elevation for the sort of base expression of the building. And we purposely shifted it for kind of two reasons. The most important reason being that if it goes too high around the building, that demarcation line just feels like it's very high-waisted, and kind of it sets the wrong proportion for the base of the building. And I just wanted to say that, like, whether we're creating a building or a streetscape, and we're kind of doing both at this scale, it's not uncommon to see these datums step when you have a sloping street. And that alignment would actually make the building just feel bigger and longer. And we're worried about that kind of relentless nature on the streetscape. And oftentimes what makes a street interesting is that you have some rhythm, you have some scale that kind of breaks it up. So you can see that, you know, in the streetscapes of downtown. These top two images are historic Bank Street in New Milford, Connecticut, a building I just knew of. And here too, you can see that the architecture kind of steps so that you keep the appropriate sort of base, middle, top proportion for the building, and that it always feels like it's relating sort of to that lower level of the project. And in this example, it was really kind of 3 levels as you wrap around the building. So we think it's helpful for the building to step. It kind of acknowledges the slope. It breaks up the mass of the building so it doesn't seem too singular and too relentless, and it just keeps a more appropriate base, middle, top proportion. Next question was about standing seam, and this was an image that we had in our presentation. Totally understand that. And on that page, we include images for different reasons. It's not that every image is exactly what we're trying to do. There's usually just portions of each image that we think are helpful. And really, this image was included because of the brick detailing, the brick cornice, the details around the windows, the textured spandrels between the windows. That was really the principal reason why that one was included. And understand that this one had a standing seam metal top floor. I think the difference for us was that our facade is nearly flush with the facade below. There's only a minimal setback. Like on this volume, it's only 1 foot back. On the front volume, it's either 1 or 3 feet back. Whereas on this building, there's like a wraparound terrace. So it's really more like a setback penthouse volume, not really part of the principal facade expression. So, and then the other reason why we think an all masonry solution just feels more appropriate is we just don't want to attract more attention to that 6th floor than it really needs to have. I think an all masonry solution in some ways doesn't draw more attention to that level. All of the other brick apartment buildings nearby, while they'll have different detailing at the 6th floor, maybe there's a little bit of a change of expression. They're still all masonry buildings at the end of the day. So we think we don't want to overdo it, like have too many moves, too many materials, and it's starting to feel maybe more complicated than it needed to be. And we also just wanted to bring up this view again from Greenwich Avenue that a more simple all masonry, reddish tone building as a backdrop behind this feels like a more neutral, forgiving background for this brick building that's here next to the church. And again, just not drawing more attention to itself than it needs to. So that was the thinking for that. The last comment was about this cornice and trying to get it to go around all the way around the building. I understood that. We do have to keep this volume a little different than this one just because there's no setback on this volume. But what we did do, it's a small thing, I admit that, but I understand the intent. And so what we did here was try to increase the height of that cornice here at this 6th floor as it wraps around, essentially try to weave those things a little bit stronger. So we added a brick banding texture with the stone sill that was there previously. So this line, as it wraps around the building, is just stronger and it's more continuous as an expression for that cornice, like you were getting at with your comment. So again, just it's still a distinctive volume. It's still a little different, but we're trying to weave it together with a slightly stronger expression at that moment.
Yeah.
And that was the last one.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Sure.
Okay. Any comments, Mr. McRae?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, what we discussed yesterday about parking services, the other thing that was open from the last meeting, it seems parking services is open to the concept, very important to them to alleviate any congestion. Does anybody in the world go to the city and not see like all those delivery vehicles triple parked all the time? It's like the city, I keep thinking the city wouldn't have traffic if we didn't have Amazon. But so that was what they were considering. And if you could lose less than 8, that, and could you accommodate, how much can you accommodate on site? Looking at the way you're laid out, not my forte for the access of, how many would come in a day, but it seems like it does meet that need that he raised. So it seems like you should be okay with parking services.
That was our takeaway as well.
We talked a little bit about, you said you weren't required to show whatever easements there were. I would suggest that, Mr. Haslam, why not just file everything and make sure it's nice and clean? So somebody down the road knows what easements are going to carry through. Now, sometimes it sounds like you may not know exactly where the easement is, correct? Right now.
Well, many of the easements are not recorded. They're just constructive easements, and everyone's kind of gotten along, and it was our intent to make sure even if they're not recorded, even if they're questionable as the construction, to nonetheless accommodate and acknowledge that people have rights of access. So we were a little surprised about that letter that we got today from 19 West Elm, but we're confident, or at least encouraged, that we can get back to where we thought we were, and resolve our issues with that.
Well, you shouldn't have been surprised because we raised it for you before. We said to you, we know there's a concern. I remember mentioning it at the last meeting. We know there's a concern. They have older people in the building and they're worried about the parking and not being able to get in and out of the building and all that. And you said you're going to be able to address it.
I'm sorry, that's Winthrop House, Madam Chair, referring to. This is 19 West Elm, which has the parking lot.
I'm sorry. I switched. I'm sorry. Yes.
Right. And we actually redesigned our building, if you recall, to make sure that Benedict Court stayed where it was.
Right.
It said our conversations, and Phil had direct conversations, and Joe Tranfo too, with the principals of 19 West Elm, and we really thought we were all on the same page. And I think we can still get back to where we were. For whatever reason, we couldn't get it over the final yard this week. So, but we'll work on that. But again, Those are private property rights. There's a bundle of rights here on these properties, and competing to a certain extent, but we'll work it out. It's not necessarily an issue for the zoning commission. We'll have to work it out.
Well, we would still ask you to work with neighbors to obtain, to, protect, how would we word that, Patrick? Well, I'll ask you later. I'll have to ask you now.
Provide reasonable access during construction, and avoid disruptions as much as possible. And also at the post-construction, that everyone's rights as they've exercised them in the past will continue thereon. And they'll be able to use the brand new Benedict Court, which will be wider, which will be paved, which will have better drainage. So, yeah, that's our intent.
I would just go.
There's a pretty simple fix for 19 West Elm. They're now accessing their parking lot by Benedict Court. But during construction, they can simply access their parking lot from the town lot. It's actually an easier drive in. So during construction, that seemed like a good way to minimize the impact on them. And as Chip said, the long-term solution for them is really the same street, but wider, new, nicer, newer. And so we think we can get there with that.
Okay.
We should be able to. And with Winthrop House, we actually sat down and worked with them, and came up with an idea to temporarily widen that section of Benedict Court so that it will allow people to continue to use their lot during most of the construction. So we're sitting down talking with people, and we'll be able to work it out.
And I know you've got a partial construction phasing in, but the other thing, you've started work on it, but the other thing is when you meet with parking services, that they had that concern. Again, unclear from the conversations I've had in the past with him, because we hadn't been talking about this application, when the peak would be on Benedict. Probably Canning knows more about that. When you're seeing peak hours, it is different from the Avenue, apparently, but you'll have to see when they are most affected. I have a note that why do I have a note about reserved area? I don't remember. Does anybody remember?
Oh, that was the marking on the, I think that was Mr. Macri's question about the restriction lines on the map that he saw.
Yes,
Mr.
and I think
Macri?
it's been resolved. I think Mr. Haslam's letter spelled out what that was. And I guess it's a moot point now, Mr. Haslam.
Yes, that's correct.
Because it's been the restriction areas have been resolved and I guess negated some time ago.
Yeah, that was like 100-year-old restrictions on the uses that were permitted on the property. Went from, as you can imagine, slaughterhouse, that kind of thing. But in any event, there's just been so many changes to uses in that court decision. I think it was in the 70s. Basically negated those restrictions, given the fact that they had not been uniformly followed, and there were so many different deviations from it. So yes, that's correct.
Okay. Those are the questions I have open from the last meeting, and I really appreciate that you left it open, because boy, is it good when people close and then we go to decide, you can't get all these little things out of the way. Mr. Yeski.
I missed part of the discussion. Did we get comments back from the fire marshal? Yes, no?
Oh, great comments. That is.
I don't know if there've been any updates, but we've met with the new fire marshal or acting fire marshal. We went through all those issues, I think, at the last meeting of those discussions and our efforts to make sure that we were responsive to those issues. But I think that you can put it under the catch-all of we'll have to obviously meet all departmental concerns as part of this approval going forward. I think we're in good space right now with the GFD, but and I don't think anything more came in. Pat, did it?
Yeah, I think there was a confirming email, I think, from David Ginter, right to the fire marshal, just to go over the outstanding points that he had, that we addressed all of those.
And what were his points? I didn't see that email.
Patrick, do you have that?
I know Dave and Mr. Ginter and Mr. Dawson have been out there. I have the email from Mr. Ginter. Sorry, I'm just reading it as I'm talking here.
Yeah, one issue was the how high the connector should be.
Yeah,
So
Oh no,
we made that
we've
change.
definitely
Yeah.
no. I'm sorry. This definitely has been addressed. The connecting pathway was raised as a result of that conversation. There
Right.
was also the location of the fire hydrant that was either needed to be relocated because of the turning radius or to provide fire suppression for the back of the building. And I know Mr. Ginter has located that. And
Is this building sprinklered?
Yes.
Yes.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Aquarian? Have you talked to Aquarian about pressure?
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
And we're getting a letter from them? We got a letter from them?
You have a letter in the file, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. We have the will serve letter, Mr. Jeske.
I'm looking for it in my notes.
The will
February
serve.
2nd, will serve letter.
Yeah,
Talks about the fire flow. The fire flow is indicative of available flow at specific time, so on and so forth. So it's actually their standard. They do actually say that there's enough water supply to meet the following average day of 25,000 gallons and maximum of 50,000. And 1,000 gallons for the sprinkler at 70 PSI.
what's the date on that?
February 2nd, 2024.
That's why I didn't find it. Okay. I was looking in the wrong folder. Okay. Anything else from the commission? No. Okay. Did you? I'm just writing this down. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? This is on Benedict Court and Benedict Place to develop that was startled. 120 units, including 40% below market at 80% of area median income for a period of 40 years. No comments from the public. Mr. Wharton, somebody asked earlier tonight on another application whether an applicant was willing to extend the 40 years. Is that something that applicants can do easily, or does it affect your economics?
It does affect our economic, and we're pretty tight on our economics with the amount of affordability.
No,
that
I
we
know
have.
that I
Yeah.
didn't know, and I was asking you
Yeah.
because somebody else asked us to add it to a decision. And I wondered, we can't require anything that affects project economics under state law, as you know that. So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it
Seems like it's so far away and it still affects you on the net present value basis, huh?
Yeah, I mean, people would look at could you convert to condominiums after the affordability is off. So for longer term investors, for institutional investors, it's a factor.
Because
But
they're looking at that residual value, even though it's minimal on an NPV basis. What are they assuming, that the building's got a 70, 75-year life or something? And that
Yeah.
they, coming in at 40 years, would have 30 years of full market?
yes,
And that has a significant residual value, huh? It just seems like if you discount
I mean,
it,
it's not
yeah.
it's not as significant as the amount of affordability and the other terms, but it has a financial impact. It has a financeability impact.
Okay, well, we've asked you now because we didn't have, the other applicant had wanted to close and we didn't have an opportunity to ask them that question when it came up. So now we've asked you and we know that you would not be willing to explore it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? No comments? Okay, then. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Please speak now.
Madam Chair, did we ask for public comment? I'm sorry.
Yes, I did. Believe it or not, I only forgot once tonight. All right. Okay, so this application is hereby closed.
Thank you so much for all the input you've given us with this application. It's been,
It's been a ride.
Yep, but I think generally a good one for all concerned.
It's
Us and vice versa.
it's a big thing for us. It's really, it is very, very difficult because it's different for us, very, very different and much different from anything we've done. So it's okay. Well,
It's a significant, it's a significant project, but it'll be a really good statement that Greenwich is serious about addressing affordability.
Yep.
Yeah, but on the
Right.
other hand, just bear in mind that if there's bad traffic, I won't be able to go shopping downtown and neither will they.
Well, I'm hoping we're going to get people who to live there who can walk to work.
And
That would
also
be
the-
that'd be a nice proof of concept.
Well, I'm worried about the construction period too, but we're asking you to do your best to accommodate traffic. Okay, so this application is hereby closed and we will decide it tonight.
Thank you.
All
Great.
right, Mr.
you.
Thank you.
Basili, so endeth the public hearing. Have a nice time.
Thank you. Thank you. You too. See you
Thank
soon.
you for being with us.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, Ms. Jenkins, you can come back.
Back.
All right, now we go to our discussion items. The first one is Courtney Van Narden for a pre-application review at 178 to 188 Sound Beach Avenue. This is for a proposed change of use to allow small classes for sensory art, postpartum support, and newborn baby to be held on premises in a store that sells climbing and child play.
It's actually an interior design business for
Okay.
playrooms. And we use the space as a show so that our clients can come in and see what the playroom could look like, because it's hard to picture. So that's the main purpose of the space, is to just show off the different materials and design details that we use in a playroom.
Okay. Commission, we had a lot of questions yesterday. Somebody want to lead off?
Mr. LaRoe, could you just add for my edification, is an interior design office allowed on the first floor in this zone?
This is the LB1, LB, hold on, let me get the application.
It's
again.
LBR2. It's LBR2.
Yes, LBR2.
Just give me a moment to read through the regs, if you don't mind, Mr. McRae. Just
That's quite all right. Thank you very much. Okay.
But as it was originally discussed with us when they went to do the original design business, they're designing it, but you also sell the stuff that you're designing. Is that correct? So you say you're designing it, but you then sell, but you design it with the intent to sell the stuff for the kids.
Yeah, like other interior designers, we sell the design plan and then we sell them materials, yes, for their playrooms. And we also sell some other products. We sell labels, we sell storage containers. So we have items that we sell, but the main purpose is to, as an interior design studio.
Okay. I had never understood that before, so thank you for the clarification. While Patrick looks up the reg. Mary Jenkins.
Yeah, so let me understand. If I go in and there is a major piece of design work that you're showing me, I can't walk away with it though. I have to agree on a design with you and then you order it and it's delivered, or do I pick it up off the showroom floor?
There are some items that we can sell directly out of the showroom, but for the most part, we would need to understand what what you'd like to have in your space, and then we plan the design, and then things are shipped to your home.
So it would be smaller kind of accessory items or
Yes.
minor things.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Jones, I apologize. I was looking
Right,
at the,
yeah, so my question I think was similar. So there is a very small retail component, but your primary business is a standard interior design business where you come up with a plan, you spec the items, and then you would order them, and then you would arrange to have them put together in your client's home.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
is
then-
interior, isn't in, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
ahead.
and then this you're trying to do here is also, I'm sorry if I'm getting a little, is you're adding on, you're trying to add some classes or programming where you would have people come in and play and sort of a setup there that would show them how this works or how your designs might work.
Yes, the classes themselves, do you want me to pause and figure out the first piece, or I should answer that question? Okay, so the classes themselves are more that we were hearing from the community as they were coming in to use our showroom for the intended purpose, that they were asking if people could come and play, and that's not the purpose. This is not a play cafe. This is not a place where you can drop your kid off. This is not a daycare, but we wanted people to be able to experience it. So we want to set up classes that are small in nature. It would only be 8 children and either a caregiver or a mother or a nanny. And they would utilize the space. I mean, would kind of be how Cups and Cones and Athena, the storefronts down the street have small programming, 45 minutes long, utilizing the space. It does essentially benefit our design business, but it's more just for the community to have more programming for smaller kids in the area, which doesn't really exist in Old Greenwich outside of Perrott Library.
Question, just quickly, Patrick, is interior design actually defined or is it a personal service?
It is not defined as a prohibited use.
So it's
real estate and sales agencies and insurance firms are not permitted.
Or banks.
Thank you, and banks, as we've gone over before. But I am recalling there is some certain language, and it may be in another zone where these types of uses are lumped with others, but I'm going to keep.
So in
my
the OBR2, it's 8, it's use group 8, which
Right.
includes personal services. And is interior design a personal service? That's just where I went.
Yeah, let me read the definition again.
Okay. All right. Where were we with? Where were we with questions? So the thing, I'm going to jump into what we were talking about yesterday, and hopefully the thing that is the greatest concern for us with this is it sounds like you're going predominantly to a classroom, to classes and a school use, which is a totally different animal, and which we would not do in this zone. And that's why you got asked to stop. So that is why you're here. And
Yes.
I don't know what to say about that because Patrick's trying to look up the definitions and
It's not in personal service, Madam Chair. I'll confirm that as I stand here
so
right now.
let's go back then to, so Ms. Van Naarden is proposing what we see as a classroom use, a
Yes.
school use, which isn't allowed. So you got a zoning violation because people kept calling us that you were doing these, but I don't know how we would work around it.
I
Patrick,
understand that. If I could explain a little
Sure.
bit more about the classes themselves, and maybe it would help to clarify. The postpartum class itself is by Circle Moms. So this is mothers that are just meeting. They do this at multiple other establishments across Greenwich. If you're familiar with the group, it's the first 2 months after they've had a baby. They use it just to get together and talk. So that certainly I wouldn't think as a classroom setting. It would be, 8 to 10 mothers, and they come with their baby and they sit and they just discuss topics about postpartum and the experience that they're having with their baby. Another program that's being proposed that has never been held is a mommy and me yoga class. So that's moms come, there's an instructor, they do different moves in the front half of our showroom. I know that there are other, there's the entirety of Old Greenwich is now a yoga studio, but the other ones do not have the capability to do mommy and me yoga. So that had been a request that had been brought to us. The other class that we do have is the art sensory class, which I could understand would seem more like a classroom activity, but it's the children come and they learn through textures and materials and painting and it's an outside company called Marked By. It's not a school, it's not a teacher, it's actually a program that usually you do in somebody's home, but they've chosen to use our location because they find it easier than utilizing a residential establishment for it. So those are the three that we were considering in this space.
Ms. Van Arden, the sensory art class, does that
Yes.
use the design design services or any of the design pieces that you have that you have for sale on the site?
It does not. It is the back, this front area of our showroom is designed like a playroom. So it's I would say it's the backdrop of the class is our designs, but it isn't necessarily used as part of the class.
Okay, and then the postpartum, the tummy time, the quarterly panels, how does that relate to the design, interior design aspect of your project, of your store?
Those, many of those moms become clients after attending one of those classes. So it's essentially a revenue driver for our business.
But it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with specifically the business. It's just bringing people to your site.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just establishing, a community of that age group of like newborn to 5 years old, which is where we do most of our business.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mary?
And the classes are scheduled and there's an employee who supervises during the scheduled time?
Yes, we always have an employee in the back of the showroom, which is our office area. And there is an employee that runs the class itself. Yes.
And do you do special events with small children like parties or baby or birthdays or anything like that?
No.
Just exercise related groups.
Yeah, art and postpartum and potentially yoga, those three.
Thank you.
Mr. LaRoe?
Madam Chair, there is a reference to decorating services under personal service. But again, I would just read to the commission that the personal service establishments are primarily one-to-one or direct contact kind of providers. So
if she gives you a massage kind of thing.
well, no, I mean, if she was providing a design service appointment
One-on-one.
I think that would be the clearly that would be the conforming use. But again, and not to cut off the conversation, but the reason the applicant is here is because I don't, without understanding the level of class activity going on here, as I think everyone's already pointed out, it's not a use that's conforming in the zone. The school use, it would have to either be, we have to pick the primary use. And so that's really the impetus for the discussion today and the pre-app is this a use that either can be approved in the zone, and is it the primary or the secondary use?
And I'm trying to think, for the commit, I'm trying to think, I'm thinking out loud here. The one that we approved, just to be consistent with how we think about business and how we move business forward, whatever. The one we approved is Make Modern, and they sell some things, but basically they're doing events for kids, right? So
Right,
it's
they're
an
selling,
event
yeah.
space. It's an event space for kids, and they have, you know, they have a summer camp thing where everybody gets dropped off and they make whatever those things they make are. That is different from a school use, which has classes, because these are events. So what we need to do is be consistent in how we approach the evolution of our retail. And I don't know how to do that. That's a big strategic concept question. This is a school is not an allowed use. What could Ms. Van Naarden do in this space that would fit? Because we did do one in the LBR2 that's not really a retail use. That's not really a retail store, the Make Modern. I mean, they sell some
Make Modern
things.
was LB, Madam Chair, I believe.
LB. So
A little bit different, but yes,
still no schools in the LB, right?
No, there is.
Oh, there is schools in the LB. I missed that. Okay. Because I went back and checked and missed it. All right. So what you're saying is that the event, and how do we word event? Well, I guess then we can't compare Make Modern
Well,
to this.
no, let me qualify that, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. They're doing in the LBR zone, they're doing pickup and drop off, and that was the carve out we did probably 2016 for existing businesses. There is that carve out for within existing buildings in the zone. You can have a number of uses and schools that require student drop off. So that was the carve out and Make Modern. So that without the drop off here, you know, this seems to be a parent-child attending at the same time. I'm not sure. You're still on the right point that it's not clear that this is an approved use as the primary use in the zone.
But the thing is that as I look at the use group 8 uses,
yeah,
I don't see what they could do that would meet the business model that they're evolving.
I think maybe that's the issue, with that there is no use group that meets the business model.
No, but even, I mean, they can only do 8. So in the LBR2 on the ground floor, they can only do use group 8. And as I look at the list of them, nothing in there fits that. Mr. Lowe, are you going to clarify the world for us?
Unmute.
You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry. To answer your question, I highly doubt it. But I'm a little bit confused, and I'm just wondering, is this, we started out, this session started out with a declaration that the main purpose of this business was interior design. Is that correct?
That's what she said.
So is this, and then I'm trying to understand the logical connection between interior design and some of these other activities or services you're providing. And it just sounds like, I don't know, it sounds as though it's kind of an informal gathering place for young mothers whom you hope will become interior design customers. But is each kind of a separate business that's you're hoping to drive? Or, I mean, is the interior design the main focus? And we're having all this conversation about classes, but if that's not your main thrust, does it matter?
It's a great question.
Please comment on the.
Yeah, absolutely. So interior design is our main business, and the classes are, if they're non-conforming, then we would stop having them. But we do find that
get your business.
It's a driver for our business, but it's also something that we kept hearing is something that is wanted and needed. I mean, for the time when we didn't know we weren't allowed to do them, we're filling all the classes. So it's something that is a need. It is similar to Make Modern. It is similar to Big Picture. It was just having, but for smaller kids, because there's not a lot for that younger sector. And it was a client for us, but it's also just a passion of our founder. I'm not the founder of the business, but it was a passion of hers. But if we find that we need, there's just one confining zone for our business, then we will continue to do interior design. And that's what Greenwich Play does, is interior design of playrooms and children's bedrooms. So,
Patrick,
Yes.
is it the formality of a class structure that drives whether or not drives the actual use of this space?
The regularity, the regularity that they
the
have.
formality of it.
Yeah.
So it's not just, oh, stop on by. We've got a bunch of mothers. Let's have a little chit chat. And by the way, what we really do is over here.
Yeah.
Well, I think Ms. Van Arden's being honest with her assessment that she has a space that's displaying essentially, youth and children's furniture, right? And kids come in and they want to play, and parents are obviously drawn to that and then want, a little more time in the space. So providing the service, I think, is a logical extension of that. However, the way the zoning, the rigid definition of zoning, it's not a direct correlation, right? It's an either or kind of statement. And I think we've always considered schools to be a different animal because, again, people come at a time, just like any class, right? You come together at a certain time. A number of people arrive at 8 and they leave at 9, and that ebb and flow is more problematic because it's, you saturate and then you come back and
But
you
it has a formal structure, right?
Yeah. And so it is now. With that said, we changed the retail definition a number of years ago to talk about incidental services, and on the best example I have, which is probably dates me more than anything else, is like Williams Sonoma. You go in there every once in a while if you happen to be in a mall or wherever there is that store exists, and they may be doing a cooking demonstration, and it's not a scheduled time necessarily, but somebody's making a crepe with the Calphalon pan, and you go in. So they're selling you the pan, but you get a crepe on top of it. This is a little bit, the pyramid's a little bit inverted with this idea. There's a class that's maybe not directly related to the services being provided, but again, it's in the space that the services are being offered. So, and that, I could understand if the commission thought that was a logical extension of the retail use, but I am cautious about having, blocked out times where you have mother, child, parent, child coming in and using the space, because I think it does act more like a class schedule and not like a retail function.
So make it, if she said that she had special events once a week or once a month, whatever it would be, that's okay?
Art galleries are technically retail. They have an event. The florist on the avenue may have an event. People will have events. So you could have an event that is related to your business. But
And
if
that's
you're
what she's doing. And she just ask her to quit calling class, that's all.
no,
Well,
but she's
but I
running them
think
every day.
Yeah, the frequency is it's all weekend,
Yeah.
right? It's all Saturday and Sunday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she sent us
we
a
don't,
schedule.
we're not doing anything on the weekends anymore. We would
Okay.
want it to be 2 weekdays where it would be one class, but and it doesn't make a difference if the mom is attending with them. That still is considered a class if it's not a drop off.
Yes. Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
in the definition. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, just to ask another question for something like Cups and Cones that has birthday parties, what is is that considered an event? So like birthday parties and things would be considered okay in this zoning, or is that they just have different zoning than we do?
So they essentially rent out the restaurant, right? It'd be like if you booked every table in the store, kind of
Okay.
equivalency. So I understand your point, and there's probably a very short distance between what you're doing and what they're doing, but it's a little bit different.
Okay.
the way that is treated. And then they're not allowed to exceed their occupancy into the interior for building code. Not that you're doing that,
Mhm.
but it's a little bit, the food establishments have other criteria that keeps the number sort of controlled.
Mhm.
I think having a schedule like you were discussing and offering that, I think that may be helpful and explaining to the commission just sort of the frequency of events and what you think going forward would be maybe the optimal possible operating procedure. Because I do think have the day matters, right? And the size of the class. And I'm not saying it has to be only parents or parent and child, but I think you're hitting on the points that I think the commission's expressing.
But it's the regular announced frequency of these events that turn this into kind of a formal class, and that's the issue, right?
Right. But what I'm hearing, yeah, Mr. Lowe, you're absolutely right. What I'm hearing from what our experience was from when they were originally doing it is that they're willing to do it less frequently or in an infrequent manner, whereas before it was in every week and weekend kind of thing.
All right, then Mary, then Nick, then Ann Knoll, then Dennis. Mary.
Yeah, I think the concern I really have is that it's one thing to have a cooking class where you're selling pans. There does not seem to be anything particular. These classes, by the way, sound wonderful, but there's no particular connection between the class and the location of the class and what you're selling there. And that's the part that I'm struggling with. The classes sound wonderful. It's just it doesn't feel like an integral fit of your design business or your retail activity.
Nick.
So I think getting back to what I was talking about, the personal service establishments. Under the definitions 38.5, it says decorating shops. To me, that's something completely different, but it's a stretch. I think the thing that really jumps out to me on this one and understanding, looking at the class schedule or the class intensity, personal service establishments do not include high intensity group type uses, such as, and it goes on, salons, recreational groups, so on and so forth, which require parking on site in all business zones. I think we know that the parking lot for this particular site is actually very tight with all the uses that are there. And as Mary said, I don't see the connection between the classes or the events or whatever you want to call them, how they relate to the primary function of the space, which is, as per the submittal, primary focus of Greenwich Place Showroom is to educate clients on our unique place spaces. It's also a space for families to experience other people win classes we love. I think the showroom it's an interior design showroom. If classes are just being held to bring clients in to drive in business, there's a real big disconnect for me.
Ann Knoll, Peter Lowe, and then Dennis.
So I sort of agree with Nick on this, and Mary with that there is a little bit of a disconnect, but I think that, as Mary said, I think these are beneficial, but is there a way to shift the focus of these events, I would call them almost, and make them something that where you're periodically doing a sort of a limited window and a limited number of people who can come in and sort of socialize, see how they play and talk about this without it. I mean, and maybe you have a discussion point, but that it's not set up as a sort of a frequent, it's something that's not scheduled. They're special events. And I don't know if this is allowed, but something that kind of showcases what you are actually doing there, but has the dual function of allowing new moms with their young infants to connect with each other, which is something that is important for them. But that's not really your primary mission, though it's something that could be beneficial.
Peter Lowe, then Dennis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it doesn't matter whether there's a disconnect in terms of from the zoning perspective. I mean, it sounds like what is being proposed here is a type of marketing exercise to help drive what they're saying is the main business. And from a zoning perspective, I don't get it at all because I've never been a mother, but that's okay. But I don't, I don't understand the connection, but I don't know why there has to be a connection. This could just, if this is a business driver of some sort, and this applicant wants to take on this strategy, what from a zoning perspective why do we care?
Because the next thing we have is a grade school. Okay, so we have to draw the line somewhere, and that's what we're trying to figure out is what you're setting precedent. Is it a slippery slope? That's always the zoning question. Slippery slope should be like engraved somewhere. But here's your point. If you are having events that are related to your business, that are related to furthering your business and aren't creating a separate use, then you're okay. So I think what the guidance we're giving the applicant is, can you restructure this so that it is events that are geared to increasing your business and they're infrequent and they're not regular, whatever, and they are geared to that, because that's all right. It is the fact that it starts to look like a school that you go to and you take a class. But you could have an event like an art gallery has an event. They have the grand opening, or, McCardle's has events. McCardle's a retail use. They have events, right? Everybody has events. So you can do that to further your business. Does that work but you can't branch off into something that isn't allowed in that zone, which is because the next thing you know, you have a school or something else. That's the idea. And it's to control it. But again, we can change the uses, okay? We can change the rules. That's the power we have. So if someone says, I have a business need, the next thing we can do is change the rules. Does that answer you? And do you have anything more? If not, then Dennis.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think, I have nothing more than that. That's
I was
fine.
answering you.
Okay,
You know,
Dennis should
that's
have
the
gone
way-
before me, incidentally. Go ahead.
No, your hand was raised first. I do it by the hand raises. Dennis.
Straighten her out, Dennis.
I definitely think she's a special event. I like the concept. I think it's brilliant. Everything about retail these days is experience, and she's providing an experience that just people can see what she sells, which is a design. I'm really lost when people say there's a disconnect. I don't get it. You mentioned a half a dozen examples that are identical, and that's okay. So I think it is related. I think it's a brilliant idea. Make it a special event. She can't do it every week necessarily on the same time, and she can't. It sounds like she's cutting back anyhow, and somehow you want to encourage this kind of an activity. So
And
it is
don't-
community. Parking is a problem in the area.
Yeah.
And don't
But
do the,
everybody
yeah,
walks in Old Greenwich, don't they?
yeah, right.
Well, that was going to be my point, is most of them are just walking with strollers.
There you go. I didn't even know that.
It isn't about it isn't necessarily about the parking. Because all these things are and this is why it's a hard question. They're geared toward retail continuity and keeping the businesses in a string, attracting attention. So we can rethink our uses. We can rethink the rules as retail evolves. Patrick, but I think we're on the right track, which is don't have classes, don't do yoga classes, but have events for your moms. They can be during the day, only they're not like every Tuesday, because and calling them classes, because you are having classes. Patrick, we're really.
No, I think we're coming to the end of this discussion, Madam
Yeah,
Chair. So maybe the
please.
best thing to do is to go to the public, and then I just have a few questions for the commission just regarding next steps for either staff or the applicant, so that we can help progress this in whatever
Well,
direction.
I can answer the question. What
Sure.
I'd love is if she just comes back in and tells us what her new plan is. And
Just as a discussion item?
well, do we have to make a decision? You could do it
Well,
as.
that's my point, is what do we see the application being if we come back, and then what are those parameters? Is it once a week? Is it with once a week with classes that are related to the services provided by the business? You know, I just,
Not classes, not classes.
oh, sorry,
It's
Get rid
function.
of the word classes.
I'm
Events.
sorry.
Events.
I need to expand my vocabulary.
Yeah.
So
Hey, we're
the,
trying
uh,
to help you. We're trying
the
to help you.
activities that are group activities that are going on, or that desire to happen. I guess the frequency and the types or of topics that are going on, I think would be helpful but maybe that's the answer is we'd like to see some examples and come back and then we'll say yes or no. The commission will say yes or no to those things.
Yeah, because my only, and this, I appreciate everything you guys are saying. I'm actually the head of marketing, so it makes me feel good that you think it's good marketing. But the main concern that I have is that even for events, that moms need to know when it's happening. So it is.
Oh, you can
really hard
schedule
for-
it.
Yeah.
You can schedule it. Don't surprise people. That won't work for marketing. We're
No.
just saying, don't say the Mommy and Me class will be held every Wednesday.
Just
But-
remove class, the word class.
And have event, Mary, go ahead, because you're dying to
know,
say something.
I think just to finish your thought, Madam Chair, the point is to make it, use the marketing language. We'd love to have you come in and see the kind of things we do for 2-year-olds or 6-month-olds, or you're changing from a crib to a bed. So stay away from the classes, the groups, the times, and make it a marketing hit. And I think that cures a lot of the disconnect that Dennis doesn't see, but that I feel.
And
Hey,
bear in mind that this came to us because we got complaints, okay? Just so
Yeah.
everybody knows, we're trying to work with you, but
Of
we
course.
also know people were complaining that you were having the classes and you were tying up parking with classes. So very careful about when you schedule that 30+ panel, 30 people for the panel that you do, because I'm guessing that's what made people mad if they were looking where to park for their haircut. Patrick,
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I apologize to Miss Weinstein who's waiting her patiently in the public.
oh,
there.
is that someone who should be here?
No, but she wants to talk. I'm assuming about this project. I will
Okay.
just one more question for the commission to get an answer on is, do we see that as being limited by the occupancy of the space, you know, on the square footage basis, or would we be contemplating possibly letting them have a few more people, adults? I'm going to count adults, not children, in the space during these events, and that's my last question, just to ask.
Well,
know,
you
for-
have a maximum fire occupancy, which I don't know if anybody's looked
we
at.
do, and then we have a zoning occupancy based
Yeah.
on
So-
the square feet. So
Definitely don't want anybody to get hurt. We said that at a different application tonight.
We also use the phrase soft opening.
Yeah, and then the
Yeah,
other
and we
thing.
haven't
yeah.
done a panel. We actually haven't done a panel for, I think, 5 months.
Good.
And we've been cutting back. So, you know, of course, we want to work with you guys. We love the showroom. We love the location. So, you know, we want to,
But she was going to
Right
say she
by the
loved
neighborhood.
us, and I'm like, nobody ever says that.
and I mean, the periodic events that we have, definitely, I mean, they're going to Sweet Peas after, they're walking across the street to Joe's. They're definitely
Yeah.
you know, utilizing the neighborhood when they're coming through. So, but you
Just
know,
think
whatever
about
the-
how you're impacting the neighborhood. So think about how you're impacting the neighborhood.
Mhm.
Big things that are in the middle of the day could be problematic. If you know this neighborhood, when
Yes.
is the peak demand of parking? And to have things when the parking isn't under peak demand, and there's a lot of
Sure.
parking in the area. And so if somebody drives to some other event, other thing that they're doing,
Mhm.
they don't call us up and complain, because we did get several complaints from what I remember. I remember saying to Pat, I'm really sorry to keep sending you these.
And was it for, I don't know if you can tell me or not, but was it for the panels or was it for the daytime classes?
No, we just got complaints. They're having some sort of classes in the place. Is that what
Okay.
they're approved for? We kept hearing
Sure.
that, but that says that somebody was noticing and was minding. So
Okay.
the thing is, why do we do this? To protect neighborhoods?
Mhm.
So Patrick, can I don't know how to do this, because at some point she needs to file an application or not, or can it just be handled administratively with these guidelines?
That was what I was sort of hedging at, is that if the commission has a sort of upper limit where they think that this would be not an extension of the retail, the personal service or existing function, then I think if I know what that is, we can handle it as a change, just an administrative site plan request. But if the commission does feel that this needs to be approved through them, primarily, I would think not so much for a special permit, but as an interpretive decision, about what we think it is. I think they would need to file a site plan application so that the commission
Folks?
can make that interpretation.
So the applicant needs to kind of provide a bare bones anyway, rethink the quote business plan here, given all the input that we provided. And then, and get back to us and I would say, get back to Patrick. Patrick, you can then look at that and see, make a judgment as to that. Does this warrant the full commission to take a look at, or has the applicant satisfied most of the concerns we've discussed?
I'm thinking events not to be weekly at the same time, groups under 15.
I'd have to double check with the square footage. That might be a large number given.
Okay, groups below 10, something like that. No large events during peak parking hour. No kinds of events
Do we
during,
know what that is, or we should probably find that, right?
well, I bet the applicant knows.
Peak parking hours?
Yeah, when you go out there and there's not a parking place, to just peek your head out the window and say, oh, there's not a parking place to be had on Sound
Yeah.
Beach.
It's normal. Yeah, it's normally daytimes and mornings. It's a lot of Dunkin' Donuts in the back and doctor's appointments. So it's a lot. It's mostly during the day.
Yeah.
I may even go back to the team and we just say, we're happy to not have classes at all, and we'll have occasional events when it's, when we feel like it's necessary. But we've never, other than our panels, which are in the evening, we've never had any more than 8 to 10 people in a class. So, we can always,
Okay. All right. So is that good for guidelines, folks? Anything else?
Just to the public, Madam Chair.
All right. Ms. Weinstein. And anybody else from the public who wishes to speak on this application? At 146, nope, sorry, I did that wrong. Get tired.
Hello.
178. Hello, Ms. Weinstein. So 178 to 188 Sound Beach Avenue. Anybody else who wishes to speak on this application, please raise your virtual hand.
Hello.
Hello.
I raised my virtual hand. I'm not sure if you could see or hear me.
You know what? I wasn't looking over because, so come on in and talk to us.
I've had, I did engage with Greenwich Play as an interior design business. I feel that my project got shafted because of all of these events they were having, these packing parties during prime time hours. In my opinion, it would be a disservice to our community to have this entity offering support for mothers and babies and trying to sell them products, because it's been a nightmare in my own personal experience. And I just wanted to share that with the panel.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weinstein.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. All right. So some concerns in the neighborhood are a concern in the neighborhood. So again, the concern is, as I heard, it was about, she had had a bad experience, but the concern was about classes and training and whether or not you have the licensing and the background to do that. So that's just something else to think about as you got that input.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? All right. So come back and talk to us, or just talk to Patrick. I think that's probably
Yeah.
what you'll do. And he'll
you.
run it by us at some point.
Sure.
All right. Thank
so
you, ma'am.
much.
All right. Our final discussion item is Mr. Hegney. All right.
20 minutes.
All right. Will you do the discipline on that? I'm going to be on the meeting, but I just have to get up for a sec. So All right, Mr. Hegney.
You want to announce
Uh,
what this?
No, I'm going to be here.
Yes.
Oh.
I would like to bring in Mary Cavavos, who's the landscape architect.
She does not have her hand up.
Maybe under
There she goes. She got,
Finley.
it's, yep, she's got it up. She just didn't have it up yet. She didn't know you were going to say that. Did you warn her ahead of time?
We have spoken, yes.
Okay. All right, so there she is. And let me just announce this. This is our second discussion item, 14B. It is Mead Point LLC for discussion of a revised landscaping plan. The commission had several questions for you yesterday.
Thanks, Pat. You approved this plan about 2 years ago for the construction of a new home, and construction started earlier last year. And the owner and the design team has been living with the site now for a little over a year. Realized that there are improvements that could be made, and that's what brings us to a revised landscaping plan to go over with you. One of the things I want to say right off the bat is we did hear the comments yesterday, and we are not prepared to bring in the lighting plan that was part of what we submitted. So that's going to require some further review, and so that is not what we are looking to share with you now. It's really focused on the landscaping and being able to implement that during the planting season. And much of the landscaping that we're looking at is really along the driveway from Indian Field Road to the main portion of the site. And a lot of that has to do with the invasives and trees in poor condition. I know there was a question about the 3 trees in the parcel B. All 3 are tree of heaven. And so to get rid of the spotted lanternfly, everybody is doing their part to cut those down. And I know you had questions on the salt tolerant aspect of the planting plan, and Mary is prepared to go over all that with you, and I'd like to have her describe what we have on the screen here. And I did send over to Pat a compressed version of these plans, like what we have on the screen here now, so it's easier to work with them. I know a number of you had difficulty doing that.
It's a failure, really.
It's now easier.
Actually, it's a failure of something to do with our town iPads. Whenever you go to Zoom, anytime you zoom in a really large document, the whole thing goes away, and we all have the problem, and
Yeah,
so do the other boards.
And compressing it to 1 megabyte helps
Hopefully.
helps that process. Mary, if you could go over with the commission your thinking on how you developed this, the reason why you're proposing it, and go over the trees that for each of the reasons why you would be proposing to remove them and replace them.
And just so you know, ma'am, the commission has just demanded that we make sure that the whole discussion stays under 20 minutes.
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
We can do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Mary Cavazos. I'm the lead landscape architect for Mark Finley Architects. I hold a Bachelor of Environmental Studies from the University of Vermont and a Master of Landscape Architecture from the Rhode Island School of Design. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Connecticut. I've been the lead landscape architect for this project since our first application several years ago, and I appreciate the level of scrutiny the town invested in approving our application and have been overseeing the evolution of our design with that feedback in mind. The trees that we're requesting to remove at this stage it's a mix of trees that have been found to be in poor condition or invasive species.
some of the initial parts of our landscape project have involved the mitigation of invasive species on the property. And while we've been taking care of more invasive shrubs and herbaceous ground covers like Japanese knotweed or barberry, we did identify that there are trees on the site, such as Tree of Heaven or Black Locust, that are on Norway maple is another example, that are on the Connecticut invasive species list. And our hope is to start taking these out so that they don't spread farther. And what we're offering to do is provide a replacement at a 3-to-1 ratio, so that for every tree we remove, we will be replacing it with 3 trees that are native. Our hope is that this is going to create a diverse and enriched ecosystem that builds on our already approved planting plan. This is salt tolerant, primarily native, and enhances the local ecosystem. It was identified by our wildlife biologist that some of the primary plant communities on this site are deciduous. There's a lack of evergreen material, so we identified some of the evergreen trees on the site that we want to keep, and we look to replicate this condition elsewhere on the site so that it can provide habitat for overwintering birds. We've also identified places where we can incorporate replacement trees that provide fruits for seasonal migrating birds. And our other hope is to incorporate some fencing that will reduce any disturbance to the edges of the property.
Okay, any comments from the commission?
I guess that the landscape plan, as proposed, it seems a lot more formal than maybe the naturally occurring landscape that's out there. Is that, are we removing trees to kind of create this more formality? Or is the landscape plan going to be, kind of hit and miss and we just plant them as we see them? I'm looking at the driveway access and it just seems like it's an alley of new landscape. Almost all the way down to the pull-off near the dock. Is that the intent for the new landscape plan? To be more formal?
Some of that is based on site constraints, with this being an exceptionally narrow piece of the property and us wanting to screen any fencing that we install that is deer fencing, and make sure that we're not encroaching on any driveway space. There is some formality to the overall design, but ultimately site conditions are going to impact where we can place trees, whether that be to avoid existing trees or to avoid any ledge that might be present.
Right. Now the black vinyl fence, chain link fence, 8 foot high at the front, that's there as a security measure, or are we keeping the deer out? Why are we doing that?
It was a discussion with the client. They wanted to take certain measures to reduce deer occupation of the site, and there is the understanding that deer can make it through anyway, but it is a mixture of security as well as deer exclusion.
Okay, so we're going to let the birds in, but not the deer. Okay.
Well, the deer can swim, so they'll get there, but not all of them like to swim.
Well, you're gonna, go ahead.
Wait a minute, hold on. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming deer. It's great. I'm out there, I'm tooling along. This is fantastic. And I'm eyeing this great tree, this great rhododendron in the backyard. Oops, there's another fence, 3 foot high perimeter fence. Is that for pool safety, or is that just another barrier around the site?
Pool's got to be 48 inches.
I'm asking. See, that's the thing, because I have a 3 foot fence going all over the place. I want to know what's it doing?
That is, it's not for the pool, but it is for it is an additional safety measure.
Okay. So now I've got to swim out there.
That's the grandchildren fence.
The grandchildren fence. Don't go in the water.
Yes.
Oh, I get it.
Right.
Okay.
That's it. That was a specific request from the owner.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna keep the kids out of the water. I've got to jump over it because I'm swimming there as a deer, and I've got a chain link fence at the front to keep something in and something out, which we don't know just yet. Okay, thank you very much for the information. Mr. Hagney, to me, landscape plan, yeah, lots of trees coming down, lots of trees going in. It's more about that lighting when you come back in because
Mhm.
for all the landscaping you're doing, I'll be able to see this from the air. And
All right, so let's build on what
With your
Nick
comments
just,
yesterday, Mr. McRoy, we understood we were not where we needed to be,
right. I think
which
he
is why
did a,
we're not
yeah.
presenting it tonight.
So question
Thanks.
for you. Building on what Mr. McRae said, great points by Mr. McRae. Here is what I would suggest we have happen. I would like ARC to see this landscaping plan. And I would like to make sure that both Mr. Conti and Mr. Hein are at that meeting. So would like them to see it. And I would like conservation to see this. Because I think where Mr. McRae was, I hope this is where you were headed, is we kept hearing over and over again with this application about the environmental sensitivity of the area, the beautiful last place, and on what is not being built. Boy, Mr. Hagney, if I could quote you during the application, you were talking about conserving that and protecting that very fragile environment. So I would love to have you go to conservation and discuss with a planting plan, have Ms. Cavazos talk to them about it. And if Beth and Sarah, whoever they have there, is comfortable with it, and if Hein and Conti are good with it, we're good. The environmental sensitivity would be them more than anybody. And then the layout and how it's proposed. And this issue is Mr. McRae saying, given the assertions that were made at the original, is this sufficient? One of the things Nick was asking is that wildlife can't move freely. We do have to protect the grandchildren's life, but wildlife can't move freely on site, which is normally what conservation looks for in preserving things. So all of those, if you would work those, that would be my advice, and you're out of here in 20 minutes. Anybody else? No.
Pretty much in a nutshell.
Okay, any comments from the public on this application? This is Mead Point. All right, and I'm seeing no virtual hands raised for Mead Point landscape revision. And what we're looking for, environmental sensitivity, given the fragility of the site and how everybody kept telling us that, and you yourself were making that. And okay, I won't repeat myself.
I have a
Yeah,
procedure
okay.
question for you and Mr. Leroux. When Mr. Hagney does come back with lighting,
I'll give that-
would you just have them spin off to ARC about that?
Yeah, of course. I was gonna say to you, you said you only wanted to see the lighting, and I'm like, we might as well let ARC and just make sure.
It's their
Mr.
job,
Hagney,
right?
well, and Mr. Hagney, since you are filing a change to an approved site plan, as we understand it, it's the new regulations, dark skies, and you're on the water. So totally dark skies. I'm sure Ms. Cavazos is on board with that and understands what we're looking for. I suggested low intensity flashlights for your walkers. Sorry.
What do you call it? The headlamp, right?
I did write that down from yesterday.
Because you got, oh, that chair, she gets really weird. Okay. So that's what I would say. Remember that all the new regulations apply and that we are really looking for respect to the sensitivity.
Understood.
fragility.
And we believe that the plan that Mary's put together does that, and we'll share that with Sarah at Conservation and with
Perfect.
with ARC.
Try to get them after they have more staff.
Yeah.
It's a little tough right now. All right. Okay.
Madam Chair, do you want
Yes,
us
sir.
to then come back to you, or if we've gotten these comments, take it to staff? and
No,
have
it's a site
staff
plan. No,
review it?
you had a site plan and special permit for this, and you're revising a site plan. Sorry. Right?
So do we come back again as another discussion item with
Yeah.
you? Okay.
No, I think you have to come in as a regular item. You have to come in. I mean, that would be my take. Patrick, Tracy, you guys are the keepers of the rules.
Well, technically you are, Madam Chair, but yeah,
All
so
right.
the question is landscaping only or landscaping and lighting, I guess would be.
Landscaping and I think we want to see it. And to this, Mr. Hegney and Ms. Cavazos, I will tell you that what I mentioned again at the briefing yesterday, we are still getting criticism for this application. And we know that it is within the zoning regulations, but we want to be extra careful that we are being sensitive and responsible. Patrick, having said that, I think I just answered my own question, right?
Well, I think the conversation with conservation staff and the ARC on the landscaping will take some time, and probably the lighting can catch up and then come back to all of
Yeah.
us.
Mr. Hegney, if somebody tells you hit a home run, have Patrick relay that to us.
Yes.
If it's perfect and everybody loves it, then I think we'd be more comfortable, but let's just see what they say.
I'm happy to share good news.
Because I believe that we all have a great deal of faith in Ms. Evans.
Well placed, actually.
Well placed. Yeah, well placed. I know. All righty. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I hereby move approval of the February 21, 2024 minutes. Mr. Lowe was absent. Could I have a second?
Second.
I was just about to second, but I can't,
No. All in favor?
Aye.
I hereby move approval of the April 2nd, 2024 minutes. Mr. Lowe was absent.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Way too much vacation time. Could I have a second?
Every 5 years, I'm allowed to go away for, a week or
Yeah,
so.
10 minutes.
Second.
Second, Mr. McRae has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I hereby move approval of the April 9th minutes. Mr. McRae was absent. Could I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now we have some decisions. I think we're going to skip the election because Levy's not here. And he never answered as to whether he was okay. And I think the regulars should be at the meeting if we have an election. So we now have, we have 12 and 13, that's Benedict Place. We have, I'm just going to go through this really quickly. We then have Meadowcroft, we also closed, right?
Yes.
40 Ridgeview, we closed. Neil Lane, we left open.
Correct.
And why do I feel like there should be one more?
Julian
Curtis.
Julian Curtis.
Julian Curtis. Okay. Julian Curtis. I was skipping that. Thanks. All right. Because that's at the beginning of the public hearing. Okay, I got it. Okay. So, which order shall we go in?
Julian Curtis first.
Julian Curtis first. All right. All right. Okay. So, as to the municipal improvement application for the replacement of the existing front doors required to meet the accessibility code. Oh, everybody knows Nick can't vote on this. So this is Jenkins for Levy and Jones for McRae. For the replacement of the existing front doors required to meet the accessibility code requirements, construction of 2 accessible ramps and associated landscaping adjacent to the front entry door, construction of 1 new accessible parking space within the existing impervious area, installation of an elevator within the confines of the building at the Julian Curtis School. I hereby move approval of this municipal improvement application and find it consistent with the 2019 POCD as per guiding principle 3 to provide top quality educational facilities and guiding principle 6 to provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. Any comments? No.
Second.
Second. All right. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. I'm not going to repeat the description as regards the ADA and replacement of the existing front door at the Julian Curtis School with a final site plan and special permit. Whereas the commission notes that this project does not affect the zoning data for the subject property, except that the green area is very slightly reduced, but remains at 79.9%, where 35% is required. Parking of 59 spaces is being revised to include 1 ADA space, and the 12-inch elevator overrun technically adds volume to a building already exceeding 40,000 cubic feet. The commission finds this 15-acre property dedicated to a school use in the R6 zone will remain compliant with the zoning regulations while providing enhanced accessibility. Sewer comments dated 5/8/24 require submittal of an acknowledgement letter, and this letter has been provided as of 5/13/24. The wetlands permits questionnaire dated 11/2/23 indicated no permit required. DPW engineering provided an exemption from the stormwater drainage requirements, which as only 372 square feet of new impervious is being added. The project is exempt from submitting an EMAC narrative. The commission has not referred this application to the ARC due to the minor nature of the exterior alterations. The commission notes that Japanese species are included in the landscape plan and that native species are preferred. We hereby move approval with the requirement that the applicant agree to a revised planting plan with P&Z, which reduces or eliminates the non-native species and provides, reduces or eliminates non-native species, as well as the applicant should address all other outstanding staff and departmental comments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeski has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins? That was weird. Your mouse moved way after the voice came. Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Okay, Mr. Macri can come back. Ooh. Okay. You want to do Ridgeview next?
Yeah.
Okay. Did that one. All right. As to the final subdivision application to re-subdivide 40 Ridgeview Avenue, which totals 79,104 square feet, and 0 Ridgeview Avenue, which totals 13,068 square feet, creating 2 new lots in the RA1 zone. Whereas Lot 1 is proposed as 43,566 feet and will front Ridgeview Avenue. Contains a cottage, which is planned for demolition. It also would contain a 5,227.2 square foot conservation easement. Whereas Lot 2 is proposed as a rear lot with a 20-foot access strip, creating a 43,566 square foot parcel for zoning purposes. The applicant plans to retain the existing dwelling and pool area. A 5,662.8 square foot conservation easement is proposed in Lot 2. A planting plan was submitted to for the conservation easement. It appears to provide for approximately 1 tree every 400 square feet. Whereas the applicant is proposing 2 driveway cuts for the lots. Whereas a draft conservation easement agreement has been submitted with this application. And whereas the commission has expressed concerns regarding the clarity of the language. Whereas the sewer division issued comments on 2/28/24 requesting the applicant provide written acknowledgement to their letter, and that letter was issued on 2/29/24. Whereas the IWWA received a green sheet dated 1/18/24 noting no permit is required for the subdivision effort, but that the redevelopment would have to be reviewed by IWWA staff. Whereas DPW Engineering accepted the proposed drainage plan on 5/10/24 while making certain conditions regarding easements. Whereas the applicant has confirmed that they are designing for an 100-year storm, which would exceed the drainage manual requirements. Whereas Conservation submitted comments dated 2/28/24 expressing concerns that the proposed development, driveway accesses, and grading will result in almost all trees cleared on this largely wooded site. Whereas Conservation commented again on 5/9/24, stating that the proposed two-lot subdivision places the new residence over a very steep slope. The new driveway provided for the existing residence will unnecessarily disturb a wooded portion of the site. Together with the proposed new residence, the extensive site grading will result in almost all trees cleared. And this site supports a section of mature forest. The proposed two-lot subdivision offers to set aside a conservation easement shared by 2 lots. The easements, however, will not preserve any of the environmentally significant areas. The restricted area will include a section of paved driveway, a portion of the cottage, and manicured lawn. This effort focuses on screening between the neighbors, not on preserving the most environmentally valuable areas. Conservation then requests that the applicant should consider moving the conservation easement to the wooded section of the northwest, or to the northwest, or restore the proposed one with native vegetation.
Calico can help when you're locked out with their easy.
Conservation commented again on 5/14 as follows. As previously noted, the proposed two-lot subdivision offers to set aside a conservation easement on 2 lots, which is 0.25 acres in area, and it will include a section of paved driveway, a portion of the cottage, and existing manicured lawn. This effort focuses on screening between the neighbors rather than preserving the most environmentally valuable areas on the site, as reflected on the proposed restoration plan, which calls for 7 trees and 20 shrubs between the 2 lots along the property line. This plan, in our opinion, will not restore the areas that have historically been developed and used for access and residential use on the property. Protection of the existing wooded area on the site would be preferred, but would require reconfiguration of the proposed subdivision. The applicant has proposed language for the conservation easement, which leaves maintenance and monitoring of the easement area to 2 property owners. Even if the easement area were to be fully planted with a robust planting plan, there is no mechanism in place to ensure that the intent of the easement will be carried out by the future property owners, and there is no enforcement provision in the document. The commission, whereas the commission has previously also requested that the applicant eliminate a curb cut, eliminate one of the curb cuts, revise the easement areas, and work with the neighbors in the area regarding their flooding concerns. Whereas the applicant has not responded to any of those requests, I hereby move this application, I hereby move denial of this application for inconsistency with the subdivision regulations as follows. Section 6260, the purposes of the subdivision regulation is that they shall control the layout of lots to protect the environment. Number 7, they shall secure the preservation of natural features of the landscape and the setting aside of open space for the recreational needs of future residents. Finally, section 6296, natural features preservation. The natural features of the site should be preserved to the fullest extent, and the felling of trees should be held to a minimum. We also note that some of the required zoning data was not submitted with the application. Specifically, this was the FAR calculations. And that the applicant, that we have no evidence of conservation. The applicant has communicated, and I'm sorry, I scrolled this at the end because Ms. Orsi was talking about this. Applicant has communicated with conservation today further to their comments, but we have received no written reply thereto and do not know if any agreement if anything was reached as an agreement. And that would be it. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Stated on this application is Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
I vote yay, which means
Aye. Yeah, in favor
aye,
of the
in
denial.
favor of denial. Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Jenkins,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
I don't agree with the statements. I believe that this actually does meet what we're looking for as a subdivision or re-subdivision. The only thing that is missing, in my opinion, is the FAR. And I think we can get that from the applicant. I believe that the plan that we look at always stays in my mind that it is fictitious to prove that it could be done, but it is not necessarily to be done. And a lot of the conservation comments are based on that fictitious plan to say, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. It may not even happen.
I'm
My
sorry,
vote
sir.
is nay.
I'm Mr. McRae, the restoration of the open space is not meant to be fictitious. That's
Right.
part of
And
the
they're,
easement.
and
That's
as
not
I see it,
fictitious.
in my opinion, they're
Mhm.
restoring the open space. They're
Mhm.
taking out asphalt, they're taking out a building and restoring it. They
Mhm.
even
Okay.
said they would even continue and enhance and augment the restoration of that area.
Okay.
That's the important part.
Would you be more
My vote
comfortable?
on this is nay.
Okay. Would you be more comfortable hearing all of conservation's comments again?
No, I would not. It's
Okay.
nay.
All right. Okay, so Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 4-1. Okay. Now, the next one is Meadowcroft. So now, Nick, you did do Meadowcroft. Tell me you did, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Notes. Okay, where are we here? 26 Meadowcroft Lane, PLPZ 2024-054, final site plan special permit. Applicant seeking approval to demolish the existing dwelling, construct a new single-family dwelling, pool house, swimming pool, and tennis court. The total volume of all structures would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 3-acre lot in the RA2 zone. The commission finds that Health has issued a memo dated 3/20/24 indicating approval of a 7-bedroom septic system for the primary residence and a 2-bedroom system for the pool house. Engineering issued a memo dated 5/9 indicating approval for zoning building permit. Conservation issued comments 3/15/24 with concerns for the proposal. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 2/1/24 indicating no action required. And EMAC issued comments on 3/13/24 indicating a promising HERS rating and suggesting features to further energy conservation. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following: alternative species to green giant arborvitae shall be explored, and a revised landscape plan shall be reviewed with planning and zoning staff prior to zoning permit. The applicant shall meet Connecticut DEP soil and erosion control standards as effective 3/30/24 and revise the drawing sets accordingly. No construction or grading work shall take place prior to the issuance of a zoning permit. And prior to zoning permit, all soil and erosion control systems outlined on the SE minor drawing sheets 5 dated 4/15/24 shall be installed and inspected by the planning and zoning conservation staff. And the applicant shall address any and all other remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Well, that was fast, Nick. Did Nick miss anything, guys? He doesn't normally. Anybody? No? Okay. Did we talk about the deep thing?
Yes, as a matter of fact, actually, I downloaded it just to check it.
No, yeah.
The
All right, so-
DEP new stuff is effective as of March 30th.
Yeah.
And that's in there. So everybody's got to update to that.
Okay, so we're gonna say, and you asked for compliance when you were talking about it, because you
Yes,
were. I couldn't
the
keep up.
drawings need to be revised accordingly, the
And
S and
did
E
you
drawings.
remove the arborvitae?
Yes, it did.
Okie dokie. Now, do I have a second?
Second.
All righty. So, seated on this application are all the regulars except that, it's Jenkins. Nope, I did that wrong.
Yep.
Yes, it's Jenkins for,
Levy.
I got it, Jenkins for Levy. All right, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. Wait, I missed somebody. Did I
Yeah.
get you? And Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Okay, and Albin is also aye. Now the motion passes 5-0. We left Hemlock open. Now, the Soft Life, we closed that. Nick, do you have any notes on that?
No, I do not.
Okay, so let's just give this a shot. In regard to the application to the final site plan application for special permit to request a change of use from a retail bank to a proposed medical spa per sections, et cetera, of the Town of Greenwich building regulations on a 0.6776 acre property at 146 Sound Beach Avenue in the LBR2 zone. Whereas the commission has found that this application does not create, whereas the commission finds that as represented by the applicant, the parking demand for this application will not increase the existing parking nonconformity. And the commission further finds that the change in the non-conforming use will not be to a different non-conforming use, will not be more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing use. That's really all I have to say, right?
Right. And this is all permitted under section 6141.
Under 6141, I'm
Right.
reading 6141
Right.
actually,
And
as
the
I sit here.
the existing bank use is non-conforming actually and not allowed. You're not
That's-
prohibited
said
from the
that.
LBR.
I said that.
Right. And the spa is a use group 4. Again, not allowed for the LBR too.
Right. And this is not again, this is a one non-conforming use for another, and said change in use is not more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing use. That's the key. That's the key
Mhm.
finding under 6141. Am I missing anything, staff?
ARC will for any exterior changes.
Well, first, so I moved approval with the condition that any changes in lighting, signage, or any other exterior alterations shall go to the ARC, and any outstanding staff or departmental comments shall be addressed, and that staff will be completing review of this application.
I don't know if it matters to the commission if about the hours being the same as the outgoing bank, but
I think we should say on the record, I forgot to say that the applicant has provided hours of operation, and we should put those in. And why don't we also say that the commission hereby finds that there will only be, very important, one medical professional on site, that there will be 2 to 3 employees on site, and that parking is being provided on the basis of having 2 medical professionals on site, although there will only be 1. That's the whole thing. And Tracy, I hope you got that, because none of that was written down. I'm really sorry.
We'll have to listen to it, and I won't have to do that letter, so.
Oh, Bianca. Okay.
I'll just tell B to listen to it. No worries.
All right. Fred DeCaro, we left open. And now Albin's going to read you War and Peace again.
Did we vote on Sound Beach?
No, we did not. We did not vote on Sound Beach. I'm glad somebody was awake. Okay,
Yeah,
Sound
there.
Beach. Jenkins for Levy. Jenkins.
Need a second, need a second, need a second.
Need a second. Jenkins,
Someone-
second.
Second.
And then vote. How do you vote, Madam Jenkins?
Second, and I.
All right. Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Yaski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we move to thank you, everybody. This is when I get wobbly, is right at the end, no matter how early. It's only 10:20. All right, everybody, don't fall asleep. In regard to the application for a final site plan and special permit, oh, no. Nope. Sorry, folks. I
Thank you,
started
Madam
this
Chair.
wrong. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. All right. As to the proposal for a final subdivision to merge 12 parcels totaling 51,360 square feet at 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 15 Benedict Court and 7, 9, 15, 19, 21, and 23 Benedict Place into one parcel for zoning purposes pursuant to section 6261 of the Town of Greenwich subdivision regulations in the CGB and the CGIO zones. The commission hereby finds that this is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision. Do I have a second?
Can I ask a question? What about, you're including 19?
Yeah. Did they come out?
Well, I thought that letter said they're not part of this.
No,
that was,
is, I don't believe the lot is the LLC.
What's that
It's the
mean?
address. It's the 19 is the address.
Oh, 19, you're thinking 19 West Elm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this
is Benedict.
19 Benedict Court or Place.
Benedict Place, right? Okay.
All right, well, that's good. You were paying attention. All right, do I have a second? Nobody wants to approve this? Nobody wants to second it?
I'll second it.
All right. Seated on this, McRae,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
and Albin is also an aye, and that's 5-0. Okay, War and Peace. In regard to the application for a final site plan and special permit to demolish the buildings at 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, and 15 Benedict Court, and 7, 9, 15, 19, 21, and 23 Benedict Place, which have been the subject of a previous decision by the commission merging these lots, and to develop them as one parcel to construct 120-unit assisted housing, affordable housing development per Connecticut General Statutes 830G in the CGB and CGIO zones. The subject development is considered assisted housing. This is a whereas, sorry, as the town's Affordable Housing Trust Board has issued a conditional commitment letter providing financial assistance. The applicant proposes that 40% of the total units, equal to 48 units, be deed restricted at 80% of area median income for a period of 40 years. At present, the combined gross floor area of the underlying properties is 26,336 square feet, and the application entails 32,340 square feet, while the underlying zoning allows 15,392 square feet. FAR is proposed at 1.48 versus a current FAR of 0.51 and an allowed of 0.3. Existing lot coverage is 70.5%, whereas the proposal is for 83.55% and the allowed is 75%. Whereas building coverage is presently 26%, whereas 71.8% is proposed and zoning would allow 30%. Whereas the proposed structures are 6 stories high or 77 feet, 9 inches, whereas zoning allows 40 feet with a maximum of 3 stories. Whereas the proposed total cubic building volume would exceed the 40,000 cubic foot threshold of section 6101 of the town's BZR. Whereas the current uses on the site include 13 buildings with commercial uses and include only 6 residential units, whereas under this proposal, there will be 120 units of completely residential use. Whereas the applicant is providing 180 parking spaces, including 6 ADA. This represents a ratio of 1.45 spaces per unit. Town zoning regulations for multifamily developments would require 260 parking spaces for this project. The commission has expressed concern that parking supply may be tight for the 251 bedrooms proposed. It also notes, however, that this project is within 0.6 miles of the Greenwich train station and that this proximity may reduce parking demand. The applicant plans to remove 8 on-street parking spaces for this application. In preliminary discussions, Parking Services has indicated openness to the concept on the basis that the applicant provide on-site capacity for all delivery vehicles, as this would reduce street congestion associated with the development. Parking Services has also asked about the possibility of off-street accommodation for ambulances and service vehicles. Finally, Parking Services has requested detailed construction phasing plans geared to reducing the associated congestion in the neighborhood. The applicant has provided a preliminary phasing plan and will need to coordinate the parking and possible road closures with Parking Services prior to zoning permit. The applicant submitted a traffic report dated January 10th, 2024. The report states that the proposal will not have a significant impact on traffic operating or parking conditions in the area. In its analysis, the applicant's consultant utilized a 17% trip credit for transit-oriented development and a reduced vehicle ownership for below-market units. On April 25th, the Commission's traffic consultant advised that the applicant has addressed all their comments on this proposed development. They noted, however, that in light of new information provided, the actual site distance measurements or dimensions need to be provided on the plan view site distance diagrams included on plan sheets SE10 and SE10A. On April 24, 2024, the DPW Sewer Division commented on the application and noted the connected sewer shed capacity would be exceeded by the project. To offset this increase in flows, the Sewer Division has asked for a removal ratio of 6:1, removing 6 GPD of peak infiltration and inflow for every gallon on new average daily flow. The applicant has been working with the Sewer Division and understands the design criteria needed to receive a sewer permit. No further information is requested by the Sewer Division at this time. Sewer also requested the applicant's written acknowledgement of its comments and has received them. DPW Engineering provided endorsement to move to zoning permit on 4/25/24. The drainage summary report was found acceptable, although DPW notes CCTV inspection for the 12-inch pipe servicing the Winthrop House parking lot must be completed before both zoning building permit sign-off and TCO or CO. DPW Engineering further commented that authorization under Connecticut DEEP's general permit for the discharge of stormwater and dewatering wastewater associated with construction activities will likely be required, as this project disturbs over 1 acre of land. DPW has also requested the language for the existing private right-of-way for Benedict Court be reviewed by the Law Department to verify whether placement of stormwater management infrastructure for the development of the subject parcel is allowed or if a shared maintenance agreement is required by the parties having access. Finally, a draft of the required drainage maintenance agreement between all lots must be submitted for review by Planning and Zoning, Law Department, and Engineering Division prior to zoning or building approval, zoning permit, right? Let me just scratch that out because I meant to ask somebody. On 4/11/24, DPW approved a 34-foot distance between the proposed curb cuts where 50 feet is the standard required. The same letter also enables 4 access driveways where the maximum is normally 2. The town tree warden met with the applicant on April 4th, 2024, and approved the proposed tree removal and associated landscape plan. On April 23rd, the Conservation Department recommended the parking area be equipped with bike racks to encourage micro-mobility. Conservation also noted the creation of more than 20 parking spaces does trigger, per the zoning regulation, an installation of EV charging stations. They found it unclear from the supplemental materials if bike racks or EV charging stations were added to the plans. On February 2nd, 24, Aquarium will provided a will serve letter, and the Greenwich Fire Department has no additional comments at this time. The applicant asked the commission to waive review by the Architectural Review Committee prior to the site plan decision. At the May 14th, 2024 meeting, the commission requested the applicant appear before ARC subsequent to a decision and take input on facade detailing and on lighting. Whereas the commission notes that according to the Department of Housing, Affordable Housing 2023 appeals list, the town has 5.7% of its housing units as affordable and is therefore not an exempt community. And whereas per the town's 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, an objective 2.1 is to create more affordable housing as currently defined under Section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes. And whereas the commission finds that as proposed, any health and public safety needs of the community related to the project's design do not outweigh the need for affordable housing, I hereby move approval of this application with the following conditions. Prior to issuance of any zoning permit, the final affordability plan shall be reviewed and accepted by planning and zoning staff and recorded on the town's land records. The final affordability plan shall include the parking management plan. Any proposed exterior mechanical equipment will need to meet the town's noise ordinance, which is part of the town's charter. ARC shall review the ARC review shall be carried out prior to zoning permit. Any changes arising therefrom shall be reviewed administratively by P&Z staff. Sewer improvement, as discussed, shall be completed prior to building connection to the town system. The applicant shall continue to revise the proposed parking garage layout to increase the ease of maneuverability and the number and the spaces. Parking services approval shall be obtained for the removal of street spaces, and parking space services requests shall be accommodated. And you heard what those were. I got just a couple more. All fire department comments and feedback shall be adhered to. Bicycle racks and EV chargers shall be installed. All Connecticut DEEP requirements shall be met. All rights of way and any easements are to receive sign off from the law department. The turning radii of vehicle movement in and out of Benedict Court shall be revised to Exhibit 3, which was the option preferred by DPW, and any other outstanding departmental comments or issues. Did I leave anything? Is anything missing?
No.
I kept thinking of things. Okay.
I just
Who-
had one question, Madam Chair,
Yes,
because
sir.
the conversation, the presentation in the architecture at the meeting tonight, I wasn't sure if the members thought that was in place of ARC comments or in
No,
addition to.
Mr. Wharton agreed to go to ARC, and then said, and we also have responded to next. So it was
He
the
did,
same
and
thing.
then asked, or do you
Yeah.
want to talk about it tonight? And I thought,
No, I think he was agree. Listen, he
no, he did
agreed.
agree. I've no
Yeah.
doubt about it. I just
And I
want to
don't
make.
think he's
sure it wasn't
gonna mind. And,
everything.
the same thing, he can talk about what they talked to Nick about. And, it'll be 8 of them and not just Nick, and, they'll have different comments because Nick was quiet at the time. Okay, does anybody want to second this?
Second.
Yeski has seconded. All righty. So, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
I am uncomfortable with this type of development. The significant imposition of on the town of Greenwich does not justify the fleeting affordable housing we provide. The residents want affordable housing, but not to the sacrifice of the very fabric of this town. The fabric that these developments so greatly want to take advantage of. Many residents have voiced their opinions on these issues and are fed up. It's well known that the town has all types of housing, luxury to affordable, but they are frustrated that a poorly written regulation does nothing to further its supposed purpose, and it can wreak havoc on such a scale. When looking at the upside of these applications, I fail to see the benefit. The proposed units are lost in 40 years, a blink of an eye in a town that's almost 385 years old. A permanent structure that's out of scale with the atmosphere of Greenwich, explosive growth that is in direct conflict with our own POCD and the desires of the residents. In short, the development gets everything and the town nothing. I do not want to be coerced into a long-term, very long-term decision by suspect mandates. I'm here to represent the people of Greenwich and their wishes, not people from somewhere else that think this is a good idea for us. I do not want to kowtow to the assumption of bad press. If I'm perceived as wicked, so be it, as long as the wishes of the residents are defended. My vote is nay.
Okay, so just to respond to that, because I have to lay it on the record, I'd like to say first that this is not an imposition of something from somewhere else. This is a state law and it's been in place for 35 years. So this is a state law and we live in the state of Connecticut, and our job is to follow the laws. And this is what was established for us. In addition, we did obtain 40% affordability, which is much higher than would normally be.
And you actually even asked them if they would do it in perpetuity.
Yes, I did.
And they said no, because it does
Right.
not make financial sense.
And
again, I go back to, it's lost in 40 years.
Mhm.
Again, the town does not get anything other than a very large building in 40 years, forever.
Mhm.
My vote is nay. That's where we are.
Okay, so, and again, that's the only response I have, that it's under state law. So,
And a suspect state law.
well, again, Mr. McRae, our obligation on the Planning and Zoning Commission is to follow
Is to
the law.
protect Greenwich. Isn't that our focus? Isn't that should be our mandate?
No, that's
We
not
are
our-
the Planning and Zoning Commission of the town of Greenwich, correct?
So, Mr. McRae, our mandate is to follow this. We are empowered and we are created under state law. We
Mhm.
exist under state law. Further, municipalities only have authority to act because it is granted to them by the state of Connecticut. We are not, the state statutes nowhere state that our job is to protect our town. We take it to heart, and I think we all believe that we are protecting the town. But our job, as mandated, is to follow the statutes and the regulations, which is primarily chapters 123 and 124. Mostly, I believe the enabling act are the enabling acts for us, and 126 too, right? So those are our jobs, and it's just I realize that you see them as a foreign body, but our job is not. We have no power vested in us to not follow state law or to disregard it. And that's it's as simple as that, because the municipalities only have power because it is given to us by the state. Otherwise, we have no authority. And that's just the way the legal system works. So I know it's frustrating. I agree with you. It's incredibly frustrating that we have to do this. With that, I think I haven't voted yet, so my vote is also aye, which makes us a 4-1 vote.
Did Mr. Lowe vote? I'm sorry, I must have
Yes.
missed it on my
Did.
tab.
I did.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lowe.
All right.
No, that's all right.
Okay. All righty, folks, we're done. And that's that. So we'll see you real soon.
2 weeks, like normal. Well, and a day.
And a day. So everybody have
Enjoy
a
that
nice,
day, though.
a nice Memorial Day weekend.
Of staff report reading. I mean, sorry.
I know I keep thinking you gotta cut us some slack sometime. You know how many Thanksgiving y'all ruin? Y'all go home for Thanksgiving, you're done with the staff reports, and there we are, like with burned turkey because we're doing staff reports.
I
All
was gonna
right.
say, I usually ruin the Thanksgiving with the cooking, but that's that, you know.
I think Patrick's got a full drawer of tiny little violins that are now playing a little song for you.
I appreciate everyone's time and efficacy this evening.
Yes, no such thing as a tiny little bass, is there?
I'm sorry, I picked the wrong instrument.
That's all right.
The point. All
All right.
right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.